BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज़ हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism to a technology-first world. Hosting over 250 virtual summits and webinars across its 17 niche business communities, with millions engaging with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars and hosting 20+ virtual summits. $33 million page views on an average, 21 special issues in 2020 hit the stands, and multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months, BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
So, well, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bhavna Bhatia, and I shall be your host for the day. Well, we're gearing up for the day, which will be focused on the inaugural edition of the BW Gaming Summit. Please use the hashtag BW Gaming Summit when sharing on social media. Well, before we kickstart the summit, I would like to first take the opportunity to make another big announcement from the BW Business World Group, which is the official launch of the gaming vertical BW Gaming World. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed now to the launch of the BW Gaming World. May I now have the audiovisual launching BW Gaming World. So, ladies and gentlemen, what a great launch that was. May I now cue in the BW Legacy AV for all our viewers who are watching us live today to view. So, could we now have the BW Legacy AV, please?
A rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक़ यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज़ हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism to a technology-first world. Hosting over 250 virtual summits and webinars across its 17 niche business communities, with millions engaging with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars, and hosting 20+ virtual summits. $33 million page views on an average, 21 special issues in 2020 hit the stands, and multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months, BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
So, ladies and gentlemen, well, what a great day it's turning out to be. We had the BW Gaming World, the AV which was played, and also we had the BW Legacy AV. I'm sure you got to know more about the group as well, but who could it be better than inviting and requesting Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media Group, to take on the stage now and tell us more about the BW Gaming World and the Gaming Summit. Firstly, congratulations, Dr. Anurag Batra, on an incredible vertical getting added to the S team of BW Business World Group. We'd love to hear from you more. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Bhavna. Good morning. It's my honor and privilege to be here. It's a special day because about 7 months back, we envisaged launching a community focused on gaming. And I must give the sole credit to Ms. Ojasvi Nath for making sure that happens. So today, we launch our BW Gaming World, which is our community for the gaming industry, for the gaming business, for the gaming domain. Ms. Ojasvi Nath leads it editorially, and she has worked with her colleagues to be able to launch it. Of course, Ms. Noor Fatima Marsi has guided her. A lot of colleagues have worked. Why a different, dedicated, focused site or an editorial platform on gaming? We did a cover on gaming a couple of issues back, and we talked about how the Indian gaming industry is already almost $3 billion and is likely to grow leaps and bounds over the next years. In fact, the gaming industry may perhaps become the biggest growth driver of the larger media and entertainment sector. It may even replace some of the segments that we see. And gaming is today touching education, it is touching learning, it is touching sports, it's touching advertising, it is touching every domain that you can. Fintech, gaming and fintech are coming together. Record amount of money is being investing in gaming startups because gaming is becoming a way of life. So we at BW Business World thought that it is the right time to be able to launch a gaming community on the business of gaming. And today we launched that. Today we have a whole day summit which brings the leaders from the gaming industry. And they talk about what is happening in gaming. It will become a marquee event in the gaming industry. On 20th August, we also launch our BW Gaming World People of the Year Awards. And we'll award and recognize leaders in the gaming domain who have been pioneering and who have made tremendous progress in their enterprises, but also have grown the gaming industry in India. Today, we discussed how gaming is impacting every sector. And we talk of a connected digital India. Gaming is central to that connected digital India. I already talked to you that the gaming industry is about $2.8 billion already and growing very fast. Yesterday, Sachin Tendulkar invested in a gaming startup in Jet Synthesis. Today, Mr. Rajan Nawani of Jet Synthesis is also speaking to us. This year, one of the first IPOs to hit the markets was the IPO of Nazara, and it was oversubscribed 80 plus times. The share is doing well, and the business is doing well. But these are early days for gaming. Gaming over the next decade will become mainstream and grow at a pace that we possibly cannot imagine. Hence, a dedicated community from BW Business World called BW Gaming World. It's bwgamingworld.com. My colleague Ojasvi Nath leads it editorially. Ojasvi is at Ojasvi at businessworld.in. Throughout the day, you'll interact with Ojasvi. We start the day by Mr. Nitish Mitra Sen talking about how he built Nazara and where is the gaming industry headed in India. I'll talk to Rajan Nawani of Jet Synthesis on Jet Synthesis journey and the fact that Sachin Tendulkar has invested in Jet Synthesis. So clearly, these are exciting times for the gaming industry. We are just getting started. The game has just begun, and the game is going to get exciting, and hence BW Gaming World. I also look forward to learning more and more about the gaming domain and the gaming industry from all the leaders in the gaming world. And I look forward to celebrating their successes on 20th August at the BW Gaming World People of the Year Awards. Thank you so much for being here today and witnessing the launch of BW Gaming World and listening to all these leaders from the gaming domain. The only thing I'd say is that I wish there were more women speakers at the BW Gaming World Summit. We have some, but hopefully next year we'll have more women speakers. I also want more younger. While we are about the business of gaming, I also want to bring in gamers. So really, this is something that excites us. Let me also use this opportunity to talk about the various initiatives that business world is doing. We've just completed our BW 30 under 30. It was the inaugural year of that. We are launching our BW 40 under 40 next week. The legal community at bwlegalworld.com continues to do well. The BW hotelier community over the last 6.5 years become the leader community in the business of hospitality, and we'll be back with the flagship EHA Awards soon. The BW education community continues to grow, and I personally continue to do the BW education Wednesday Wisdom every Wednesday for the last 17 months, and we brought some exciting leaders to you. The BW people, which is the HR community, is growing leaps and bounds. The BW defense community, the BW police world community. So we continue the BW Disrupt, which is the startup community. We also launched our venture capital and investing community called VC World. So we continue to serve the needs of our communities in various diverse sectors, while businessworld.in and the Business World magazine are B2C. And, we talk about broad aspects of economy and business. These various communities, 20 plus communities of BW Business World, take a deep dive into various sectors that continue to grow. Some are at the cusp of huge growth, some are very nascent and greenfield, but are likely to see a growth which is huge. Now, technology is changing every domain or is accelerating every domain, whether it's food tech startups, whether it's gaming tech, whether it's edu tech. Technology has become a way of life for us, and hence every business has become a technology business. So we are again launching our Tech Tours, which has become a huge property for tech founders. Also, we have launched the inaugural EduTech Awards and Conference. We have an exciting lineup at the EduTech Conference and Awards, and we plan to take the EduTech IP into a big IP. So we at BW Business World are editorially looking at all the aspects, and the magazine. Right now, I have the gaming issue, but the last issue had the global CEO of AES, Andrew Glusky, on the cover, and the 30 under 30 winners of the BW Disrupt.com initiative on the second cover. So clearly, we are doing a bit of both, bringing large corporates, large businesses, large industries on the cover of BW Business World, but also bring people who are young and are building the India of future. We are discovering them in some way. The role of media is not only to celebrate the existing winners, is to also discover new winners who are on the cusp of being discovered. We at BW Business World are playing to that role. Whether it's been BW Healthcare World, we're discovering the 40 under 40, or BW Wellbeing World, where we're discovering the young leaders, or BW Auto World, where we are again discovering young leaders. We continue to bring new leaders to the fore. So I just want to say, with BW Gaming World, we are addressing the gaming community, and you will see that this sector will just grow in its contribution to the economy, to the GDP, and most importantly, its impact on every sector. As I said, it's impacting fintech, it's impacting education, it is impacting learning, it is impacting advertising, it is impacting sports, it's impacting entertainment. So I look forward to celebrating the growth of the gaming industry through the launch of BW Gaming World today. So thank you so much, and I'll hand it back to Bhavna Bhatia to take it forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Anurag Batra. Well, what an exciting day this is turning out to be, ladies and gentlemen. The BW Gaming World is a media platform that intends to bridge the gap between the gaming and business. The platform covers the gaming ecosystem holistically, including the growth trajectory of the industry, new investments in space, startups, entrepreneurship, trending, and the upcoming technology in gaming and whatnot. Well, it's a fast growing portal ensuring insights into the gaming companies, publishers and developers, service providers, gamers, influencers, and those remotely related to the industry. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the PW Gaming Summit 2021 brings under the scanner how the gaming industry fled in the toughest year the modern world has seen. It is becoming the investor community, as rightly said by Dr. Anurag Batra's newfound interest. Well, the summit targets to bring together the best and the most influential of the online gaming industry on a single platform to discuss the growth drivers, challenges, and career opportunities, trends, cloud technology, and more. From stakeholders to gaming firms, industry experts to league owners, publishers to investors, team owners to brands, everyone will share their wealth of knowledge at the inaugural edition of the conference. Well, also, it is now my privilege to announce our next forthcoming initiative, which is the BW Gaming World People of the Year 2021, hosted in association with the BW Business World. Well, this editorial-led initiative will be held on August 20th, 2021, which is a Friday from 6 p.m. onwards. Well, I hope you all have blocked your diary for this already. It is on the August 20th, 2021. And let's now get back to the BW Gaming Summit 2021. I'd request you all to please use the hashtag BW Gaming Summit as one word when sharing on social media. You can also watch us live on www.bwgamingworld.com. Well, before we move on to the first session of the day, I'd now request the team to please play the BW Legacy AV for all our viewers to watch us live. Over to the team to cue in for the BW Legacy AVs.
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज़ हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism to a technology-first world. Hosting over 250 virtual summits and webinars across its 17 niche business communities, with millions engaging with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars, and hosting 20+ virtual summits. 33 million page views on an average, 21 special issues in 2020 hit the stands, and multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months, BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
So, well, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see about the BW Legacy AV, it is now time to progress and move on to seeing our next AV, which is the BW Gaming World AV. Well, we hope you all are having a great time. Keep hashtagging, and we'll see you on the other side with our first session. Over to the team for the BW Gaming World AV. Well, such an exciting day this is turning out to be. The BW Gaming World AV just got played, and we hope you all are having a great time. Well, on the other side, we're going to be joined by our speaker in just about the next few minutes. But before that, let's cue in the next AV and see what's ahead in store for all of us. Well, we hope you all are having a great time. Keep hashtagging while we'll see you on the other side.
In the world of business, when you think business, you think BW Business World, spanning across platforms from print to the fast-growing digital space, from custom events to insightful industry books. BW Business World continues to capture a critical market space. Enjoying over 1.2 million engaged reader base, we have replicated this success in digital, with a 6-fold growth in the past 1 year. So who is the BW audience? Our magazine readers are the cream of the crop business professionals spread across industries and niche communities. BW Digital engages with a much larger audience, hailing majorly from India and US. We also reach diverse markets including UK and Saudi Arabia. The BW Print universe comprises of BW Business World, BW Smart Cities, BW Hotelier, BW Applause, BW Education, and BW People, each profiling industry leaders and niche sectoral stories. BW Digital communities target niche segments like startups, CIOs, smart cities, defense, amongst a range of other fields, with a following of millions of unique digital users. BW Business World is an industry leader in curating a plethora of IPRs. With multiple industry stakeholders under one roof, BW IPR events generate superlative content. BW Engage offers bespoke brand solutions across functions with inputs from the award-winning BW editorial team. We design and execute a 360-degree marketing model, resulting in top-of-mind recall and a large BW Engage client patronage. Why engage with us? We have an award-winning editorial team. We forecast new scoops and future trends before any of our competitors. We provide 360-degree brand solutions, and our clients are always happy with the ROI. This is just a glimpse of our client endorsements. To subscribe to our print patronage, visit subscribe.businessworld.in. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. You can also connect with us on WhatsApp on businessworld.in/WhatsApp.
So, well, ladies and gentlemen, what an excellent start it has been. And now it is time for our keynote address on the decade of the gaming sector. And we're later to be joined by our eminent speaker, Nitish Mittersain, founder and MD Nazara Technologies. Thank you so much, Nitish, for joining us today and giving us your valuable time. We also have Dr. Anurag Batra with us. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for both joining us. Dr. Batra, Nitish has just joined in. Would you like to say
Yes,
something?
thank you so much, Bhavna. Welcome, Nitish. And, there couldn't have been a better start to bwgamingworld.com and the BW Gaming World Summit than having you as the keynote speaker. You have been the pioneer in the gaming industry. You have done an IPO, which has been received extremely well. And you continue to build the gaming sector and Nazara. Right now, they seem to be synonymous with each other. So let me start by asking you, we've put your session as the decade of the gaming. This decade is going to be the decade of gaming. I'm sure Nazara and you believe in it. Give us a sense, why will this be the decade of gaming?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Batra. First of all, you and your team are always very kind to us. So thank you for that. But I think what we have seen in the last decade happen, right, are three very important macro factor changes, which are really spearheading the tailwinds and making this the decade of gaming in India. The first one is the advent of smartphone penetration in the country at a low cost. When we started this business in 2000, the biggest challenge was there was no gaming devices in the hands of the consumers. And now the Android phones, 4,000-5,000 rupee phones that are in the market and in each and everybody's hand, they're actually extremely good gaming devices, right? They can double down as fantastic gaming devices. They've got touch screens, they've got good sound, they've got good processors, good memory, good data capability. And this is a dream come true. Imagine hundreds of millions of Indians having a gaming device in their hand, right? Which is great. I think that's one big factor. The second is India's data costs are now the lowest or among the lowest in the world. At the same time, the speeds are improving. What they were a decade ago, it's much, much better now. And I think that combination of good speeds and very low cost data is seeing data consumption completely go through the roof. And the third, which has happened, especially after demonetization, right, is that the evolution of digital payment ecosystem in India has really enhanced, also with the government support on UPI, etc. We as Nazara work in many emerging markets, and India is far ahead of the curve when it comes to digital payments. Now, when you put all these three factors together, there's a huge multiplication of value that is happening, and market potential that is happening, that is driving not only the gaming business but many other businesses that you're seeing booming in India, right, on the tech side, whether it's e-commerce, whether it is fintech, etc. And I think that's really what we are in the midst of now. That coupled with a large nation which is large youth driven nation, demographics are skewed towards the youth, a large entertainment hungry nation, I think leads to a huge potential for gaming. It's something we had a dream of. When I started this company in 98, 99 in college, the big question I had in my mind was, why is India not a big gaming country? I would have even then read about China or about Korea, etc. And I felt that why is India not a big gaming country? Set up the company then, but I did not realize that these assets that I just spoke about were really needed for it to happen. 20 years later, we're at a point where it has all happened, and the real opportunity starts today, right? And that's why after being in this business for 20 years, I really feel that even the market opportunity for Nazara today is just getting started, and the opportunity for gaming is just getting started.
Thank you, Nitish, for giving that holistic view in terms of what are the factors that act as a catalyst in gaming and are needed for the gaming to get to the next level, and they exist today in ample measure. And you rightly said that the gaming industry in a lot of ways is growing because of the support ecosystem. You talked about the fintech ecosystem, the micropayments ecosystem, where we are second to none in the world. We are leading in every way. Now, let me ask you, if you had to look at gaming over the next decade, what are some of the trends that you see becoming bigger and bigger that you can spot as green shoots right now, but over the next few years they're likely to become very big.
You see, one thing that has been in my mind for many years actually is the impact of virtual reality on gaming. And it's been like an mirage, right? We always feel virtual reality will be, big for gaming, will change the world of gaming, but it's really not happened. It's really not been there. And that's something that's still very much in my mind. I just recently went and bought a VR device, the Oculus 2, because again, I wanted to revisit in terms of how far this technology has, enhanced, and when it is. I personally believe that virtual reality will completely change the world of gaming compared to what it is today in the next 5 years. And this is how technology works, right? Till it's not happening, and then when it happens, it suddenly happens and takes over. And that's what I think will happen in the world of VR. Even if you saw the recent comments of Mark Zuckerberg on the Facebook earnings call, he spoke about the metaverse, and that's the direction they're going into, right? So I think I'm a strong proponent or a strong believer that VR is going to have a huge impact on how we game, and that's one big trend. The other very interesting emerging trend is this whole NFT on blockchains, which also could have a tangentially impact on gaming. We are also exploring how can that impact some of our businesses. But I think the NFT space, the smart contracts can have a lot of impact on gaming. So a lot of things happening, a lot of new opportunities coming, a lot of models getting disrupted. So very exciting times.
Thank you so much. Nitish, let me ask you, when it comes to Nazara, over the next 12 to 15 months, I know you're a listed company. I know you will need to do this in a structured manner, but within the rules of the game, what should we expect from Nazara over the 12 to 15 months horizon? We saw immediately after the IPO, you're doing another acquisition outside India. So clearly, you believe that acquisition is the right way forward, and international markets for Nazara will play an important role. Give us a sense of where is Nazara headed?
Yeah, sure. So India remains a very core strategic home market for us, and our foundation lies over here. That said, Nazara has over many, many years operated in many different geographies, and we think of ourselves as a global gaming player out of India rather than a India-only gaming player. I think India is a fantastic place to prove your product and then take it, into many other markets, whether it's emerging markets or also global markets. In recent years, some of the ventures we forayed into also took us into advanced markets like the American market, where significant portions of our revenues are coming today from there. So we are a very well diversified gaming platform out of India, with India as a core strategic market for us. In terms of the acquisition strategy, we are building a Friends of Nazara ecosystem that has been very successful for us over the last 4 to 5 years. It has brought in a lot of learnings along the way for us as well as our partners. And we believe that that is a much faster way for us to grow than start new businesses, new greenfield businesses in that sense. And therefore, it's a strategy that's working for us, and we will continue to double down on it.
Again, the gaming sector, as I said in my opening address, has many sectors and subsectors in it. It has interfaced with lots of. Gaming is today changing education. It is changing learning. It is interfacing with fintech. It is interfacing with, of course, sports. It is interfacing with entertainment. Tell us, what are the sectors that you see that have not been touched by gaming yet, but are likely to get impacted in the future?
I think health is one big opportunity. Health and fitness. It has already entered. I mean, you see in the US, etc. We are seeing a lot of success stories now, on that. But I think gamification and engagement for fitness and health is going to be one direction that's going to get bigger and bigger. Besides, of course, I think education also, there's a lot more to be done. We think gamification and gaming is a great medium to deliver learning, especially at younger segments. We've seen great success with our own product, Kidopia, that does exactly that. And I'm very bullish about gaming in learning and gaming in health, besides potentially other sectors.
Gaming in health, and clearly post-pandemic, individuals focus on their own health, their own immunity, on their fitness is gone. And clearly you spotted the right trend. Now the connected devices are growing.
Yeah.
Mobile phones are growing, but we are spending more and more time at homes. The notion of smart homes was distant to some people. Homes are really becoming smart. Devices are getting connected. In this connected reality, tell us the average time spent by a gamer in India is how much? And in future, what are the likely trends in terms of the gaming activities and gaming time spent by a user?
Yeah, I think average time today spent would be an hour or upwards of that. My expectation is across devices. But I think whether for good or bad, the reality is we are moving towards a significant increase in the time spent on gaming in the years to come, especially as multiplayer gaming, socially connected gaming increases. The attachment to do this beyond just a snacky time pass or 5 minutes killer will significantly increase. Like I said, as more metaverses get created and users get into them, their engagement will be there. So I think you are going to see a lot more increase in the time spent in gaming. We are still not at a stage where it is at a level which is unhealthy. At some point of time down in the future, I think some of the time will also have to be moderated. But I think we are still far away from that.
Okay, while we're discussing gaming and the economy, and you brought in an IPO, and let me ask you a little larger question. And it is a season of the IPOs. The IPOs are literally raining, and it's heavy rain, so to say, right? It's raining IPOs. There's an IPO boom. Of course, the stock market is exuberant.
Yeah.
And there's no doubt that these consumer tech startups have tremendous future and are creating value.
Yes.
But Nitish, what I want to ask you is about the valuations of these startups.
Yeah.
What is your view?
Well, I may have a biased view. So
No, I understand you've done an IPO.
Yeah.
And of course, the Nazara IPO, for all the right reasons, has been super successful. And last time you corrected me on the number of times it was subscribed. So I clearly remember that now. But I understand. But give us a sense of, I'm talking of a general comment. I'm not asking you to comment on Nazara or specifically any other script. But why do you see there is so much exuberance about consumer tech startups and big investors like Mr. Jhunjhunwala, the investor in your company? And he clearly believes in what you are doing in the sector. But he's from the latest IPO, without naming it, he's clearly said that it doesn't make sense and I will stay away. Not that it has deterred anyone from participating in it and making it a huge success. So what's your sense? I'm sure you think about these things.
No, I think you're seeing a disruptive change in trend, right? I think the country going digital with 1 billion users, and for the 3 macro factors that I spoke about earlier, is opening up a completely new world. And a lot of these IPOs and companies are establishing brands and business models and moats that are going to play into the very much future, I would say 20, 25, 30 years down the line, right? So I think a lot of the valuation is discounting a huge amount or going quite far into the future and looking how these companies can perform. These companies have tangible businesses. They are growing very fast. Of course, a lot of them are burning a lot of capital. So I think some of these will emerge as very large successes, right? If you go back to the dot-com boom in 99, 2000, you had Amazon, for example, right? Amazon was a huge success at one point in the dot-com boom, had crazy valuations. Post dot-com boom, it had a huge collapse, right? With 90% of its value eroded. But then look 20 years later where Amazon is. So now some businesses will emerge like that. Now, of course, the reality is, along with potentially great businesses, monopolies, successes, there will also be a lot of businesses that may not have the right strategy. They may party alongside this whole boom that is happening. And that is for each investor to discern what they think is the right company, the right business model, and bet on. So I think it's difficult to generalize. I think some companies would look very expensive today, but 10 years down the line would be very cheap. Some companies would be very expensive today and maybe a complete loss for investors. So I think a lot of diligence is required by investors today rather than just going along with the momentum.
Absolutely. And clearly, Amazon example is a great example. The only thing I'd say in Amazon case, there was a visible path to profitability. In some of these startups, at least for now, you cannot see that path to profitability. But you're right; it's about factoring the future now. It's about buying into that future now. And clearly, we're in this for the long term, and so are the investors. Let me ask you my last question on gaming and let you go. Again, in gaming, as I said, there are sectors and subsectors. There are niches and super niches. The real money gaming is another sector that has blossomed.
Yes.
Right. And there are regulatory challenges on that because in some cases it borders on being, not being on the right side of the law. Let me put it.
Yeah.
Now, tell me, as a person, as a leader who's in the gaming sector, what is your view on the real money gaming sector?
Yeah, sure. I think the real money gaming sector has by far, dominated the gaming revenues in India in the last several years, and in a way has been a gateway to bring in a lot of new consumers into the gaming space in general. I think in India, the general view or the general law really is about skill versus luck, right? That if games predominantly require skill, then real money gaming is okay. And if they are predominantly luck based, then it falls into the gambling laws, right? And I think that's been debated at many court levels, etc. So obviously, I will not comment on that. Some states in India have also taken a view and passed ordinances saying that whether a game is of skill or luck, we will not permit it. And that's each state's call in our country. Each state decides that law. So that business is in a flux. What I really think is the call of the day is to have a lot more regulatory clarity. What tends to happen right now, I feel, is on the flip side, is that wherever this law is unclear or unregulated or also banned by states, right? A lot of this business doesn't stop, or this consumer traction doesn't stop. It goes underground to players who may not be really above the board, which is at a cost to the government. It is cost to the consumer and cost to the companies that are trying to do it in the right manner. So I think I would call for much stronger regulations in this space, which will put in a lot more clarity. We, for example, as Nazara, have been very cautious in our approach to this business because of unclarity and because of our positioning as a public listed company. But if there was a lot more regulatory clarity, we would probably invest a lot more in that business.
Thank you so much. Nitish, you rightly said, because it's a new sector, it's an emerging sector, and it is kind of overflowing into many sectors because it impacts, we talked about how it impacts healthcare, it impacts education and learning, it impacts entertainment, it impacts sports, it impacts fintech. Clearly, there are some gray areas, and policy clarity and policy consistency is key to the growth of any sector, and growth needs investments. So the more the clarity, the more the investment. So I'm sure the government of India understands that and is committed to making sure, while it protects the rights of the consumers, of the citizens, also to make sure that the right sectors grow in the right manner in India. I'm sure there'll be more and more clarity on the roles and the rules in this sector. So I'm sure the next decade will be a decade of gaming, and I'm sure Nazara and you will play a big role in making it the decade of gaming. We wish you luck in your leadership role at Nazara, and we look forward to seeing you again soon and talking to you about the gaming sector in the economy. Thank you. This was Mr. Nitish Mitra Sen, the founder and MD of Nazara Technology and the first gaming company to be listed in India, talking to BW Gaming World. Thank you so much. We'll stick to the time. We're grateful to you, Mr. Nitish Mitra Sen, for joining us and making time early in the morning. Thank you so much. Back to you, Bhavna.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra and Nitish, for joining us. Mr. Mitra Sen, what an excellent discussion that was. And ladies and gentlemen, after that keynote address, it is now time to move on to a special address on skills gaming and the economic rebound, the big picture, wherein we are joined by our eminent guest, Dr. Subi Chaturvedi, Chief Corporate Affairs and Policy Officer, Zupi, joining us. Thank you so much, Dr. Subi, for giving us your valuable time today and being a part of our excellent summit. Great to have you. Thank you for joining us. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Bhavna. I'm truly delighted and many congratulations and hats off to the vision of Dr. Anurag Batra, who's decided to bat and champion yet another sunrise sector. I think the entire team at BW, Saumajit and everybody else who's worked really hard to put this together deserves kudos. I'm really excited to be here today because this is something that we're truly passionate about. It's not just something that everyone's committed to and we see a business case for it, but this is truly the big picture that we need to be looking at. So without further ado, I have a few slides and this will help us contextualize the real hard numbers that we're discussing here today. When we talk about this, the Honorable Prime Minister, on the 6th anniversary of Digital India, which we just completed, which has been one of the most marquee programs of this government, along with Make in India and Startup India, talked about decade. And he said, this is the next decade belongs to technology. What we're extending the premise to include is how do you solve for real world problems and how do you empower a country which is on an economic rebound. We're in the middle of a black swan event, which has the probability of almost never happening. But when it does, it leads to tectonic and paradigm shifts. And that's a world post COVID-19. What he talks about is creating a pillar where technology works along with innovation, along with upskilling and reskilling to bring in the next era, which is truly going to be global, truly going to be exploring India's place in the global value chain. And that is what we're trying to address. So as you can see, I call it the reality and the expansion of a $2.8 billion Indian gaming dream. And how do we get there? So let's look at some key numbers. When we look at 2019 and 2020, it's online gaming and digital where the others might have slowed down. So you were looking at an average screen time of roughly about 115 hours per week. Gaming alone drove this up to 218 hours per week. And as the numbers tell, you're looking at a 43% rise in CAGR, year-on-year growth. So online gaming clearly in terms of economic trends, and this is the latest report that's coming from FICCI and EY, this is the segment that is exceeding all possible projections. Ourselves, we at Zupi, we've grown 110% over the course of the last year. When we look at the big picture, we are clearly looking at how do we rebound? How do we look at a developing country and an emerging economy where no one gets left behind? So what we have today working for us is the highest data consumption perhaps in the world, second only to that of the USA. What we have also are the cheapest prices for data and access. What we have is an incredibly staggering number of people who are online, about 700 million as they currently stand. What you also have are the consistently lowering prices of smartphone devices. When you couple that with renewable power, when you couple that with local language content, you're looking at an India which is potentially going to be the hub of not just India's place, but also transforming how gaming and particularly gamification is going to be seen by the world. This is a very, very important milestone that we're at the tipping point where some policy decisions, if they're done right, can actually swing us into, the orbital space that we've been discussing so long in terms of space exploration. This is where the next decade of online gaming comes in. So when you're looking at hard numbers, right, you have seen casual gaming. There was earlier discussion when Nitish talked about real money gaming and the gray areas that exist, but bucking all trends, there is a there's clearly a pull factor and there is a push factor, where when you've been locked up for 2 years and you've seen job losses, you've seen economy struggle, you've seen very creative ways in which governments globally, not just in India, are trying to pull their country back together. I've been very, very passionate about the digital economy space, and this has been my core area of intervention. The intent that all governments today have is to make sure they connect as many people as possible. When you discuss access, one of the most critical areas is what can we do as a nation to not just connect people, but make sure that they're having a safe, productive experience once they're online. And this is where gaming and gamification comes in. So you're looking at, about India reaching 65.7 crore gamers by 2025. We currently stand at roughly over 400 million. In terms of revenue shares, the latest KPMG report talks about our numbers being at over 13,500 crores. You're looking to hit 29,700 crores by 2025. And these are staggering numbers. So what does it make, to complete this online gaming pie? Earlier, this morning, Dr. Anurag Batra was referring to many kinds of games. If you were to broadly understand the sector, you're looking at nowhere less than 5 different categories of gaming. And this is where nuance, this is where how do you address policy making and not see this as a blanket one size fits all sector or a solutions approach comes in. So if you look at key categories, you can primarily see them as esports. You can see games like FIFA and FPS leading this. Casual games is another really big sector where people didn't think this would take off, but both in terms of engagement times, both in terms of monies which are being spent, casual games have taken the lead. And then there are transaction-based games where you're looking to learn something new, you're looking to experience something new. There's a completely new category that's emerging. And this is where startups like ours are looking at learning, skilling, gamification of knowledge. So the category that we need to be all watching out for is competitive online games of skill, or COGS as we like to call them. And this is the evolution of a sunrise sector. So when we look at, game installs, you have roughly 7.3 billion game installs. India is leading the world with over 17% mobile game downloads that take place. And we're amongst the top 5 online gaming markets in the world. What do you take away from this? This is not something that started in a garage. This is not something that's going to start now, become a fad, and then disappear as a trend. This is a very serious sector that global investors are now today looking at. Why does it matter? When we look at charting out our $5 trillion economy dream, both in terms of who will onboard new users, who will open up new channels for revenue, and who will make sure that you have something that's accessible, that is real, that is tangible. That is what the gaming sector can contribute to our digital India dream, both in terms of job creation, making sure where we attract the investments. So there is something which is truly amazing about India. And why do our games matter? At Zupi today, we see ourselves as a behavioral sciences company. We don't call ourselves a gaming company. The deep understanding that we have of nuances. So there is no one India, and the Indian consumer again is not a monolith. We've had discussions ad nauseum about who is the Indian gamer, deep insights into who's playing your games, what is it that Indian gamer is looking for, and how do you take this story global. So what we need to do is marry our knowledge, marry technology, and unlock this power of soft culture and diplomacy, and take the lost and forgotten games of India, making them more accessible, adding the skills piece to the layer. And this is what the world has been waiting for. We're the most incredible storytellers. So what you have is an unmatched pool of engineers with storytellers, with an incredible legacy of culture. And this is where engagement comes in. Engagement's not only about making sure you got someone online. What did you do for their mental well-being? You'd be amazed to know today the World Economic Forum talks about loneliness as the single biggest problem that we need to solve for, even ahead of climate change. Countries are now looking at happiness indexes. They're looking at wellness budgets. And this is where games, multiplayer games, games that are not talking about you being locked inside alone for hours, but games that are creating social experiences, games that are creating cultural experiences come in. So skilling is where solving the crisis comes in terms of gamification of knowledge, in terms of gamification of learning. If you look at the key challenges, and we've spoken briefly about it, the uncertainty. We're saying create policies which may be complex. We're willing to work with you as an industry, and a constant, consistent dialogue. See, a lot of gaming companies today are startups. Why do startups win? Because we're nimble-footed, because we can spot an opportunity and create a solution together. And this is where constant and consistent engagement, sensitization, and I believe bridges need to be built from both sides. We have to be able to convince the government equally about the legitimacy of our models, about why and what is in it for them, not just as a sector, but how is it that you put India on the global map? So skilled manpower is one of the things that we seriously need to invest in. More partnerships between industry and academia. There's clearly a gap in terms of skilled game developers. We have 225 institutions in India, and Delhi and NCR alone has 25 gaming academies. When we collaborate with the industry, when we input into talents that's ready for the job market, that's when you're truly creating opportunity. I think one of the biggest things that we still need to fight, and we still need to invest more, both in terms of information, education, and awareness, is the perception battle. Many years ago, parents wouldn't allow their children to pick up sports as a full-time career option. There would have been no Sachins and no Dhonis and no Virat Kohlis. And today, parents are okay if they see talent and they see a clear way forward, which is precisely where a lot of gamers today are talking about taking up gaming as a full-time career option. And this is where academic institutions, this is where teachers, this is where parents, this is where institutions of socializations come in. But the most important ask, I believe, for us to be able to unlock this big picture is to be able to create a central policy framework that is stable, that is predictable, that understands and protects investor interests, that balances consumer rights, but most importantly, that is also something that allows for innovation and disruption. And this innovation and learning and skilling is what is going to truly help us prepare for jobs of tomorrow. New users, new territories, and further growth is what you can truly unlock towards creating a connected and empowered digital India. Why do I say that? Digital India has programs which are truly powerful. You're looking at a broadband highway like a BharatNet, which is going to connect 600,000 villages and 250,000 village panchayats. All we need to do is look at greater access in terms of last mile connectivity. How do you look at local culture, putting that on the global map? How do you look at gamification? eKranti, another great project, all electronic delivery of services, improve financial access. We have to upskill over 700 million Indians to be able to get them relevant for the job market. You're not going to be able to do that through traditional models of education and delivery. Universal access to mobile connectivity, connecting the unconnected, looking at a powerful segment of 1.3 billion voices. So the other sector that the government's clearly working towards and has created the PLI scheme, there are several incentives, is the electronics manufacturing. And this is where you're looking at affordable smartphones, lowering the rate of smartphones further so that they allow apps to run, so that nobody gets left behind. And IT, the sector that everybody talks about, but where is it that you will see the next wave of growth? Where will you see the next wave of value addition come from? This is where gaming and gamification truly comes in. And this is where, when you look at employment opportunities, and these are hard numbers that I'm talking about, the gaming industry alone employed 40,000 people in 2020. We're looking at a segment of jobs which will be driven by AI, a need for immersive tech. The moment you were looking at actualization of 5G, and now conversations globally have started about 6G, you're looking at immersive programming, you're looking at talent which is going to be based on your adaptability, skills of the future, not just coding, but 3D, 4D, marketing and communications, data sciences, design, understanding of a better user interface. And this is where how much of gender balance that you're creating, how many opportunities that you're creating for women will come in, because we've seen, and there are global studies that tell you that when you have more women in your leadership teams, you're not just looking at higher profitability, you're also looking at user-centric design. You're looking at an obsession with what truly matters for your user. So 113% growth is expected, and these are not small numbers. We at Zoopy have seen over 100% growth, both in terms of hiring as well as our user base. And when I say this with great responsibility. If we do our policy and regulatory framework right, if you give this certainty in terms of what is it that will drive decision making, both at the center as well as the state level, and a consistent engagement with the industry, you're looking at creating over 2 lakh new jobs. And in a country where jobs and employment are truly the priority of the government, that is why it merits serious engagement. So the World Economic Forum report today talks about almost 50% of all employees who need reskilling. 1.4 million employees need to be reskilled and upskilled by the government, and that's their own target over a period of 5 years. We're not just looking at a $5 trillion economy dream. This is a clear roadmap. How do you get there? How do you create value-added skills? And so if you have 290 million people who are working in the industry, they're working in the service sector, imagine reskilling and upskilling 50% of that. How do you get there? So this is the approach path. Gamification of knowledge and learning is the logical choice for both the government as well as companies. Using games to reach people, game-based learning, incentivizing learning, improving access, enhancing regional reach, and being language agnostic. And this is where, to Anurag's point, this is where the potential and the opportunity lies, and all the gray areas become silver linings in not just the cloud, but the big sunrise sector that you're looking at. Where there was an era of telecom, you're now truly looking at the era of gaming and gamification. So all the SOPs that industries typically ask for, and you don't really see an ROI, this is where the investment, both in terms, if the government wears the CEO's hat, you will see returns on investments right away. So when we're talking about, real and tangible examples, Tesco in the UK has a wonderful statistic. They decided to change their training to game-based learning, and over 4,000 employees were trained in 4 weeks with very, very high satisfaction levels. When I look at the big picture, just in summary, you're looking at a sunrise sector. Don't forget, this is a $3.9 billion opportunity by 2025. It's serious numbers. We truly need progressive policies. We need a central framework so that there is consistency, there is no roadblock, and there is clarity as to where the investments will flow in and how this sector will be treated. We have absolute clarity from the courts where they say there has to be preponderance of skill, and that makes your offering legal. I do not think that there are any gray areas. It is very important that we recognize the self-regulatory mechanism that the industry has put together. There are retired justices, there are eminent psychologists, there are sports persons who are looking at this sector, and we at Zoopy remain committed to ushering in an era of responsible and ethical gaming. So games for skill, using them, it's staggering to see that there are 168 million children who are currently out of school. UNICEF talks about statistics where they say for development and the indices of children, we've now taken, and that's not just India, it's the globe, we've taken over a decade back in terms of the progress that we're making. So what we're calling for is recognition of this glorious opportunity. What we're also saying is make India the hub of everything gaming. And how do you do that? You create industry academia partnerships, you create institutions of excellence, you power more research that tells you not just in terms of hearsay or somebody's personal opinion that, hey, gaming's not good for health. We have had had scientific research prove that experiences and community led social interactions via gaming, and now you're saying the emergence of dad gaming leagues where fathers are using these opportunities to share time, lead to better mental health, lead to more competitiveness, lead to more resilience. There are children who've never seen their peers in actuality. How do you create these social experiences? And they're known to enhance better recall and better retention. So what we're calling for effectively is a movement which powers gaming for good, and we're clearly democratizing everything gaming. And this is the mission with which Zoopies approach gaming as a sector, where we're committed to learning, where we're committed to creating more such voices and making sure that everything that you've celebrated about India remains and goes global and gets multiplied 10x from here. I'll stop here. Thank you so much again for this opportunity. Happy to respond to any questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Subi, for that excellent perspective which you've provided today. Thank you for joining us live once again.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
So ladies and gentlemen, what a great day it's turning out to be. We're right now on our first panel discussion of the day, which is on the status of the Indian gaming sector. What will drive growth? We're looking at talking about the fact that the external and internal dynamics that are pushing the Indian gaming sector to $3.91 billion by 2025. Well, to address this, we've got our eminent panelists joining us. First up, Anand Subramania, Director of Product Marketing, Dell Technologies; Girish Menon, Partner and Head, Media and Entertainment, KPMG; Anand Su, Business Head, Consumer and Gaming PC, System Business Group, Asus India. We've got Manav Sethi, the Global Chief Marketing Officer, Optro Inc. We've got Roland Lander, CEO, All India Gaming Federation. We've got Pawan Nanda, co-founder and CEO, Winzo. And the session chair of this panel discussion is going to be Ojasvi Nath, Assistant Editor, BW Business World. Well, thank you to all our eminent panelists for joining us live today. It's great to have you all. With this, I'd now like to pass on the live baton to Ojasvi Nath to take it forth with her eminent panel. Over to you, Ojasvi.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Bhavna, for the introduction, and also Dr. Subi for a lovely presentation. It is my pleasure to take it from here. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ojasvi. So in the last 3 months, rather short months, we at BW Business World and our gaming vertical, BW Gaming World, has delved very deep into the gaming sector in India. That is at present marked for its high growth potential. But it is also just 3 months since I have actively been reported on this very dynamic sector. And today I join more as a student, learning from some of the most respected industry experts. So we are deliberating today on the status of Indian gaming and where will the growth come from. So without wasting another second, I would like to now begin this discussion. I would like to begin with Girish on this, considering the insightful report KPMG has brought in on gaming. So Girish, just setting the base of the conversation, can you just quickly summarize the report and highlight the growth drivers that fundamentally change the way gaming industry is operating in India right now? Over to you, Girish.
Sure. Thanks so much, Ojasvi, for inviting me to the session today, and good morning to my co-panelists as well as everybody else listening in. Like Ojasvi mentioned, gaming as a sector is something that has been going through a serious boom, in particular over the last 12 to 18 months or so. But the reality is that this is a story which has actually been evolving and evolving very rapidly, even much before that, right? So gaming as a sector has a very long history. But in India, if you really look at it, it's gaming at scale, the way we typically talk about, is something that is maybe 5 years old, with smartphone proliferation really driving a lot of the underlying growth and metrics, right? And while we tend to talk about the pandemic as a trigger for growth, this was a space which was already seeing a lot of growth as well as strong user engagement and user metrics even before the pandemic. What the pandemic actually did is sort of start creating habit formation between with a lot of users, where you actually ended up with a lot of new users, but also more importantly, you had existing guys playing more, playing longer, and starting to spend more, right? The worry when all of this was happening, particularly during the initial lockdown last year, was that this was going to be really temporary, and all the numbers would fall off back once the lockdown lifted and life came back to some level of normalcy, right? And people started going back to work and stuff like that. And while we did see some drop in some of these user metrics, clearly across most parameters, post-pandemic, the operating metrics are at much higher levels than what they were pre-pandemic. What this tells us is there is a certain level of habit formation that has started to happen. And while you will always have peaks when you have situations like this happening, with even the current lockdowns, once things settle down, we will expect to see, greater usage across, across the entire demographics around gaming in India. So I think that's one key element that came out for us, right? The other key element, which is again not so much of a surprise, but clearly very similar to other digital businesses in India, where the user and the usage tends to peak in advance of monetization, right? So we still probably don't see as great monetization metrics yet from India as we've seen in some of the other markets, and there are some very fundamental reasons for such differences being existing. But the reality is that because gaming is still a sunrise sector, it is something that is still evolving. We think that in the next couple of years, the monetization metrics are going to catch up much faster than they have been in the past, right? The other very relevant point that I would also bring out, therefore, is that unlike most other digital businesses that Indian organizations have built up, gaming is a space which really doesn't have any barriers to entry, right? So from a user perspective and from a supply side perspective, effectively both the world is your opportunity, but at the same time the world is also your competition, right? So which effectively means that as an Indian studio, you need to be able to come out with products which can not only compete with the best of the content in the world, but also more importantly, engage Indian audiences in a way which probably Indian studios and Indians will understand best, right? So this effectively means that, I think that evolution, is happening, and we probably need to see that happen at a much larger scale. In addition to potentially solving, more than distribution, access and discovery constraints, which most Indian studios are currently sort of operating under, right? Last point I would make in terms of our takeaways is that when it comes to monetization, we also need models which are tweaked and modified from an Indian context, right? So whether it is price points, whether it is emphasis or a greater emphasis on incentivized ads and other models which effectively give consumer value for money when it comes to the kind of spends that they have to do, whether directly or indirectly, as also models like multi-gaming platforms, which we are seeing sort of uniquely evolve in India, are also models which seem to work better with an Indian mindset and Indian context. So I think these are 3 or 4 areas that we sort of felt that are need to evolve slightly differently than the way they've evolved globally for us to be able to monetize in India.
Very well. I think everyone yeah. So Girish, I guess everyone would agree with that pandemic has actually triggered the growth of gaming. So we are considering here your report where many gaming companies are now operating higher than the pre-pandemic phase. I hope Manav and Pawan here both would agree with me on that. So we know investors were already interested, as Dr. Subi Chaturvedi in the last session said it in a way that it has become a very serious sector now. Developers were already looking to build strong output from India, particularly in the last 3-4 years. But what about the supply side? We obviously observe the trend of increase in user base, but gaming is growing for everyone. So how are gaming companies like Octo and Winzo, we have them here, ensuring to bring out strong products when A, the gaming industry is bringing equal opportunities for all the companies alike, and B, to stand out with strong products, especially those ones which are more localized. Why don't we hear from Manav on this first?
Sure. Thank you so much, Ojasvi. I think I am audible as well, right? So I think what you raise is a very, very pertinent point. And I think when I was launching Alt with Ekta, one of the key learning was that India is not one homogeneous market of 1.2 billion people, right? And Samir coined this term very, very glibly called that India is a wide chasm between Nagin and Narcos, right? So there is still 100 to 100 million people who would be skewed towards English premium, consumption, whereas there is significant larger audience which is waiting to latch on to these newer trends, right, and newer consumption patterns. I think to that extent, what Octro has been doing very, for last 5 years is invest heavily on, creating new games and sort of also investing a lot in data science and data engineering. I think what Dr. Chaturvedi also spoke about, where a gaming company is no more a gaming studio, but it's largely a place where we intend to understand human behavior at scale, right? And especially when the human behavior is not homogeneous human behavior. So what we did, is we sort of launched our largest game called Teen Patti, which is still the chartbuster. I mean, if you go to top 5 grossing apps on both Sensor and App Annie, you will realize that from an Indian studio standpoint, we are the only ones there, right? So we localize that in 5 languages. Thankfully, because we are in a category like cards and casino, we don't need to sort of localize the entire game, because at the end of the day, people do recognize cards and people do recognize numbers across the languages. Second, what we did was we said, why don't we also implement something called voice chat, right? So when Girish was talking about new formats of monetization, one of the key insights that we got was that we had some incoming interest from brands for a game like Tombola, right? Wherein on a public table, you can, as high as 200 players can play synchronously. And on a private table, you can actually take it more, right? So imagine what a Lakme Lever or a Mac or Hawkins can sort of say, hey, you know what, if you have 80% of this game consumed by women, right? And if you give me that 1 minute of sort of before game start or in between the game, and I can talk about the new SKU or new brand or new shade of the lip color that I want to launch, right? What is the price for that, right? And you get this focus audiences every 1.5 hours, right? Because a typical Tombola game lasts for about an hour. So I think those are the things that sort of motivated us to do more. Now, while we were doing that for, India, which was sort of, going into the regional space, we also launched 2 new games. One was called Octro Poker, which is what you can see, on my backdrop. Now, Octro Poker, I'm very happy to share that last 60 days that we have launched and scaled it up, it has not only scaled in India, and it has also sort of found its space in heartland of poker called US markets, right? So if you look at our D7 and D15 or D30 retention numbers, we are pretty much at par with a Zynga Poker or a WSOP or a PokerStars, right? So sort of address the entire spectrum, not only one particular niche, but how do you sort of start to create offerings and keep going back to consumer at large is what we have been at it. Happy to answer any specific that you may have.
Thank you, Manav, for that. I guess even Pawan has the point of view on that, especially on the localized product.
Yeah, thanks, Ojasvi. Hello, everyone. So let me first put some context, right? So Winzo as a company is only 3.5 years old. We literally started witnessing the smartphone revolution that Jio brought in. And of course, post-COVID was pretty much fuel to fire, right? So there were, and being an ex-consultant, and both me and my co-founder being ex-consultants, the way we approached at creating something like Winzo was also very, very top-down, very, I would say, opportunistic. So there were some statistics, right? For example, there are about 11 or 12 billion games, mobile games that get downloaded every year in India. And it's being downloaded by roughly 300 million odd people, which means on an average, a typical Indian smartphone user downloads 25 to 30 games in a year, but they only have 4 to 5 games in their devices, right? So there's a very high installation and an uninstallation rate. People are spoiled for choices. And it was a very, very, I would say, opportune time to launch a super app for gaming, a go-to gaming app that can literally offer a wide array of gaming options. And like we all have agreed here, India is not really one country, right? It's as good as a continent. I mean, each state in itself, you can say, is equivalent to a European country. And the preferences by age group, by gender, by region, that really diversify. And offering a gamut of these games on a platform has really worked out well for us. That has been layered by a by a layer of microtransactions. So again, I think monetization, as we all know, up until I would say last 3 or 4 years, were mainly relied on either in-app purchase or advertisements. But now what we have done is we have enabled people to really pay as small as 2 rupees and participate in any game, right? And that has really unlocked a lot of potential for monetization for us. We don't play the number game in the sense that people don't really have to invest large sums, right? And that's something that's very understandable from the Indian audience as well. When you're talking about tier 2, tier 5 audience who's just come on the smartphones, they're not going to spend thousands of rupees. But if they're spending even, let's say, tens of rupees or 50s of rupees on a daily basis, but there are these millions of such people, that actually contributes to a fairly large number. And that's something that we've seen worked out really well for us. And we've tried a lot, right? We've tried with subscriptions, we've tried with microtransactions, we've done like a fair bit of experimentation there, and it's worked out well for us. And of course, I think from day zero, we were very clear that we need to build a product for Bharat. And that's why vernacularization has totally stood out for us, right? Today, we are available in 12 languages. In fact, 13. Only yesterday, we introduced Malayalam as well. So, and it's the impact. I mean, a lot of people say that games don't really have languages, right? Here at Windsor, we do not agree with that, because vernacularization has totally differentiated us in the sense that both in terms of, and it's not really just about converting strings into different languages, right? It's really about understanding the context in which that person is operating, right? Personalizing the games as per the person's geography. I mean, there are serious trends that can allude that, let's say, for example, folks who are based out of West Bengal, they usually like to play carom on our platform a lot more than folks who are based out of Maharashtra, who are more interested in, let's say, a game of cricket. And then you layer it on top with a lot of social gamification, a lot of social engagement, where you enable audio, where you enable video, and then you suddenly see a lot of people being matched who are from the similar geography, playing the same game with obviously relevant skill levels, and now also interacting in their own local dialects. That's a wonderful way, or I would say that's really what our Indian users are now looking at. And some of the even international, I would say, gaming companies like Free Fire or Battleground India offer those kind of options, right? People play those games because they want to hang out with their friends while playing those games. And that's why they have been really, really successful. So I feel these are some of the ingredients that has worked out well for us and are going to really shape up the Indian gaming revolution from here on.
Thank you, Pawan. Thank you for speaking on what exactly worked for Windsor, and also Manav, what exactly is localization meaning for the industry. And as I want to quote Girish here, that as he said, there are no barriers to entry in the industry now. So the industry has given opportunity to various sectors, even outside the ecosystem. As they say, make hay while the sun shines. My question would be for Anand and Anand, the two experts who can add on a view from manufacturer or technological point of view. I would begin with Anand. So Anand, technology has played a major role in the pandemic, and at the same time, manufacturers have consistently been launching new products. So has the share increased during the pandemic or from the last few years, considering the growth in the gaming? And also, what are the growth drivers for the PC market in comparison to the international market?
Yeah, morning everyone. Your question about has the gaming accelerated after pandemic? If you look at it, gaming has been with the evolution of customers, as we have heard from other speakers. Gaming as such has been driving growth for PC industry for 4-5 years, like Girish mentioned some time back, right? And especially in last year, with the way our lives got impacted, adoption of PC as such got really accelerated, and consumers used it for learning, for creating, and even gaming became an important element in the scenario that we were living in. So the acceleration of market and the gaming as such has really doubled in last 1 year, if I would say. So that's the impact it has had. So today, about 13% of the overall notebook market is gaming, and that has doubled over 1 year. From our point of view in Dell Technologies, we were looking at these trends, and when people are spending time on a device which is going to serve learning, creation, as well as entertainment purpose. They're looking for one device which serves all these needs. So from our side, our new launches which have been doing, they are addressing these needs. We have products like Alienware, which is specifically addressing for enthusiasts and evolved gamers who are looking for, esports, etc., as a serious career. And at the same time, we have another brand called Dell G Series, which is addressed towards the customer who has been currently using, let's say, a mobile as an entry space, and then their needs have been evolving, and as they get more and more serious about playing, like Doctor was talking in the previous session, gaming is used for skills. It is used for social interaction, and in that context, as the esport as such is improving, we have this product Dell G Series, which helps the customer evolve from the mobile phone to the PC, where they are able to use the great experience that a PC provide in terms of performance, as well as unique feature where they are able to get better control to drive their need satisfaction.
Thank you, Anand, for that perspective. And Anand, my same question is for you. So has there been any increase in the number of products during the pandemic, and any strategy change which you would like to discuss, keeping in mind the instant boom the pandemic has brought for the gaming industry?
Sure. Thank you, Ashwini, and good morning to everyone. So I think everybody can see in the past 1.5 years, especially after the pandemic, so the demand for the gaming PC has increased dramatically. Just to echo to Anand just mentioned, in the past 1 year, the gaming PC industry almost doubled the number. And even looking at this year, we see this year will even grow at least 50-60%. So the demand for a gaming PC become very huge. And there are a few reasons behind it. One is, of course, when people are staying at home. So earlier, maybe you will spend lots of time to go outside to play with your kids, or maybe you go out for sports. When you are locked down at home, you may spend more time with your TV or you will play games. So that is also one of the reasons that when people has limited time to go outside, they will spending more time with their gaming device. And apart from this, it's also related to the work from home, study from home demand. So nowadays, the customer, when they go to buy a PC, they also want to prefer to buy a laptop that's more powerful, because they don't want to just buy for their work or buy for only for study. They can choose a better configuration or a better laptop brand, which can help them not only doing for their work, but also can use for the entertainment after the 6 p.m. So what is the strategy we have here is, so we will not only focus on gaming, because we know the multitasking is very important. So in our entire gaming series, we have tried to introduce different concept of the device to cater to different segments. For example, recently, we have launched our latest ROG X13, which is a convertible gaming device with an external graphics card. What is the target customer here? Because we know there are still lots of customers, they are going outside majorly, but maybe when they come back at home in the evening, so they still want to play games. But when they go outside, they don't want to carry the heavy gaming device. They still want to have a portable PC. So this kind of concept which make us to create one convertible gaming device. And also for the entry-level gamers, we have our Vivobook Gaming. For the mainstream gamers, we have a Street series or Top series. So what we try to do is we want to have different segments to cater into different needs. Because currently the entire market becomes so huge. So previously, maybe when we talk about gaming laptop, we are talking about those super professional gamers. But now when we talk about gaming device, we are more talking to the people who is more multitasking usage, or they want to play the games just after their work time. So the strategies, we will try to enlarge our lineup and try to cater more and more customers in this broader concept of gaming. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Anand. So now we have spoken about the growth drivers, also the technological perspective from the experts. But when there is so much happening in the space, the industry would still need an impetus from the government to foster the growth of the industry. My question would be for Roland. So the government is also understanding the need to push the gaming ecosystem. Roland, where do you see it headed? Are there enough efforts being made by the government, industry, and industry bodies like yourself? And what have been the practices made implemented by AIGF to ensure the growth of the gaming industry?
Yeah, morning, Ojasvi and my co-panelists. So I'll take the latter part first. At the AIGF, obviously, we could do what is the next best possible. So since the industry is self-regulated, we ensure that, there are best practices that are governed by the charter. And then, there's an audit process that kind of looks at it. We are partnering with Arthur D. Little there. So that takes care of the, the membership side, the business side. And as a federation, we are business focused. We are interested that there's a, there's a properly self-regulated market. And as the panelists also mentioned, that there is the entire ecosystem has tremendous interest, right from the investors to the gaming platforms and businesses. Now, to support that, ours is an enabling mechanism and process. It has worked well over the last 6 years, and of course, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. Now, our target audience obviously are the executive, the lawmakers, and the judiciary. So practical steps that, as the AIGF, what we do is we look at, firstly, obviously, to help educate the executive on, creating awareness about why the online skill gaming industry is, as Girish mentioned, the sunrise industry needs support. And I'm happy to say that we've got a lot of support from several state executives. At the center also, the think tanks like the Niti Aayog and even Invest India, bodies like Invest India have been very supportive. And, we are working with closely with most of them. However, there are, as Girish said, there is no entry barrier in the judiciary also. There is no entry barrier. So anybody, can file a PIL on a lot of matters that this industry has seen over the last, in my experience, about 8 to 10 years. And we have to take those matters up and, fight on behalf of the industry, which we are doing as we speak. Some of those are due for judgment, Madras in this case, next week. So we are, positive that, and we have seen that, even the judiciary is well aware of, the differentiation. I will talk about the challenges when you ask me next in the next line of questions. But these are some of the things that we try and do and help the businesses and our member stakeholders to have clarity on the markets that they operate in. Thanks.
Roland, with that, I would also like to ask Manav and Pawan your take on real money or skill-based gaming and its future, as Roland rightly mentioned, that anybody can file a PIL. So your take on real money or skill-based gaming and its future of its legality in the country. How do you think the skill-based companies should comply with the respective stated guidelines? Also, what are some of the ways the skill-based companies can come up to prove a safe platform for its users, considering the concern of the government?
Sure. So I think from overall skill-based RMG vertical standpoint, right? Almost all of us who are part of a self-regulatory body like TOF or like AIGF or anyone else, we have a lot of checks and balances in place, right? We allow people to sort of put daily limits. We allow them to say, hey, if you don't want to play for next 2 months and want to have a cooler, do that, right? We do a lot of KYC checks. We do a third-party audit, from top 5, consulting firms or audit firm, right? So, but beyond all of this, if you are talking about the regulatory scenario, I think, all of us have spoken in the past that there is a latent need of harmonization of state laws and the central laws, right? They both can't be divergent. The moment they become divergent, not only it takes away the predictability of how you would want to invest your capital, right? It also sort of takes away the interest from the capital, which is waiting from a sector standpoint to come into, this play. right? If you look at it from a consumer standpoint, right, from a normal Joe, so far as he's not cheated, so far as the platform has, laid out or convinced, that there is no collusion happening, there is no cheating happening, and you have all the checks and balances in place. A consumer, for him, RMG is not only a scalable leisure option, but it is a scalable option to sort of enhance his skill, right? And that is where it is a multiplier effect. And I think that's the play where government, needs to understand and sort of bring about those changes that any of us in this, play are yearning for, right? Today, if you ask me, whatever the law of the land mandates us to do, right? All of us almost who are part of these agencies are doing it, right? We would be very happy for someone to come out and say, hey, you know what? You have been doing 5 things, do these 10 more things to ensure that there is more, trust building, there is more transparency, and we will, do it all.
Pavan, what do you think about that?
Yeah, so I think, as far as Vinzo is concerned, right? I mean, just to sort of set some context here, we are a platform and we partner with third-party game developers, right? We have partnered with, you can say, we have about 70 plus games. We partner with about 40 plus game developers. And while some of them are globally very, very large, recognized game studios, some of these guys are in fact, building some of these games out of their dorm rooms, right? Indie studios, everything. And what we have really created as a platform is an avenue for them to very effectively monetize their game that they were earlier unable to via Google Play Store. And in a way, monetization, no matter what you say, but monetization is fairly critical for any business, for any industry to really thrive. And with us being able to now offer not just monetization, but we have gone ahead and actually launched a game developer fund for them, which is like worth about $20 million, where we actually invest in these gaming startups. We fund some of these projects. And of course, that would attract better talent, that would attract sort of an, overall stronger wave for better content to be created for the Indian masses, right? All of that is fairly linked to each other. And we personally feel that the way, like I mentioned in my previous, address as well, we are playing the big numbers game here, right? We have 50 million registered users. We have, let's say, more than 15 million monthly active users. I mean, we probably, would be earning less than $200 per person per month. That's actually cheaper than a price of a movie ticket. That's probably the most cost efficient, economical way for somebody to entertain themselves. They got probably 20 hours worth of entertainment in a month, which is still cheaper than some of these OTT subscriptions that they pay for. So we are building Vinzo, with this mindset. Of course, there has to be a clear-cut differentiation, like Roland mentioned, like Manav mentioned, and we are all up for that. We are, of course, part of all the self-regulatory bodies here. We are, also working in the background to really see how we can differentiate. There should be clear differentiation between, what exactly. In fact, I mean, one is, of course, between skill gaming and non-skill gaming, but also within skill gaming games, what is the real impact of, I'm very sure, when, as you tweak on the dial here, I mean, a chess can probably be more skill-based game than, let's say, some other game. And we are all up for, in fact, going ahead and differentiating it at that level. And I think that's where the future is, so that, there is enough clarity for everybody to sort of, ensure that folks who are really working towards building an ecosystem, ensuring that the industry really thrives, are able to do so, right? And of course, we would be relying on several state governments and central government to achieve that.
I would agree to that, Pavan. We have spoken about RMG games. We spoke about our expectations from government bodies and industry bodies. Now, I would like to speak. No, I'm not speaking about challenges now. Let's speak about a way forward. Girish, I'm coming to you on that. Compared to the global markets, online gaming in India is still at a very nascent stage. So, while the country has the second highest number of gamers in the world, its average revenue per user is still quite low compared to even other developing and comparable markets. So what can be the possible reasons for this? Also, what can be a way forward for the gaming industry to deal with all this? And we all here are listening very profusely, an actual way forward. So over to you, Girish, please.
Sure. So I think a lot of the speakers till now have touched upon some of these elements, right? And I think let me try and sort of bring some of the elements together. So I think at fundamental level, I think one thing we have to be very, very clear and careful about, right? We have this tendency to compare some of these metrics in India and globally, and I say that okay, R2 in India, I think let's step back a second and look at any sector, right? Any consumption sector, Indian levels are invariably lower than global ones, right? Whether it's telecom, whether it is digital consumption, whether it is television or cable, everywhere our low. And I think that's the fundamental reality of how Indian market is. That doesn't mean that you make money. It just means that you're definitely was a great monetization opportunity. And how do you go about doing it needs to be different when you compare India compared to a lot of the other. Point two that I would also mention is that, again, globally there is a reason why they gaming operate at a very high ARPU level, and that's fundamentally got to do with a culture of console PC gaming, right? Where you have very deep penetration of console and PC gaming when it comes to the gaming universe, which invariably has lent itself to very high levels of monetization because that's inherently the kind of product they are. In India, that universe has been relatively limited for a while now, and it's probably recently that we start to see those universes. But to a large extent, it's been a certain subset of users who tend to revolve around in India, which effectively meant that the last set of users who have come on board the last 5 years are not. Firstly, they're just new gamers, and secondly, they didn't really have a history of paying for gaming as a mode of gaming. So I think those 2 points need to be kept in mind when you look at why ARPUs are low in India. When you start forward, right? Obviously, the intention, like Pawan mentioned earlier, you got to look at ways of how you can monetize, and that's the viability of any. Right? Now, here, I think we've already heard from some ways we start from this, right? For example, transactions that right? Or social engagement, or elements around, for example, right? We do, if you look at it, India still, like a lot of digital businesses, is driven by advertising in game, right? Now, a lot of the advertising is taken by foreign titles and foreign studios, but the reality is that it does tell you that the Indian market needs to be explored in that direction also. Maybe something like one of the things that we do think will help in this case is the whole aspect around advertising, and that linked with a far more deeper leveraging of AI, I think will genuinely help brands monetize the user base much better than it is done today. I think that's another element. And I think the last point is, as the titles grow more and more customized to Indian psyches and Indian users, right? And as the access and the user experience becomes more and more, relevant for Indian users, I think maybe we will see even the products get monetized much better. Like we've already started to see that happen in OTT, where 3-4 years back, while we didn't really, nobody really willing to pay money. We started to see that change, models evolve in OTT over the last 2 years. And I think as the gaming ecosystem starts maturing in terms of the user experience and the user behavior, that element will come into play. Last point I will also mention, and I think this is going to come back to what Pawan mentioned on the user side. I think this whole concept of multi-platform works very well for Indian consumers, and the ability to therefore monetize a platform is a very unique and a very relevant way to look at the Indian as compared to working on select games and I don't say that doesn't work, but I'm just saying that given India's industry to consume at scale with wide array of choices, I think that's another area which I think which will sort of enable monetization as we go forward.
Very well done, Girish. So since we are running short on time and we have just 10 minutes left, I'll just quickly move to Anand and Anand. So since we are speaking on the way forward, your thoughts on coexisting with competition and growing the overall ecosystem. How is gaming enabling a homogeneous ecosystem for all the stakeholders alike? And how are you ensuring your target audience in a price-sensitive market like India? Anand and Anand, over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, hi. So interesting question, but let's look at it like this. With Alienware as a brand, Dell has been in the forefront of, let's say, shaping the gaming industry for more than 25 years now. So our designs have been setting the trend in the gaming industry. Our core belief is that gaming is a great unifier, especially in the current time, irrespective of what age, gender, demographics you are. Gaming brings people together. We have our fair share in the industry, but our belief is that if we all work to grow the ecosystem, everybody will have space to grow. And we've been a trusted brand in country for a long time now, and that has helped us to grow the market. How we do that is by partnering and doing the outreach program with various players in the system. We have programs like Campastor and Futurist, where we partner with colleges. We reach out to youngsters. We conduct sessions for them. We are sponsors for Team Brutality, and they go and then educate, let's say, youngsters on how to play gaming. Gaming as such, like some previous session speakers was talking about, that people are getting more and more into the gaming. The very fact that you have this great session happening for full day on this topic shows the kind of importance that this sector has got. And that's where we as a hardware player are partnering with the ecosystem players to reach out to customers and enabling them to learn more about gaming, not just as a consumer, but also as a career option, and what they can do and how they can grow and be part of this thriving industry. So that's how we are contributing.
Yeah. So from ASUS side, I think I also echo to what Anand just mentioned, because the overall ecosystem is very important. So since India is still in a very fast growing stage in the overall gaming industry, so I believe there are with more and more players put the investment dedication in this ecosystem, it will help to grow faster the overall gaming in India. And how ASUS and ROG as a brand to contribute here is, since we know we are the hardware provider, but we don't want to just be selling the machines in India. We also want to see how we can contribute a bit to grow this overall ecosystem. So since last year, we due to the lockdown, we couldn't do the offline events. So we started the online gaming tournaments. So every week we choose one game title, and we work with our agency to do the weekly gaming tournament across India via the online gaming tournament. And apart from this, what we also initiated this year is we initiated a project, we call it ROG Academy. So what we did is we want to provide a platform for the gamers who want to become a professional gamer. They want to pursue gaming as their profession, but they don't know how to do it. So with the ROG Academy, every quarter, we call it the season 1, season 2. So right now we are already in season 2. So every season we have 5-6 top players across India, and then we provide our gaming machines. We provide them a professional coach, and we give them 90 days proper training. And then after 90 days, we also try to help them to approach the professional teams to align them for the future career in this professional gaming. So I think the key is the ecosystem, because with more and more players coming in, so no matter from us, like we are from the hardware company or from software, from the game titles, more and more people coming in, I believe this will help to grow this ecosystem faster.
Thank you, Anand. And I guess we have few minutes left. I would really like Roland to answer one of my questions. I do have so many questions in mind, but the time we are running short on time. So Roland, I think the need to have an answer to this question is applicable to everyone within and outside the ecosystem. So what can actually be the gap between the gaming industry and the talent required? Also, what role can the industry play unanimously in facilitating a suitable ecosystem for the gaming industry?
I think, for like any other sector, media, entertainment, OTT, etc., there are, there is enough talent here. I'm told that, the online gaming industry will generate about 40,000 to 50,000 jobs in the next 2-3 years. So that's a significant number. Inherently, as Indians, we are good in, in the software side and in the technology side and also in the creative side. And that's why maybe, so I think, Pawan and Manav will know this better, but, for this entire industry, you need the crux of the business, lies in acquiring customers and then retaining those customers. And that's why, that kind of talent is readily available. But maybe, in the specialized side, in game development, that's where I think we are better equipped as Indians, given our tech background, expertise and creativity. And I think even in those specialized, game creation, which is applicable for esport formats, maybe it is available. And that's why that number that I mentioned at the outset, I think it's a significant, job creation number for the industry. And I think, with newer platforms like Winzo, Octro, and, MPL, so many of them, that is enabling the entire ecosystem to grow. And I think, we use that as one of the positives that the sector, apart from the GST revenues to the exchequer, the job creation itself and the other socio-economic benefits that, accrue from this industry. So to accord it its status of, a sunrise industry and then really support it. And that's what we are seeing, a lot of people do. But we are hopeful that, going forward, it really, this industry would, go the way maybe how OTT has gone and be an enabler in the very near future. Thanks.
Since Roland mentioned Pawan and Manav, so can you just go quickly summarize the question?
So I think what Roland mentioned is absolutely true, right? Industry today has all the sort of key ingredients for it to take it from level 1 to level 2, right? And my belief is that the number that we are hearing, which is about 4.5 billion, it'll be possibly 40% more than that, looking at the pace that we are, progressing. I mean, never ever in the past, a South Korean IPO company is talking and focusing so much about India, right? And that is the key on their roadmap. And we've seen how PUBG has grown in this country. We've seen how, kids in the pandemic have latched on to games like Roblox, Among Us, and, the ilks of that, right? We've seen how studios out of India have had a M&A opportunity globally, right? So none of these existed if we were talking about this maybe even 1.5, 2 years ago. So I think we have all the right key ingredients in place. It is largely about what extraneous factors, both from the regulatory perspective, clarity of the regime perspective, and largely from the perspective of capital that is waiting to come to these, gaming platforms so that we can grow and acquire more users, right? If you look at China's growth in gaming, right, it actually plowed back all that revenue that the gaming companies sort of built back into the ad tech sector, right? How, the way Roland was saying that for both consumer acquisition and as well as for the retention, that is where the money goes. So it's like a ecosystem which continues to flourish when one of the key pillars of that ecosystem continues to grow. And I think that's what we should be aiming to do as a, ecosystem.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I'll just add, in the paucity of time, I'll talk at a very first principle level. See, at the end of the day, for the success of any sector, right, for the success of any industry, for the success of any mission, it's really the people. It's really the kind of people that join that mission, that join that sector, that join those companies in that sector, that really makes all the difference. And we at Windsor very, very strongly believe in that. It's a totally people-centric company, right? I mean, we are less than 100 people. And trust me, I think the kind of scales that we have achieved, the kind of volumes that we work with, the kind of nuanced problems we solve on a day-to-day basis, it's all protein, right? I mean, the entire company is only tech, data, product, right? And our like the way we are thinking about it is, for next 10 years, gaming is really the sunrise sector. I mean, there are several multi-billion-dollar gaming companies in the West, in US, in China, right? Not one, not two, but more than 10 companies, which are probably valued at $15, $20 billion. And now the time has come because India right now is clocking more like the maximum engagement. It has the highest number of mobile games downloaded. There will be several multi-billion-dollar enterprises that will be built over next 10 years. And, having investors like Makers Fund, Griffin Gaming Partners, Courtside Ventures, on our cap table, all these are very large international gaming investors, right? And all of them have invested in India through Windsor for the first time. That in itself signifies how important the Indian market is, how important this sector is. And it's really upon the kind of talent this sector is now able to attract to really shape up this sector, right? So the time has come when the best of the best talent, the best of the best, top IITs, other top institutions, gaming companies should literally be considered as the dream jobs for people. And if we are able to achieve that, then everything else is a cakewalk from there.
Thank you, Pawan, and thank you, everyone. I wish this session keeps on going. Well, we are running out on us. Time is running out on us, and I don't have a chance to get answers to all my questions. So let me conclude by thanking all of our members of the panel for, I thought, really excellent insights onto the question that we raised. Thank you, Roland, Girish, Anand, Manav, and Pawan for joining us. We will now move on to our next panel. Over to you, Bhavna. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you once again to all our eminent panelists for joining us. Thank you, Ojasvi, for moderating it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what an excellent discussion, the first panel discussion today. And now we're moving on to the next panel discussion, which is what is making gaming investors' favorite choice? Well, gaming in India has attracted much more than the competitive peer sectors in the last year. Why the current stats matter and where is this trend headed? Let's discuss this and much more in our upcoming panel discussion. Well, we're joined by eminent panelists. First up, Saloni Sehgal, General Partner, Lumikai. We're also joined by Sajan Raj Kurup, the investor, Revenant Esports, and founder, Creative Land Asia. We also have Milan Ganatra, investor and co-founder at One Silver Bullet, Sriram Wanga, the founder at InnoPark Group of Companies and Hustle Partners. We're also joined by Prashant Joshua, CEO Mobius, Saurabh Pandey, founder Iloilo, and the session chair of this wonderful panel discussion is going to be Prasad Sharma, Head Finance, Strategic Partnerships and Innovation, BW Business World. Thank you so much to everyone for joining us today live at our wonderful event. With this, I'd now like to hand on the live baton to Prasad to take it forth with his lovely panel. Over to you, Prasad.
Hi, thanks, Bhavna, and welcome to the panelists. Before I came in for this session, I was wondering whether I should get like a little bit of a formal shirt or something, but then I decided to go with Thor, given the theme of the day. But I see some of you are immaculately dressed, so my apologies for turning up in a nice little Thor shirt, but I thought it goes with the theme. But thank you. I can just see Saloni, Sajan Raj, and Milan on the screen. Prashant's just about to come up, but welcome today. I'll just I was just going through some statistics on the gaming industry, and I saw a Forbes report that said it was about 160 billion last year, but then I saw another report from earlier this year which said it's 300 billion globally with a 30% CAGR. Of course, in India, we are seeing some good numbers. It seems like we're about 1 to 2% of the global industry. Much better CAGR, and I'm sure for most of you that's interesting news. But we saw about $500 million go into this segment between August 20 and Jan this year. And we had Nazara in the news, Dream 11 in the news, couple of other big players coming up. A report that I saw said that investments are going to double in the next 12 to 18 months. And I think having all of you here gives us an interesting perspective into understanding where this is going. Can we do better than this? And what are the pitfalls that we probably see in terms of the investment ladder? Just give me 1 second, sorry. So that it's a work from home pitfall that we all face. But just to kick off with, I'm just going to go around the table. If you'd be kind enough to introduce yourself for the audience, and what's your outlook on the gaming industry from an investment perspective over the next 12 to 18 months, as well as how you see the traction that's been happening in the past 18 months, especially, even though nothing good's come out of the pandemic, but, work from home and sitting at home has been a bit of a driver for this industry. So can we kick off with Saloni? Hi.
Hi, everyone. Happy to give a quick intro. I'm Saloni Sehgal. I'm currently the general partner at Lumikai. We are India's first dedicated gaming and interactive media VC. I've been fortunate to see gaming as an industry for the over the last 15 years from all sides of the table. I've been an investor, an entrepreneur, and a former M&A private equity specialist. Prior to this, I used to be with a fund called London Venture Partners, which was a leading European gaming VC. Had a track record of backing over 50 companies, which delivered over $15 billion in value, including companies like Supercell, Unity, Natural Motion, Playfish, which are now pretty much household names. Before that, I was the CEO and co-founder of Truly Social, which was a venture-backed gaming studio building immersive social world for female audiences, and then spent the first 6-7 years of my life in investment banking and private equity with over $10 billion in M&A experience. Covered the sector for a very long time. India as a market has now hit inflection point. I've spent a very large part of my career tracking both global and the domestic market. And some of the markers that we're seeing in India, whether it's from a gaming adoption perspective, payment infrastructure, monetization perspective, we've never seen before. India is now entering into the top grossing charts of many of our strategic investors who are some of the world's largest multi-billion-dollar gaming and media companies. And it really is the golden age of India's interactive entertainment. So very happy to be here.
All right. Thanks for that intro, Saloni. We appreciate you being here today. Quickly moving to Sajan Raj. Hi, Sajan. How are you? You're speaking on mute, so we can't hear you.
That's the most spoken line of the last whole year, that you're on mute.
No, my most spoken line is my dog just barked. So, I'm one of the unlucky ones, I guess.
Yeah. No, nice to be here, Prasad. Yeah. So just a quick thing about where I come from. I mean, I'm a new guy as far as the whole the gaming industry is concerned. I'm a creative guy. Fundamentally, I've built brands, right? I've spent 2.5 decades building incredibly amazing brands, right? And I'm also a sort of a closet gamer. I sort of spend quite a bit of time whenever I can. And I've always been interested in this from a very different perspective. One is obviously, I know that gaming is now become like a really big buzzword in buzz phrase as far as the whole investment industry is concerned. But I wanted to sort of believe in the purity of things and sort of wanted to sort of back something which is founded by a gamer himself, who's somebody, who understands it. And again, gaming is such a vast term, right? Today, everything is clubbed as gaming, right? Everything is clubbed as e-sport, right? Today, for example, for us, there is a certain skill set which is required. This is not, it's not just sweepstakes kind of a space that we are very clearly carving out for ourselves. There's a whole lot of opportunity in this country, and I'm amazed at the extent with which it can be converted into media. For example, the reach that happens here, right? Some of the guys that we have, when we look at our streamers, the kind of background that they come from, the kind of languages that they speak, the way it's just to me, I'm like a kid in a candy store right now, just exploring this world, and I'm enjoying it, right? So we have like a pocket full of dreams, really incredibly early stage as far as this country is concerned. I think we have some great teams, great talent who's come on board. So I'm all excited, right? And I'm here to learn as much as I can. And whatever backing that we can give will be great. I mean, we have to build this as a beautiful sort of an industry, and this industry must belong to people who have the skill set and the passion for it, and not just the money for it, right? So I'm here for that.
All right, thanks, Sajjan. So I think interesting perspective on being a kid in a candy store. I think it's true for most of us. Some of us who grew up playing Atari and Dig Dog on computer, etc. Right? It's a very different world. Some of the stuff that's on mobile is way ahead of what we grew up as with kids. So I think great, exciting time. Thanks for that, Sajjan. But let me move to Milan. Hi, Milan. How are you?
Hi.
Milan, if we could just hear a little bit about you.
I also don't belong to this industry at all. So I was running a fintech company called Miles Software, which I sold it in 2018 to a company called Abex. And I was running that company until this time. And I have currently actually founded a couple of fintechs and I'm running them. So gaming is absolutely new area. Honestly, I never played games in my childhood as well. But obviously this pandemic got me to play games, and which is what got me to interest into saying gaming is an area which is of a great investment potential, because I'm a more of a financial guy running a technology on that. So completely different world for me, and which is where I'm wearing a shirt and not a t-shirt. So that really shows that. So I deal with the banks and mutual funds and insurance companies. So this is completely new to me. But yeah, I looked at backing somebody who's been kind of a seasoned player, likes of Nazara. So they knew this industry very well. I said, let me bet safely with somebody who really understands, who's been into this business for so long. And I've been trying to help some of these small gaming companies who've been trying to kind of gamify a lot of fintech areas. So there are a lot of areas which people are looking to gamify. Always look to gamify my own application, like a robo-advisor stuff and so on and so forth. But that's a very, very different world than what the world I'm kind of trying to learn things. So obviously, to me, today is a learning session. I don't know much about it, but I've taken a plunge into it. So let's see if it works well for me or not. Yeah, but I'm pretty excited with looking at the growth numbers and so on and so forth. Yeah.
Sure, Milan. I think it's learning every day for all of us as well. And I think very interestingly, like with social media, I think gaming is also now, while the fun aspect of it, the gamer aspect of it is still building up or continues to build up. Stuff like gamification for fintech or gamification for let's say the social development. I think a lot of that stuff is coming up, and I think we look forward to that kind of stuff as well. To kind of benefit overall, sectors which wouldn't be originally identified with gaming. So thanks for those inputs, Milan. We appreciate it. I'd like to say hi to Sriram now. Sriram, how are you? Great to have you here.
Thanks, Prasad. Glad to be on this panel. So let me start with the introduction. So pretty much I've been in gaming all my life. So I was part of the Party Gaming founding team straight out of college. And this was way back in 2002. And I was with Party Gaming all throughout the blitzscaling and then the subsequent IPO on the London Stock Exchange. And after that, I've built a company called Cozy Games, which became the second most prevalent bingo network operator in UK. So I sold that to Entain PLC in 2017. And along the way in 2012, we also started the Indian gaming business, which we still continue to grow and run quite aggressively. So I've seen the early stages of gaming in India, the fully hyper-regulated, extremely complex gaming laws in UK and Europe. And it's been a very interesting journey to see both sides of the world. Sorry, you're on mute, Prasad.
There you go. So I think, so we're seeing the whole spectrum of, experiences in the segment, right? And I think that's another fresh perspective. So thanks for that, Sriram. I'd like to move on to Saurabh now. Saurabh, hi. Welcome to the panel.
Hi, Prasad. Hi, everyone. Super, very, very interesting panel. And compared to everyone's experience in this, I'm completely a new kid on the block in terms of the gaming space. So, small background. I'm the co-founder of a startup called Elo. We are a live social gaming and live streaming platform where content creators, influencers go live and they host games which are absolute indigenous games like Tambola, musical chairs, Antakshari, Chidiya Ud, all of these games live for their fans and followers. And it's sort of a way for users to interact and see a real-time dimension of their creators and for creators to showcase their entertaining and game show host kind of side. So bringing that interactive live TV side for an audience. So I come from a founder background towards this panel. So prior to Elo, I was sort of with Flipkart for about 5 years. So completely different background. I used to be a category leader there, manage certain categories, took them from a 0 to 1 sort of a startup. Very passionate about content and gaming both in general. So used to be a content creator myself, ran a couple of YouTube channels. I do part-time stand-up comedy in some open mic nights and stuff. So the whole fascination towards bringing in content and gaming together was something that got me really excited towards starting Elo. And recently we just closed our pre-A. So the topic over here is very relevant because the kind of interest that this space has, what tailwinds we are seeing over the past 3 to 4 months. So I remember you saying, Prasad, that while nothing good really, of course, can happen in the lockdown, the only silver lining that I could see within the space of content and gaming was that the amount of time people have spent in games and in this space over the past few months has been incredible. I mean, we've seen daily engagement times go almost 2x in the past few months. So I think really, really exciting times for this sector, and it's probably only just getting started. So yeah, great to be on the panel.
All right, thanks, Saurabh. So of course, a founder's perspective is always interesting, and completely unrelated. But your company name sounds very similar to a sitcom that was there long ago called LOLO. And since you're a part-time comedian, I'm sure we will in the future when we interact, we'll see some comedy around that.
Whether it's LOLO, Elo, is it a trip-off on Ole Ole? So I like that. I never disclosed what the actual pronunciation is. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, every conversation can get you some lateral memories flowing. But great to have you here. The last panelist that we have, on the panel is Prashant. Hi, Prashant. How are you? Great to have you here.
Professor, my pleasure to be here. I'm doing good, and happy to be on this panel. And
Prashant, would you mind just speaking up a little bit? We can't really hear you very well.
Can you hear me now better, Professor?
Yes, much better. Yes, thank you.
I'm doing good and happy to be on this panel. A very diverse crowd here. So I'll just start off with a little bit of introduction about myself. I've been a gamer all my life. I grew up on console games and then moved on to PC games. I've been a consumer for the last 25 years, a very hardcore consumer. I mean, come from a generation where parents used to frown upon my hobby as a gaming. And now I've turned that into my profession. So I grew up traveling the world, attending gaming summits, gaming events rather. Yeah, when games like Counter-Strike and Dota were small, and I saw them evolve over time and become the monster communities they are today. And professionally, I've been a data scientist, a product manager, business strategy head, and now I'm an entrepreneur. And today we're building games for the Indian audience. We started in 2020. We've achieved some very good traction. Our philosophy in the Indian market is we want to identify games with cultural connect. And it's very you see this trend where, similar to the entertainment industry, how the movie industry releases one hit movie every year, 1 or 2 hit movies, apart from the hundreds of movies they release, right? The gaming industry follows a similar pattern. You see 1 or 2 hit titles that come out every year in casual games. And you see this trend starting from Angry Birds Pokemon Go, PUBG, Ludo King. Every year there's a phenomenon in terms of a new game coming out. So, and a lot of these games, you see a strong cultural connect with offline behavior. Pokemon Go was prevalent in culture, and that translated into success in the gaming sector. And Ludo was something like that. And PUBG was a phenomenon that borrowed from esports, where Unreal Tournament, Counter-Strike, that kind of gaming habits became more accessible through mobile. And you see that in card-based games too. Poker, rummy, these kind of games are more, see a lot of success because of their cultural affinity offline, right? So as long as you start building games with cultural affinity, we believe that there's a huge opportunity in India. India is a market with very diverse cultural behavior. We have very rich stories and habits in different states, and there's a lot of opportunity to just build products for all these segments in India.
Sure. All right, thanks, Prashant. Thanks for that insight. So, I think I'd like to now circle back to the panel with some of the key points that I thought we could discuss. So I think, obviously it's been an industry that's been evolving over a long period of time, like Prashant just said. But the last, at least in India, the last 18 months and over the globe over the last 2-3 years, 4-5 years, we've seen the gaming industry explode into into a huge investment opportunity. But as people from different different perspectives, how do you see it kind of getting into the B2C consciousness now over the past few years? Where do you see it's standing on the consumer evolution life cycle? And most importantly, what's the next big thing for them? One thing we've seen with e-commerce, for example, in India, is that market penetration has seen valuation shoot up. But now we're trying, even the Zomato went off really well. But I think the wall that we are trying to that we're beginning to hit is what's the next new value generator, what's the next big value generator, what's the path to profitability. So let me come back to Salone first and get your thoughts on where on these points.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, very happy to give our perspective. We've been in the market for a very long time from a global and a local perspective, and I think what's been interesting in the India market is from a macro perspective. We all know the stats. An average Indian is consuming 12 gig of data. The biggest beneficiaries of that have been gaming and digital content. Last year, Indians consumed 10 billion gaming apps. So all these macro stats are out there for everybody to see. I think that what is more interesting is the opportunity set, right? Now, India has traditionally been an import market for gaming, right? In the sense that you've had foreign publishers essentially marketing their games in India. And that has basically meant that the opportunities for Indian developers have been limited for a variety of reasons. The payment infrastructures were not there, access to capital was not there, talent was not there. So they were fairly hamstrung, or they were doing low-hanging fruits or just doing publishing deals, which didn't make sense. All of that, I guess, has transformed because 2020, the digital acceleration has meant that India's gaming revolution, which was probably 3-4 years down the line, has now has moved ahead. So that's very critical to understand. And having mapped markets like China back in 2004, 2005, we're at a very similar inflection point as India at this point of time, right? And China in 2004, 60% of revenue accrued to foreign publishers. But by 2007, 70% of the revenue accrued to domestic publishers. So the market took 3 years to completely transform, and there were many markers through that. And we at Lumikai, we always talk about those markers, but India is seeing that already. Now, whether it's the payment infrastructure is improving, whether it is the rise of techno-nationalism, where people are now talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat and talking about self-reliant India and building games for India. The role of capital infusion, IPOs happening, liquidity happening, all of that is, creates a very potent cocktail for gaming to really emerge. And this is what, we have seen 700 gaming deals in the last 10 months alone. We've made 5 investments. We're very proud to back LOLO, and Saurabh's here as well. And it's a fantastic testament to how the gaming market has very, very quickly evolved. And there have been 4 or 5 themes that we are tracking very closely, which we have obviously invested in. The way we look at the gaming sector is broader. So we look at content. So within content, we look at casual, mid-core, hyper-casual, core titles. We look at platform plays because there's a massive white space in India to create gaming-first platforms. We've also done a deal called Loco, which is a mobile-first game streaming platform, the equivalent of Twitch for the India market. We look at tools tech and we look at infrastructure. What is very important to understand is that Indian gamers have not had the trajectory of, let's say, some of the Western markets. The Western markets went from arcade games to boxed games to consoles to PCs to mobile and various business models. In India, that's not been the case. You've had millions of smartphone users embrace mobile for the very first time, but they've also been exposed to gaming, video chats, or audio chat, messaging, all at the same time. It's a very complex digital sociology to unpack, right? And to build for that requires very India-first thinking. So, and Indian gamers are multiplayer and they're social. It's very important to understand that. So when we look at opportunities, we're very big on social gaming. We're very big on regional language gaming experiences. We're very big on experiences and platforms which can open up to non-traditional gaming audiences. LOL is a classic example of that. 57% of the user base is women, 80% of the creators are women. It's one of gaming's massive white spaces. Mid-core gaming in India, the Indian gamer is becoming increasingly sophisticated, but there's very less India-first IP devoted to it. So there's plenty of opportunities in the India gaming market, and we're at ground zero of it at the moment.
Yeah, I think great perspective there, Saloni. I think while excellent points that you made throughout, but I think the last cap off that you did, that we are at ground zero, actually kind of sums it up. We are on the launch pad now, and I think we can take off really well. And from there, I think it's a good point to come back to Milan for some additional perspective, right? Because like we spoke about gamification as something that you're looking at in the fintech space. How do you see gaming evolve beyond? So Saloni spoke about white spaces from the from a developer perspective, from a user perspective, right? But what about white spaces from a application perspective? What are the other white spaces that you see? How do you see it evolving over the next few years? You're on mute, Milan. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, Saloni's covered a very large ground, but just to add to that, as you were wanting to know, obviously I come from a fintech background. So I think there is a great opportunity, convergence in various tech stuff where how really use gaming for education, which is, to my mind, people have tried it, but I think there is a massive opportunity where how do you really convert some of those ideas so that, and what kind of funding EdTech has already received and it's continued to receive. So I think the next big step to my mind is EdTech and FinTech, which has to converge with the game tech, so that how do you really kind of educate people? How do you really kind of really teach them by games? I think the best way to communicate to people is via movies and games. And all of us have got addicted to a game. As I told you, I was never playing game for 20 years. Now I spend at least half an hour playing bridge every day online. And as Saloni very rightly said, we're kind of a social, so we friends get together, play some poker and bridge online. But obviously, if there were stock exchange games or there are educational games which people would love to kind of give it to their kids because everything is parental controlled. So you want to make sure that there is enough area in these two spaces, which I feel is a great opportunity. The fintech and the edtech space converging with game tech, which I am pretty excited about. This is what I understand, unfortunately, and this is where I understand. I don't hardly understand these other games, so I'm so very bloody novice to this, unfortunately. Yeah, so yeah, everything is new to me. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I can identify with that, Milan. I think, like I was saying, that as a kid, I was a lot into some of these games, but of late, it's more of the cerebral stuff that you want to go into, but all the excitement is around the flashy stuff. But so let's hope some of the cerebral stuff and the lateral stuff comes into vogue, so that people like us can also put up our hands and say we know something about it. But thanks for those inputs, Milan. Sajan, we've heard some very varied perspectives on how the gaming industry is evolving, what are the opportunities from both Saloni and Milan, and obviously, as we went around the table for introduction. So how do you see the industry evolving in the country, and what do you see in terms of it creating investor interest? Sajan, you're on mute.
And sorry, I clicked the wrong button. So here's the thing. For me, there's a huge difference between gaming as a whole when we look at it and esport. I am clearly carving out esport. That's what I am really sort of putting my bets on, right? And when I say esport, is professional, competitive, video gaming. That's the space that I'm sort of looking at. This is where I just feel, and I'm here to play a sort of a long haul. I'm not trying to just do something quickly and see whether let's cash in, right? I think there's so much. And then Saloni says that we are at ground zero. We are like at ground -1, right now, because there's infrastructure to be built on this, right? Today, and I'm telling you that every day today, when I have a chat with Rohit, and we pretty much, I believe in the Jack Ma way of working, which is expert and a generalist. I'm the generalist here. And I love going out there and putting out things which someone who's an expert may not be able to see, right? I mean, I'm trying to sort of open out that entire horizon. As a gamer, you think in a particular way, right? If you look at it, even if you were to read the entire ENY report and all that, right? It talks about how the price pool is going to probably account for almost 10% of the entire gaming, the value that gaming sort of brings in, right? So there is a whole lot of investments to be made in actually nurturing talent in this country. We have some amazing esport players, right? And we have now interacted with most of them. We've actually built about 5 different, game bases where they can sit and sort of, play, whether it's Call of Duty, whether it's Fortnite, whether it's, even PUBG. We probably have one of the best teams, out here. And we're already sort of competing at the World Cup now. Right, there is a great chance. I mean, there are conversations on where this is going to be included in the Olympic. So there's a whole lot of. I think there's a certain stature that comes into this entire gaming industry by actually getting esport a lot more recognized, right? Now, obviously, there are regulatory challenges. There are misconceptions that esport is like gambling, game of chance. I mean, all of those sort of things. We don't have a nodal body. There is no clarity as far as regulatory, parts are concerned. There are multiple ministries that this could probably come under. So there is a lot of work, and what I'm looking at doing for at least the next 2-3 years is going to be about really sort of contributing to the infrastructure of this, right? And to take this up seriously. Apart from this, the other thing that I'm very excited about is the fact that there's a lot of talent. I mean, we've run about 23 different academies now, right? And where we are sort of tutoring these guys. There are really interesting ways of actually getting people involved, and we're working directly with the publishers themselves. There is a great opportunity to really create, Indian, somebody on the panel was talking about, cultural context. There is a great opportunity to really take some of our cultural context and create esport, sort of games around that, their entire thing. So to me, what one of the most important things that I'm really sort of invested in and punting for is the creation of this infrastructure that is really required, and I think it'll go a long way, as far as esport is concerned in this country.
I think great perspective there, Sajan. I think from an infrastructure perspective and the say no culture of our regulatory landscape, I think it applies not just to this domain but all domains, because the kind of innovation and the kind of massive growth that we see in every sector that we kind of apply capital to It's only restricted by infrastructure and the regulators, I guess.
Just wanted to add one more thing. Even if you look at, I'm saying that when you look at somebody streaming and playing this, and it's as exciting as IPL or Formula One, right? If you see two of these guys play, and just these sheer skill set that they have, right? When you start appreciating it, it's like Tendulkar batting. Okay, agar Tendulkar khel raha hai, to uska square cut aisa rahega. Virat Kohli ka. There is such a lot of skill that is involved in this entire thing, and I become a fan of some of our own players, right? When I look at them play, how do you have these kind of reflexes, right? And it's incredible suddenly when you look at it. So it's not just about chance, it's not just about that, but there is serious. These guys are real, they're athletes. We don't even call them, they're not players, they're actual athletes, right? And I think we need to bring them, give them that stature. Right. So for me, my investments are going to go into that. And I think if you can really create, we are great with tech, and if you look at our minds are pretty interesting, right? It's just a question of giving them the opportunity. And some of our gamers come from very modest backgrounds, but the skill set that they carry, I've just become a massive fan.
No, I agree. And I think, if street skateboarding can be an Olympic sport, then why not esports?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So thanks for that perspective, Sajan. Sriram, so you've heard again, like I said, different perspectives from different panelists. How do you see the investment opportunity evolving in this segment, and what is it that the companies can do to make themselves more attractive to investors?
I think a very important point was made by Saloni, saying that the gaming industry is at an inflection point. So let me break that down and basically say what are the challenges that have been resolved and what are the challenges that should be resolved going forward, right? So when we started off way back in 2012, you were struggling for everything, right? You wouldn't get a payment gateway from a bank, right? And you go to any advertiser, now there's TV ads, there's mainstream advertising going all over the place, but you had to struggle with the legal opinions, even to get a CDN account, right? So that was a challenge. Your SMS gateway would, ask to prove your legitimacy and stuff like that. So a lot of that infrastructure related issues and challenges have been more or less resolved. If you ask me what are the two challenges that the industry needs to overcome, I think payments is still a little bit of a challenge because sometimes the UPI infrastructure can be a little bit problematic because of loading at the bank end. But I think that will resolve itself as we move along. The bigger challenge is the regulatory headwinds. So we've seen last year, there's been quite a lot of challenge, especially in the southern part of India. And as we keep going forward, especially last week, there's been great, progress made in that thing in terms of Rajasthan it being quashed. We're expecting a positive judgment in Tamil Nadu on Tuesday next week. So I think the reverse trend is starting to happen. And I think that is very, very important from the investor's perspective, because I don't think this industry needs to prove its potential anymore, right? That is basically beyond doubt, right? So the only hurdle basically is that, look, will this be challenged? Will this be forced to shut down? I think that's the only issue that remains to be answered. And I think that we will see very soon. In a few weeks and days to come, we'll start seeing more answers coming in that front.
Sure. I think, like I was saying earlier also, I think that's the part that we struggle with, right? The fact that we have to go through these regulatory and legal minefields for everything new that's done, which puts actually Indian industry 5 or 8 years behind every new initiative. And then we have to really play catch up. We've done that catch up in a lot of segments. And I hope, with gaming, we can do that. But, to move to Prashant, right, as a gamer, what is the perspectives that you're seeing that's aiding the evolution of the industry, and how do you see it becoming an investor? Of course, it's becoming one of the favorites for investors, but how do you see it staying stuck at the top, and maybe even scaling up the investor choice scale, so to say?
So I'll just piggyback on what Saloni said. She's spot on saying we're at ground zero here. And I want to draw a parallel to what I've seen between 1990 to the last decade in the esports industry in North America and Europe. When gaming started off, it was mostly community driven. People after high school or college were doing LAN parties at home, and that was the community and multiplayer aspect of it. And from there, from being a single player focused games, developers like Blizzard Games, Riot and all, they started building out multiplayer games. This is the next stage of evolution where the community element got into this, and people started playing over the internet. And along with it, there was an evolution of tournaments and sponsorship money that came into this. Sponsorship money because brands had a direct access to their consumers. Brands like Intel, Nvidia, AMD, gamers are their core consumers, right? So after LAN parties, there was an evolution into tournaments where this attracted advertising money and sponsorship money from the developers and different brands like this. And then beyond this, the third stage of evolution was when it went into streaming. As a gamer, I used to be fascinated by just watching other people play. How Sajjan was mentioning, most of my time I spend on Twitch and Dota. If I find some free time, I just watch replays of some tournaments or some pro players streaming their game. And the level of strategic thinking they use, the level of skills they display, it is nothing short of being an athlete. So there is this third stage of evolution where in streaming, I pay $50 to watch a tournament. And with this kind of money coming in from the player base, today gaming, games like Dota, Counter-Strike have prize pools larger than the US Open, larger than the IPL. It's mind-boggling. I mean, nobody would have heard about this to think that games, esports have prize pools larger than traditional offline sports, but that's the reality. That's the kind of scale you're looking at. And in terms of advertising, you're attracting people, you're advertising brands from the tech industry, you're attracting brands from the luxury industry. Mercedes-Benz, PSG, they're one of the top sponsors in gaming events right now worldwide. Now, that is what is happening worldwide, North America, Europe. In India, we're still at ground zero. We're still community driven. Most of the games, most of the platforms we see today are community driven in the sense that people pay to enter these games. People pay to compete against each other. There is a next stage of evolution where brands will start getting interested in this. And there will be a third stage of evolution where streaming will become a part of this and people will pay to watch other pro players watch. And this is also going to ease regulation to a significant extent. Now, like Sriram mentioned, regulation is a big blocker in India, and it's inefficient how it is being done in India, regulation. Europe has a more mature and evolved regulatory model. North America has a more evolved regulatory model, and that is still yet to come into India. So these stages of evolution that gaming will naturally go through. And in India, this will happen at a much more accelerated space. What happened in Europe over 10 years will happen in India within a year or two. So this is also going to ease regulation for you and make it a more cleaner industry in terms of image, in terms of opportunities. So opportunity, we're at ground zero. The stages of evolution, there's still a long way to go for us, and things are going to just start getting better from here. And there's another point Saloni mentioned, which was a personal pain point of mine. We are an import industry. If you want to start a gaming company in Europe or North America, you can just go to vendors like Playtech or Evolution Gaming. They're established partners who provide very solid tech stacks for you to start building off your solutions for. In India, because of how unique our games are, like you look at games like Rummy, Teen Patti, Call Break, Ludo, foreign developers can't build these games. You need to be an Indian product manager to know and build these games. So there is a gap in building high quality games for the Indian audience. And this is a challenge that the Indian gaming consumer is working with, both the industry and consumers. So
sure.
Opportunity there. And there's something Milan mentioned that we love to do in the gaming industry. Milan talks about gamification in the tech, in the fintech space, and that is something gaming companies love to do. So apart from just consumers playing game, we gamify everything on the platform. Like when somebody logs in or plays a game, loses a game, or completes a mission or refers a friend. So we gamify all journeys of a consumer life cycle in the gaming system, and there's very interesting machine learning models that work behind the space. So a consumer is usually driven by this life cycle of he's onboarded, then he's engaged, and then he's monetized, and then he churns, and then he reactivates. And so each stage of this life cycle, there are nice machine learning applications that we build into this. And this can be applied across different industries, not just fintech. This applies across travel, e-commerce, and a host of other industries there. So in terms of opportunity,
sure, Prashant.
And there's a lot of space.
Prashant, thanks for that perspective. I'm sorry I have to kind of butt in there, but we're just about to run out of time, and I just wanted to get Saurabh's perspective as well as a quick wrap up from all the panelists. But thanks for those perspectives. I think it went really granular. And we appreciate that. Saurabh, as an entrepreneur in the space, you've also got your investor sitting here. So it's, I don't know whether it's a plus or minus, but, where do you see the opportunity, where do you see the evolution opportunities for you over the next 3 to 5 years, so that probably Saloni and some of her other colleagues in the domain are going to rush to put in that next round into your company. So talk us through that, and in the interest of time, after that, if you could just give us the next 3 big things that you think are going to change the industry over the next 3 to 5 years, and then we just go around the panel with their 10-second answers on those 3 points before we wrap up.
Sure. Very interesting. And I think I think the comparison you made at the start, right, where anything, so we're talking about why this sector becomes really big and why it becomes investable, right? I mean, if you look at an absolute first principle, anything that has a lot of value, which is collectively placed by society on it, becomes, of course, very appreciative as an investable asset. So in gaming itself, I would sort of divide that and do a comparison with what happened in e-commerce in 2013-14, somewhere in India, where there were 2 to 3 major inflection points, right? Cash on delivery became a very major inflection point in e-commerce, which sort of really jump-started penetration in that sense, right? I mean, penetration really took off. Selection became very big there. There was a lot of ease of discovery, and people became more comfortable with shopping at that point of time. In gaming, if I were to draw a parallel, there are 2 major trends that I see, and I see a lot of it playing out. So one of that I see playing out on Elo, and one I start seeing it in the sector itself. The number one is social. I mean, one of the panelists mentioned about community, and I think gaming is one of those sectors where truly communities can be built, right? Because what is a community? It's essentially commonality meeting conversations, right? I mean, you have some commonalities where it's either around a streamer or it's around a topic which everyone's passionate about. Maybe we are all passionate about PUBG, or it's about something which is about an indigenous game or a cultural element to it that you're really sort of passionate about. So there's a community that gets built around that. And something we're observing, which really translates into social, is gaming is becoming a means of striking conversations with people while in the game itself. So that makes it so much bigger than just a casual gameplay. You're actually making more friends there. You're interacting, it's becoming about social interactions and stuff, which makes the sector so much bigger than anything else in that sense. And that's why, while it is at ground zero, it is absolutely at a sunrise point where it will really get an inflection point after this, because a lot of people are going to have a lot of interactions in these games. You're going to have multitude of social plays emerging out of that, and a lot of niche plays will start coming in. So we've seen a lot of interest around female social angles here, where 55-57% of our users happen to be female, streamers coming in there, interacting with each other, etc. That's a one huge angle that I've seen play out. Second is micropayments. I mean, for any sector to be very large and viable, micropayments or payment infrastructure needs to be built in. And one thing that we've seen play out very interestingly is gaming used to earlier be very dependent on only ad revenues, right? I mean, it was an advertising heavy monetization. But now if you see, people are more comfortable with in-app purchases, with micropayments, which are lesser quantum. It won't be your 400, 500 kind of quantums, but more frequency, higher frequency in nature. And that sort of happened with UPI, more comfortable, more comfort with in-app purchases, etc., which will genuinely lend more comfort into the monetization aspect of gaming. So these 2 trends playing out is what I see, where gaming will essentially become much bigger than what it is right now, and hopefully become much more valuable for all of us. Yeah.
Excellent. Thanks, Saurabh. So, just to wrap up, the three big keywords, just the keywords, 10 seconds for the gaming industry for the next 5 years.
Starting with, so social, community, and content coming together. These three is going to be my sort of big one.
Wonderful. Thanks, Saurabh. Prashant, your three keywords for the next 5 years for the industry?
It's going to be technology in terms of product differentiation that you can make, regulation, and responsible gaming. That's
excellent. Thanks. Yeah. Thanks. Sajan, how about you? What would you bring? You're on mute. Sajan. You're on mute.
For me, it's going to be IPs, own IPs, talent, and broadcasting.
All right, thanks. Sriram, your top three keywords?
I think it has to be responsible advertisement, responsible gaming, and I'll say responsible advertisement one more time.
Excellent. Thank you. Milan?
For me, Indian games becoming global. So globalization of Indian games, so which is very India centric. So that's one. Okay, India culture being kind of brought to light as far as India is concerned, and then convergence of gaming with other tech platforms.
All right, thank you. And Saloni, last but not the least, your three keywords?
Sure, the platformization of gaming, the rise of domestic mid-core India-first gaming content, and the rise of in-app purchases, virtual gifting, and tipping.
Great. So, we're out of time completely. These are kind of topics that, probably require 2-hour session. And, we'll probably circle back to all of you to probably get, deeper granular thoughts from you for some of our other, engagements. And we look forward to seeing you again on a BW platform. But thank you so much for your time. Great perspectives, great depths, and great diversity. And we appreciate you taking the time today. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in interest of time, we need to move on to the next session, which is a keynote address, which is coming up on the other side. Well, we're joined by our eminent speaker on the topic, when gaming meets the economic model. We're looking at talking about generating revenue, creating employment, attracting foreign investment. Gaming truly has opened many new doors for India's growth story. We're joined by Rajan Navani, founder and CEO, Jet Synthesis, and also joining us on the screen is Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media Group. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us today and being a part of our wonderful summit. With this, I'd like to welcome both of you on the screen. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Bhavna. Welcome, Rajan, and congratulations on Sachin's deeper involvement with Jet Synthesis and the $2 million investment. We couldn't have had a better time to announce that and put that as a context to what we're going to discuss about the gaming industry and Jet Synthesis. So let me start by asking you, Rajan, Jet Synthesis has a strong foothold in gaming, and you are engaged in various partnerships. Partnerships and collaboration is a big glue for what you do. Again, yesterday was Sachin Tendulkar. Another recent one was being the Square Enix for Ludo Zenith. And, we are seeing growing synergies in the gaming industry of lately. What do you think have been the drivers for such investments and mergers and acquisitions in this space?
Thanks, Anurag, and pleasure to be here with you. Thanks for having me over. And, I think what you started out with is really defining what, the future of gaming is from an India perspective. And, your question about how does one really look at a strong foothold in gaming really comes from the fact that, for us, it was very important at Jet Synthesis to create an India presence that would establish the emerging industry from this country as one which is strong, independent, very critical to the future of the world in gaming. And I think, involvement with people like Sachin Tendulkar, like you rightly said, or, some of the larger studios, Square Enix, and many others that we have partnered with and we are in the process of strengthening our partnerships with, are indicative of the fact that India is really, where the future lies, right? I mean, if you look at 17% of the downloads of games really happened in India on the Android and Google Play Store last year. So, I think there is clearly a market, for gaming and particularly for India. And I think this is what is really, getting a large part of the world excited about India. I think it's also that, tier 1, tier 2 markets, which are very deep monetizing markets, are beginning to not saturate, but, I think there is enough penetration and there is a limitation to what more or how much more it can grow, right? But when you look at India, we are like, barely 1% of the global gaming industry today. So the catch-up potential is massive. And I think that's really, Anurag, how, the world is looking. And these have been really, I would say, the drivers. So really being able to have a strong India understanding, of the gamers, being able to execute with India, bringing India talent into the fore, and then looking at the global potential of that, I think is really what is driving a lot of the investments in M&A, coming up today.
Yeah, and Rajan, again, as you said, we are 1% of the global gaming industry. We still have a long way to go, and we will get there with the kind of action in gaming, the investment focus, the consumers adopting gaming as mainstream, and number of gamers growing, the amount of time they're spending on gaming, the headwinds in terms of data access, in terms of cheap devices, in terms of a truly digital India, and aspirations. And gaming, in some way, is at the cusp of competitiveness. It's on the cusp of community. It is on the cusp of collaborativeness. So it fulfills a lot of needs. But let me dive into the nuances of the gaming industry and ask you now, speaking, you talked about the investment, and if you take big giants like Netflix, especially in the subscription-based gaming domain, do you think there'll be a parallel gaming industry as we go along, and which will then become part of the inclusive gaming ecosystem? And you're an industry expert, you're an industry player. Do you believe the subscription-based models would have a good future going forward?
No, interesting question. See, gaming today, Anurag, already is, and if you take the entire media entertainment sector, much larger than, films and music put together. So in that sense, there is no, conversation, I would think, about, where gaming is headed in the future. And if you look at any global predictions, it's predicting that gaming itself will be a $315 or $320 billion industry, in the next 3 to 4 years. So the growth in gaming is going to happen, irrespective. Now, how much of the media and entertainment industry really comes in and participates, in this gaming ecosystem is really what, is probably being addressed through this, through the Netflix announcement. Because at the end of the day, if we see during the, pandemic especially, content creation in many of the other, media entertainment sectors, live entertainment, all actually suffered setbacks, right? At a time when, the growth in gaming has been very, very significant. So I think it's pretty natural to find, other adjacent media entertainment companies and entities looking at gaming as an option to consolidate and grow their presence, in that industry. But, having said that, it is going to be a challenge, right? Like if we thought from gaming we were to move, to something else, and kind of establish a presence there, there have to be nuances. There will be, different sets of drivers that will, make some of those things succeed. So in that sense, I think this will be one large gaming ecosystem, right? I don't think, things are going to be divided parallelly. Gaming is going to be integral to media and entertainment in the future, actually more integral than what it is, even today. And if we look at, streaming and broadcast and now engagement of people with esports and so many other ways which bring streaming also and content, watching at the forefront. There is no question in my mind that this will all kind of work together, as an integrated ecosystem. On the subscription question, it's interesting. So if we look at subscription, even within gaming today, right, or even within specific games, we've been able to drive subscription in our cricket games, for example, right? Where we have loyal customers who are paying a lot more month on month because they are enjoying the experience, not only of watching, but participating and shaping, the future of where they will be in the game, in the years to come. So I think a subscription to being part of a game is significantly different to, subscribing to a platform, which is more for consumption, So I think subscription itself will have, multiple flavors. In the earlier days, subscription used to be to a pool and access of games, passed through the telecom business, which of course has died because the quality of experiences, couldn't be the same. So it will be interesting as to how, full subscription models of entertainment, will look at gaming and try and bring their learnings into monetization for gaming. So I think whatever happens either way, it's only going to expand the market, and just make it, a lot more valuable for everybody who's already in the industry as we move forward. So interesting times.
If you notice, we called the theme of the summit is the decade of gaming. We believe at BW Business World, the fact that we launched BW Gaming World as a separate community, and we focused editorially a lot on this, is we believe it will be a very important sector of the economy, and we've spotted many sectors earlier. So now I want to ask you, we already talked about access being cheap, device price being low, change of lifestyle, rising aspiration, spending more time in home and on screens. We all have become screenagers. We may not be teenagers. So it augurs well for the gaming industry. What do you believe would be the top 3 things that will happen in the gaming industry over the next 2-3 years for it to become the decade of gaming?
So, I think a lot of things have already happened, right? And we've seen the triggers, for that. All the things that you mentioned, is already, taking that shift and making it happen. I think the key driver of this big, change is going to be the Gen Z population, right? They are digital natives, they are not adopters, or, they will have to transition into something. I mean, when I look at my, 12-year-old nephew who plays Call of Duty, I mean, he is digitally into the game, or, we see so many people who come and reach out to us, especially, we want to become like Sachin Tendulkar, whether it is, in our game experiences, because in that, we allow you to role play Sachin in 100 of his best innings. So with the VR experience, you walk into a stadium, you have the Sachin chant, that kind of a thrill and experience, you're not going to be able to, experience anywhere. So to me, it's, it's not only going to be 1 of 3 or whatever, it's going to be the coming together, of the right technologies, right? And there are so many, right from personalization to AI, or immersive experiences like what I said through VR and extended reality. But I think the one core technology that's going to shape and change gaming significantly is, this whole 5G wave, right? Because whether it's cloud gaming, it's multi-platform gaming, is the ability to create very real lifelike experiences, at the same time. I think these are all going to contribute to how gaming will be established, as in the decade that is ahead. So if you look at technology, you then look at Gen Z as, I think, a key driver of the audiences that are probably going to make that happen. And of course, in terms of content, right, I think there's just so much that's going to happen. And if we take gaming and gamification to the next level, where we look at the outcomes from gaming, take education, for example, or you take being able to create live experiences, near live experiences digitally that feel, the extended world is far deeper and greater than, the world you live in. And people will spend more time in that world than in the real world. I mean, we are seeing that today. All of us are in front of a screen, for so many hours in a day. Sometimes you wonder, do you even know what's happening around you, right? Because, that touch feel of people and all. So which is the world that one is immersed in, is, so I think all of these factors that are coming together, and driven and, tremendously accelerated, by the pandemic, are actually going to shape, the future of this coming decade. And as I said, I am very confident that India will be pretty much at the center of a lot of the growth action, particularly given where we are today.
Thank you so much, Rajan. And clearly, apart, my 13-year-old son, if I call him and if he's immersed in his gaming, I know right now is not the time to talk to him, because he is fully immersed. And, I have experienced that firsthand. So not only boys or men, but 4.84% women, almost 5% women, according to a report, want to pursue a serious career in gaming. Since you're an active speaker, evangelist, and also you've spoken in the past about bringing more women into gaming, creating more employment opportunities for girls and women in gaming, how much do you think would such plan actually materialize in increasing the number of women in gaming? And do you think sometimes some people refer to gaming as a man's world? How do you plan to change that?
It's interesting we say that, because it's at the end of the day, it's the content that is created, right? Ultimately, one can say, if you take any industry, take the movie industry, right? If you say this is content created for specific audiences, right, it will appeal to certain types of audiences, and I think it's just natural that over the decades that gaming has been popular around the world, it has been shaped strongly by male audiences, till some of the casual or some of the different types of gaming genres, came out that appealed to women. So one is creating content that is of choice for women gamers, and I can tell you one thing, that in many cases, increasingly as we move forward, even that is not going to be a deterrent, right? And we are seeing that in many of our competitive esports games and tournaments, that we organize. We co-founded Nodwin Gaming, with a 50% equity 5 years ago. And I can tell you that if you looked at the esports players, in India at that time, there were absolutely no females, right? But over the years, we've seen an increase, and today, we are seeing a tremendous growth even in the esports players, as we continue to, of course, not only now largest in India, but as we continue to grow and deepen our engagement globally, through Nodwin. So, we are seeing the ability for women to really go out and, achieve professions in gaming and sport. And I think that's also going to be, a big trigger. And, look at our colleges, right? At the end of the day, half of college students are female. Many of them are getting an education to really go out there and be able to, engage, create, their own livelihoods, for example. So I am very confident that, the growth in women, not only opting for gaming as a career in our companies, where we are doing game development, be it the creative side, be it technology, be it marketing or product, we have pretty much equal women force to the male force, right? And as I said, we are seeing that workforce increasing. So as women get engaged, both from a career perspective as well as from a gamer perspective, the content maturity moves to those specific audiences, and the general trend of really bringing together the multiple genres of gaming, right, from hyper casual to mid-core to professional esports. There are many places where women can get engaged, and I'm optimistic that this number will grow significantly in the years to come.
let me move into, again, content. You talked about content and the kind of game. Now, when it comes to the global domain, we do not produce enough Indian content, nor is Indian formats and content very popular overseas. I mean, we are not taking our content to the world, not in the way we'd like to. And gaming is very culturally nuanced, it's very cultural sensitive. How do you plan to create more and more content out of India? And do you think in India, gaming will become so mainstream and we'll have so many content creators that we can cater to the world? Do you see that happening?
So, I think it's the maturity of the industry, Anurag. India consumes games which are made by the world, so the audiences or the gamers are at a maturity level, as it is in many other parts of the world, right? It's only that the number of, gamers who really pay for gaming, whether it is in-app purchases and others, compared to how much they would pay in a country like India, which is based, more on the position of where we are as a country when it comes to per capita GDP, etc. Right, and we've seen that change happen in China. As countries progress economically, all industries, including gaming, will definitely be a strong beneficiary, of that particular, pie. But the key is that, I think in India, what has happened is that, the talent pool that we have, right? We have got good engineering talent. We have, whether it comes to creative, art, product design, do we really have the experience of building games into which, several $100 million are invested, and the outcomes of those, are also proportionate to the kind of investments that are made in gaming. Now, that kind of a gaming, kind of an ecosystem in terms of development, is really where the growth opportunity for India is. Like today, we hire talent, from around the world, because even to give ourselves a shot to be able to create something like that. I mean, a fluke chance can happen anyway, right? Anybody can create a fluke chance, right? And gaming is one such area, like, the entertainment industry. You can get a great movie hit, once in a while, right? But if you want to structure it, you want to have a process methodology, and especially looking at how much technology is now going into gaming when it comes to, whether it's personalization or even growing so many aspects of that particular experience for the consumer, it is only imperative that, it's the best of talent that can enable you to give yourself a shot to create, the next global hit or the next, game that everybody would want to play. I think India will get there, and the support talent is here. It's pretty interesting because have been part of the government initiatives, through India at 75 and many others where, particularly for the Modi government, we said if $1 trillion of the $5 trillion economy in 2030 is going to come from new age businesses, right? What's going to drive that, right? Where is the talent pool coming? So if you look at our IT engineering straight, right, we have about 130,000, 150,000 who go into the services industry, every year. And of course, that will continue to grow. 4-5 million, people engaged in that. But the potential of India is much larger, right? So can that talent, similarly on the creative side and many others, get into areas which are more linked to product development, like what you rightly said, having high aspirations of going out to the world and capturing global markets with our products. I think these are all the things and aspects that we will, probably see happening from here on. So it's, again, I would just like to say that it's going to happen. When we are all waiting to see, and we definitely at Jet Synthesis are going all out to try and see how we can at least give ourselves a shot in that direction.
Thank you, Rajan. My last question before I let you go. I keep saying we live in a 3C economy: collaborative, contactless, and compassionate economy. If you had to make one or two predictions about the future, and you rightly said gaming is at the intersection of many industries. I mean, look at how it is transforming learning and education. One of the sectors that is getting transformed from gaming is healthcare, well-being. So give us some futuristic trends about sectors that have not yet seen mainstream traction. We'd love your view on that.
Yeah, no, sure. First and foremost, to the question that you started with, Anurag, I think gaming getting into the midst of the media and entertainment industry, right, as a key thing, or the other way around, right? So we are seeing now music concerts happening in games, right? Because games build communities around certain themes, certain subjects, certain areas of interest, right? Today at Jet Synthesis, for example, what you just said is the foundation building block of our company. Jet Synthesis started with, a view of how do we play a role in the daily digital life of 1.3 billion Indians, and take that to the rest of the world, because in India's frugal innovation, India's all of that. We have a mindfulness community, right, which is India's leading community through ThinkRight, .me, which is not a game. It's a real world app. It transforms your life. It changes the way you think, to be able to be more effective in your real world, right? We have a fintech community where we cater to new age borrowers and the ways that they would like to engage with borrowing, right? We have a job community, a new age job seeker community, which is now UK's #1 platform, right? So we have actually built these communities outside of gaming with the core idea that eventually the gaming communities and these digital communities that we build, right, will create that overlap, right? So what happens is, if you look at healthcare, for example, games that will engage skills, capabilities, the ability, and sometimes even the characteristics that are required, to be able to be a part of that healthcare ecosystem, right, could be the drivers of healthcare communities and engagement in many, many different ways, right? Today, we are seeing gamification actually cut across pretty much every sector, as I mentioned earlier. And if I were to take a bet, is gamification going to be sitting in the middle of education? Is it going to be sitting in the middle of healthcare? Is it going to play a key role in agriculture? It already is. And I can, of course, we don't have time, but I can go on and give you, tons of examples of simple gaming and gamification approaches within which engaged communities get built that lead to better outcomes in each of those sectors. And I therefore believe that, the unlocking of the potential of gaming beyond the way we are seeing it today, and we have been discussing for this past half hour, is even more exciting and promising. And maybe 3 years from today, Anurag, we will be talking of gaming so genetically is a part of a health initiative that you come up with, because it will be integral to all of these industries, and that's what makes this so much more exciting, and therefore a key driver of as we say, of the economy and the global economy as India integrates deeper into the rest of the world for the future. Nothing beats a country that has hundreds of millions of Gen Z and millennial, waiting to go out there with their passion and conquer the world. So again, we are privileged to be in India at this point in time, and look forward to seeing how we can tap this big opportunity that lies ahead of us.
Thank you so much, Rajan. This was Rajan Nawani, the Vice Chairman and Managing Director of Jet Synthesis. He's built a large gaming business, and around that built many communities that serve specific niches. Communities are about collaborative interests, and they are about conversations, and they are also about commerce. So all that is happening. Thank you, Rajan, for talking to BW Gaming World and BW Business World. We wish Jet Synthesis and what you do and the Indian gaming industry all the best. And we know with players like you, the next decade would be a decade of gaming. Thank you so much. God bless you. Back to you, Bhavna.
Thank you so much for having me here. Pleasure.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, and thank you so much, Rajan, for joining us today. What an insightful discussion that was. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now on the other side, we're going to be having a great panel discussion on government and gaming legalities, frameworks, and regulations. Well, the Government of India has increased its focus on gaming once it was included in medal sports. Looking towards the current steps and the future expectations to fortify the gaming ecosystem, let's have our eminent panelists now on your stage and screen. Well, joining us first up is Sameer Bade, the CEO of the Online Rummy Federation, joining us. Puneet Singh, who is going to be the co-founder and CEO of Baazi Games. Shivanandan Pare, the CEO of Gaussian Networks, L. Badri Narayanan, Executive Partner, Lakshmi Kumaran and Sridharan Attorneys. We've got Sarthak Doshi, the Associate Ikigai Law. We've got Ajit Mishra, Partner International Team, Harrison Clark, Recoveries Limited. Thank you to all our eminent panelists for joining us. And ladies and gentlemen, the session chair of this panel discussion is going to be Sudhir Mishra, the Managing Partner, Trust Legal. Thank you, Sudhir, for joining us on this and being a part of our eminent panel discussion. With this, I pass on the live rein to you to take forth with your eminent panel. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Bhavna, and good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon to people who are from outside the country. I believe Ajit is from London. And it's a very important topic. We have many lawyers in this panel. And we will be discussing first the business part of it. And I will also tell you that it was in 2017, while I was representing All India Gaming Federation in the Supreme Court, we managed to ensure that the Law Commission report goes basically to the Supreme Court on time. It took a lot of effort, a lot of advocacy from various business associations which were part of the evolving gaming industry at that time. But also that the Supreme Court actually was expected to consider the report of the Law Commission, which was filed that year. Unfortunately, no such view has come so far. And that is one reason why we are not very clear. We never thought what is going to happen on part of the government. I think the government also was given the same report by the Law Commission through the proper mechanism which was expected to be. To some extent, we were doing that advocacy. And because of the pandemic, in last 1.5 years, nothing much has moved in the Supreme Court. And I don't have much to inform with regard to the issues which started from Law Commission. Their deliberation, it was quite positive. They had varied dimension in that report. It was for the public to consider. It was for the government to look. It was for the finance ministers across the country to see it as a revenue opportunity, as a taxation opportunity. How much we are keen about it, I think the government still has to really extend its hand forward to decide that which way they want to go, how much regulation they want to do, how much automatic regulation they're expecting the industry to do. And more than that, is it an opportunity they want not to miss with reducing with the reducing taxation in many areas and lack of economic activity, and with the need of the hour being more taxes for our welfare schemes? Is it a good idea that a proper mechanism comes now in picture? So the government and gaming legalities framework regulation is a very dynamic stage we are now. But before we go to the business part, before we go to the legal part, let me first ask that what our business owners think about it, because there are few states in India who have been progressive about it. There are few states who have banned it. There are few states who have been going against it. There are few who want to encourage it. So Sameer, I'll start with you. What do you think from a business player, that where we are and what are your daily nightmares?
So the daily nightmares, I think everyone on the panel and everyone else in the room is fairly aware of. The fact that there'll be a knee-jerk reaction at any point of time from anywhere, which is an entire gamut in that sense of where it can go and what it can happen with it. I think the 2 or 3 facts that we need to sort of be aware of. One is that, I'm sorry, just give me a second. The pleasures of work from home. We have a cat fight outside the house. So one, I think we are aware of the fact that every time there is anything new age that comes in, the government is usually playing catch up. And this is a classic case of that happening yet one more time. We've seen this with mobility, we've seen this with telecom, we've seen this with probably every new sector that's come in where this has happened. And so in a sense, I don't mind saying that a bit of it is expected. And we just hope that we're faster of the blocks this point of time. So point number one for me would be to state that. Point number two, I think, is clearly to understand that this is a sector that's going to be far bigger than even entertainment. I mean, it is a form of entertainment. It's going to be far bigger than any other form of entertainment in very short time. Given the various things that are working in the session before this, we heard Rajan talk about the demographics, the mobile penetration, disposable incomes. There are many tailwinds to ensure that this sector really booms. In that sense, is already booming, but will accelerate far more. And so there is a need to sort of unostrich ourselves, if you will, that we need to be aware of the fact that this is not something that you are going to be able to wish away. I'm not even getting into the right or wrong of whether you should, but even let's for a moment consider that it's the right thing to do. You're still not going to be able to do it. And so the need for the hour is that everyone, all the stakeholders, become aware of the fact that regulation, possibly at least to begin with, whether it's self-regulation, and that's a matter of debate, or whether it's government that should be regulating it, is the need for the hour, and is something that really needs to be taken up and done extremely well. Finally, I think this whole subject around state and center is again something that in this case becomes a big quandary. And the reason for that is that we have this whole phenomenon of online gaming, which has become far bigger than offline gaming. And the state's ability to actually be able to then, even if it wishes to be able to really moderate this, regulate it properly, is something that is not quite clear.
Yes.
And so, I mean, as opening comments, I think those three things would definitely be something that we need to think about.
No, very good. Can you hear me? Yeah. So, Puneet, I'll come to you, and I just want you to demystify this entire aspect of whatever you do at Baazi, and how you think that, because what Samir is saying, and very rightly, that it happened in the IT industry as well, that despite governance, we had an ecosystem of business. And once, and even to the startup culture which we have in our country, I think since by the time the government was able to understand it, there was a unicorn culture which was happening, and then government started being part of it. I think the same has been happening for 5 years, roughly. If I see my recollection with regard to working with the All India Gaming Federation, you were part of it at some point of time. And, the government is dynamic about it, because I saw them taking a particular view. They are open to understand that what is happening. This is not, which is into entirely gray area anymore. With the kind of advertisements which are coming, the kind of writings which is happening in media, you are at the verge of starting to regulate on your own. Even that is welcome, and that will ultimately lead to some kind of formalization of this entire industry. So how do you see this demystification happening?
So, my sense over here, Sudhir, is that, when I came into the gaming world, we started a company in 2013. At that time, we were really struggling from the perception point of view only. And the perception right from the grassroots level to the top level, there was a significant, difference. You would not distinguish between what's game of skill and what's game of chance. Gambling and gaming are something which was always used interchangeably. So everyone used to consider gambling as gaming, gaming as gambling. So that is something which we right from starting have been working on to change the perception of the people around us, change the perception of the users around us. We all know gaming in the past few years has already proved itself with an extraordinary growth, especially during this pandemic times as well. the current, and we have already seen so many unicorns, like you rightly said, gaming is currently far ahead of, and government is slightly behind. By the time now that the government has started looking into it, we already have seen, quite a lot of unicorns come into from the gaming sector. The time currently is, to really have a robust and a modern regulatory framework around the online gaming sector, and something where, a policy which not only regulates the gaming but also boosts the industry, because and for doing that they really need to understand how big the gaming can be. We have always seen in countries where, gaming has been regulated, they are are significant contributor to the GDP of that country, and that is the potential which the gaming industry has. Especially in India, we are very, very sure that in years to come it can be a major contributor to the GDP of the country. But at this time, what we are looking at, and I'm really happy as a operator itself, operating games of skill, that we have seen that lately government is taking active active interest in it. We have seen them looking into it. The potential of the industry is already been recognized by the Law Commission report, which clearly says that how big the industry can be going forward. And also, some aspect has also been taken in the Niti Aayog report, in which they are, in which they have talked about, maybe one aspect of gaming which is fantasy, but they have given their suggestions how big the industry can become. So I think collectively the need is to have a central authority which looks at it and talks and looks at it with a view of making gaming one of the largest contributors to the GDP in the country.
Good initial observations. Shivanandan, I'll ask you, we will go to the business part of it, but first tell us that we are almost ready for a all India mirror regulator. When I say mirror regulator, in broadcasting industry, in pharma, in e-commerce, a lot of mirror regulators have come where you can have retired judges, you can have ombudsmen who have been part of different judicial bodies, and you can create a robust system, which is something which government would look at and will say they are doing a good self-regulation. And that can be for rummy, poker, and all the esports and other variety of online platforms which are into this domain. And I have been saying this for last 2-3 years now. And it's very rightly said that the government is now clearly understanding that this is organized, this can be properly documented, this can be properly routed to the exchequer. And I'm sure that when Badri will speak, he will talk about the tax part and the benefits of it. But you tell us, are there being attempts done to create a regulator which mirrors the government efforts?
Okay, so I'll first take up the business thing, also the first question on that.
Sure.
The way I look at it, the overall industry. So I am, just to submit, I'm 1 year old in the industry, and now when I really look at it, having taken charge and building this business now, there are 4 elements which the government can very, very easily consider and look at it, right? From what this industry is contributing to the economy, right? Well, most of the points have been covered by my co-panelists here and friends here, right? Employment. Let's look at that. The first pillar is employment, right? What is the kind of talent which this industry seeks and will be able to hire, right? Or will be able to absorb? That talent with a no regulatory framework becomes a little challenging for us to attract great talent. Now, what is the kind of talent are we looking at? We are looking at great data, ML, AI, tech kind of talent, which is at the cutting edge, right? That's on the tech side. Investment required to grow this business, right? If the regulatory framework is not there, this industry globally has cumulatively overtaken Hollywood, music, and all entertainment business See, this single industry, gaming industry, online gaming industry, and this is for the last 7 years continuously. It is generating that kind of revenues, right? Now look at that industry. This kind of industry size, what does it require? It requires huge investment. If we were to look at the e-commerce industry, which gained so much of, just one second, just hold on.
That's the perk, actually. When you're not on the dais and in your home, you can always do that.
Sorry, that was
all right.
Right?
Yeah.
If you look at from 2007, 2008 till 2016, over $4.5 billion came into e-commerce, and that ended up creating roughly $40 billion of value.
Yeah.
Right? Now, I'm not saying that internet gaming or online gaming would require those kind of things, or they may require that. That's not the debate. But look at this quantum of investment which it can attract, which the country can attract, this industry can attract from an investment point of view with a clear regulatory framework, right? The third pillar is consumer engagement. When the whole history since 2010, 2011, when esteemed founders, promoters started this industry, these particular verticals, the biggest challenge for any marketer in this industry is trust. How do I create trust in the consumer to part his wallet share, right? Now, how does that trust come? Yes, there is great amount of ownership or responsibility on all us as players, right? But at the same time, a regulatory framework, or the problem is when a state arbitrarily bans it, the communication on trust goes haywire, right? For the consumer, what is going to happen to my money? I am from here, tomorrow my statements, right? Absolutely. That's the third pillar, right? The fourth one is, which everybody is talking about, is the GST, or the tax to the exchequer, right? Yeah, now that's huge, but that is a result of the first three. If I am not able to attract consumers to trust, if I am not able to attract that investment to scale up, both from an talent perspective or from an acquisition of consumer perspective, where will this come? Now, internationally also, if you look at why it is high time that India looks at a very, very strong regulatory, let's accept it. This is a way of entertaining, way of passing time, way of thrill. When you play a poker game or a rummy, you get thrilled, right? There's excitement and you spend time. Now, this is bound to happen. We have seen Macau's rise in China happened sometime 1999, 2003, 2004, right? That's the period. And what was the GDP per capita income there? Anywhere from 1,500 to 2,300. India is from a purchasing power parity is there, right? Now, it is bound to happen that there will be a certain segment of consumers from this particular pool who would like to get entertained and spend time in this manner, right? So I would always say mirror or regulatory. It is high time that do it.
Just do
right?
it. Yeah.
Just
Thank
do
you.
it. Right?
These are good initial observations. I'll come back to you, Shivanathan. I'll go to Badri Narayan, and I will tell on behalf of all the promoters who are here that you are talking to a lawyer who represents one of the finest tax firm we have in the country. And this is an opportunity to ask him, is it not a bad idea that we prepare a paper and say to the government, look what you're losing to Macau and all the other jurisdictions, which Ajit also will talk about. And Badri, one is the tax part, you should say that how much government will benefit if we really open up and structure it. The second thing is the myth about the taxes on these platforms. There are a lot of myths about it. Even I don't understand if somebody asks me this normally. And the third is that do you feel this alternative regulator is an answer?
Very good question, Sudhir, and thank you for this and for the opportunity to be part of this panel. So I'll take one by one each of these points and kind of quickly delve into each of them. One is first question you wanted to really understand is that what is it that we're going to lose out if we excessively tax this portion of gaming revenue, and what is it that India is really losing out on this? So I've always, whenever I've had conversations with the tax regulator, as also the central government and the other people, the way I see it is that there are really two groups. One group which understands the gaming industry and understands that excessively taxing it is a problem. The second group, which basically equates gaming with gambling, effectively speaking, and wants to find ways by which we are able to tax it, really tax it out of the country. There are two real factions which I really encounter whenever I discuss with the regulators or people around that. I always say that if you take the KPMG EY reports, the industry in India for gaming is very huge now. I think there's no turning back and putting the clock back, so to say. And if you say, for example, some of the mature economies like UK, Europe, and other, they all have a mature way of kind of taxing these games, which is what I call as something which is not excessive, but not less also. So it's got a balance. The tax should be such that there should be enough collection of these amounts by the government. At the same time, it should not be so much that there is no incentive to play the game. To give you an example, for example, if I have a 100 rupee entry fee, and if I have to pay 35% as my TDS, which is a gross income tax, so that's 35 rupees gone. And then on top of that, you want to collect, say, 18 rupees on that ticket price as GST. Absolutely. Okay. Yeah. So effectively speaking, you almost have lost 53 rupees out of that. And so the remaining portion, I have to get my service fee, which can range between 5% to 18% of the ticket fee. So what remains in the price pool ultimately can be a very small amount. So that's the real problem which is there, right? So we always say that reduce this tax, okay? Keep it in a manner where, you know, whatever the gross gaming revenue which the person is earning, to keep that as a basis for purpose of taxation, and try and reduce these, increase the slabs for income tax and kind of be a little bit more reasonable. Because what would really happen, I keep telling the regulators, if we excessively tax, it's not like you and I are not going to play, right? It's just going to go to some other jurisdiction. People are going to do things illegally. And then the whole taboo around it kind of reinforces itself. So I think taxing well also kind of gives data to the regulators. And I think today, the generation of promoters, entrepreneurs, funds, investors want to do things right. It's not like, you know, an earlier generation where we would be okay doing things illegally because we grew from a highly regulated environment. That's the one aspect which is there. So I keep telling them, tax them properly, tax them in a manner which is going to be there. I'm going to take this other issue which you said with respect to alternate regulator. The real issue where I feel whenever I'm now talking on non-tax issues with the promoters and other areas, okay, there's this huge problem which gets, I think, it somewhere poisons the mind of some of the regulators, the state governments especially, where they feel like excess gambling leads to breaking up of families, losing of money, and so on and so forth. So I think what they are trying to do is to kind of somehow regulate this area, the online gaming space, just like they would do the offline gaming space. And I think having strong alternative regulator who can be, like you said, ex-judges or even AIGF or any of these forums, which can then kind of say that this is what is the charter and this is how we are going to be playing. And we're going to ensure that people are not going to be taken advantage of. I think that'll be a huge difference. I think there's a big difference between how the central government approaches this, the state government. So in my view, I think alternate regulators is the way forward for this industry.
Wonderful. Good initial observations, Badri. Many thanks. I will come to Ajit Mishra. And my question to Ajit would be, Ajit, I and you have gone to ICE, which happens in London, and all of us have been part of it. I know the promoters would be going there surely. In February, twice, I remember we both traveled there. You were in a different firm. Now you are one of the partner, India desk head of Harrison Clark. Tell me, and Badri mentioned that there is a social angle attached to it. And especially with the kind of government we have in India, it's a very right of the right. So tell me, if it's on the right of the right, the perception issue that whether there are cultural reasons for misunderstanding, or do you think that this cultural misunderstanding that it is bad, it is a taboo issue, is now simply disappearing slowly with the kind of advertisements coming, with the kind of perception the government is having, and with the shortage of taxes being a top agenda for the finance minister? Do you think that cultural issue is something which because UK also had that previously, and they slowly managed to do it in late 90s, right?
Yeah, hi Sudhir and other panel members. As Samir mentioned, that gaming and gambling, at times they are considered to be similar, and biggest issue is that wrong perception. I think Shivanand, he mentioned that it should be a sport rather than considered as gambling. Now, see, if we talk about cultural issue, I think generally we have been taught, and we are born with the perception that gambling is bad. And I'm not mixing two issues, but those issues are already mixed. When a child is born, the parent, when they go for shopping, whether it will be a blue or a pink, that's where gambling starts. So gambling has always been in your life. And culturally, there has been examples in our society like Mahabharata, where there were two brothers, Pandav and Kaurav, okay, and Pandav gambled and lost everything. They lost their property, they lost their wife, they lost everything, okay. But on the other side, there were Kauravs who actually gained everything out of it. Now, they were not playing responsibly. That was a game. They were not playing responsibly. It's government's role to come in and make regulations where people play with responsibility. If there was a responsibility, I don't think that losing your wealth and wife and everything, that won't have happened. So at this point, I think we gamble every day. When we see weather forecast and we go out without umbrella, we gamble, isn't it? It's just when money is involved and some person gets emotional about it and goes out and gambles, okay, and loses money, then it becomes bad. So I think that whole perception of gambling, that should be changed, and it should be treated as sport. In any case, that's a sport. When you buy a ticket and go to a sporting event, your team loses, okay? But we don't say that you lost the money. You say, okay, that was a game. So that perception need to be changed. And I think government of India, they are moving in right direction where they are actually coming up with the regulation. There's a perception which is happening right now. I think government has to play a huge and big role in regulating that sector.
Thank you, Ajit. Yeah, Mahabharata is there. And of course, we now, for the present period, Ramayana is the flavor in India. So naturally, that's also an issue. But Sarthak, you are youngest in this group, and I want to know, you represent a very specialized sports law firm. Tell me two things. I feel that all the panelists will benefit out of it. One, what are the competition India has, where our money is going? Which are the countries where our money is going? Everybody talked about our affluent classes, which is, if you don't allow them here, they will play somewhere else. So which are those countries, first? Second, what is happening at the level of central government? Is there any movement?
Sure. Sure. First of all, thank you so much for having me on this panel. I think it's wonderful insights from everyone who have spoken before. Just taking the first question, I think there are two major areas that I feel Indians are investing money in when it comes to games. One is esports players. When they play esports in other countries, and we have a huge ecosystem that is still in the initial phase, but it is still developing at a rapid pace, where esports players are practicing, they are going outside, competing in international tournaments with other country players and having a shot at the titles as well. So I think a lot of investment cost in developing those players and going out there and playing in those fields is one thing that is that I'm observing in the industry. The second thing I feel, and I'm sure a lot of you must have observed this lately in the past 5-6 months, is the prevalence of betting websites in India. You'll have companies like Betway, Betfair, and all these sports betting websites that have now emerged in the last 5-6 months, which you don't see as an Indian operator offering, but foreign operators offering that a lot in India. And with so many events happening. The T20 World Cup is around the corner. There are so many bilateral series happening. The Olympics is right now going on. And with that combined with all the advertisement around it, I think a lot of people are now, pursuing that as an option, and the money, I think, is going there as well. On the second question, yeah, sorry, I think you had
No, go ahead. Yeah.
Sure. So on the second thing, on what is happening at the central level, I think one thing is definitely, like the other panelists have also spoken about, is the Niti Aayog paper on fantasy sports. Of course, that was a good starting point in terms of thinking about gaming, or even a segment of gaming at the central level. Even actually yesterday or day before yesterday, the new sports minister also spoke about the potential of esports in the country, and how Asian Games has now recognized it. So I feel there have been a lot of conversations at the central level. Even like some months back, Kiran Rijiju also spoke about esports. The Prime Minister Modi also said that of how we should be developing indigenous games. But I think all of those have been conversations at this point, and there is no actual action that is happening. One thing I feel is the development from the legal point of view is happening at the state level. You'll have states that are now including websites, online gaming in their state legislation. You have Telangana, you had Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh. Now even UP came out with their gaming commission report, where they spoke about online gaming. So the sense of online gaming is coming into the state legislations, but thinking about having a central law, a uniform law that cuts across all the states, I think still there is some movement that is missing there. We had good positive in 2018 when Mr. Tharoor presented the bill, but after that, I didn't see much movement there.
Sarthak, very good points, and we will be just going for the final rounds, and very short final round. Samir, I'll just tell you, you represent a federation, and I tell you one good thing about this government is, and I do a lot of advocacy on climate change and environment. So when the plastic was being thought to be banned in 2019 October, I was seeing that how many representations were going to the government at that time by the people who pack all the packaging industry and the use of single-use plastic, and the e-commerce companies that come in picture. And I realized that every particular business has a federation or some kind of association, and they had very specialized policy advocacy team to spearhead. In fact, we can give a suggestion that the multinationals have shown us that their policy advocacy team, both Ajit and Badri will agree with me, that they have solid work on that thing. See, government wants to be guided. And here, when we see government, it's not only Niti Aayog and the government, there are bigger think tanks which also guide them. So what are your, if I ask you in 1 minute, are you going in that direction? Because it's one big push which is required for systematically putting it in order. Yeah, you mute.
Yeah, Sudhir, I'll just take 20 seconds of that 1 minute first to just talk about self-regulation.
Yeah.
We've had a self-regulatory process in place since 2019. We are set up actually as a self-regulator for the online rummy industry. Highly robust system. We've had international consultants which you conferred with to put the code together. And I won't get into the details, but very happy to share it with anyone over here who wishes to. The companies right now, like Puneet, for example, is certified, is one of our certified members. And we have an independent third-party system in place. So the audits are done by one of the big 4 auditing firms. So we've ensured that, it's not us making the standard and us also. So, I mean, just to say that that's already in place. In our case, it's auditable. In the case of AIGF, it's self-certified. And I believe FIFS, which is the Fantasy Operators Federation, also has a system to a certain extent, at least, in place, which is again self-certified. So, just to say that is already in place. To answer your question, and that dovetails well with what I just spoke about and what some of the others have spoken about. The key issue here is basically to do with 2 things, I would think. A, it has to do with perception, and everyone's spoken a fair amount of that. And perception is not really about just real money gaming. Perception is basically video games are bad. To use very common jargon, if you talk to a parent, They will not say e-gaming, mobile. Video games are bad. Screen time is bad. There is it's got to do with, parents, supposedly responsible parents now saying that we will allow only 30 minutes of screen time during the day because it's bad for you, this, that, and everything. And paradoxically, the schools now are running 8 and 9 hours a day where everything's on video. And suddenly in the last 1 year, that seems to be the new normal, and that's okay. It's just strange how these things happen.
And you don't get laptops now in market very easily. Yeah,
you don't. So, I mean, one is to say that the perception is far more deep-rooted than just cultural. There is it's this 6 blind men and an elephant sort of scenario where everyone has a different thing. A is that the industry needs to work on addressing that. It's the industry's responsibility to educate the ecosystem that, this is not what you think it is. It can be done responsibly. It's a form of entertainment. If enjoyed responsibly, it's amazing. It has its own positives. I mean, we have the IIM Ahmedabad having a course on poker. How many people know that? I mean, there is a need to sort of be able to talk about it.
Yeah.
Why I'm talking about it is because the regulator is brown, to use that word, right? And to get across to a government official, a senior government official, a law enforcement agency, even the legal system at times, it's very difficult because of this perception. Things are not considered from purely a objective perspective. There is a phenomenal amount of subjectivity that comes in.
I agree.
So, for example, 6 to 7 months back, we tried to do this. We actually ran a campaign on TV and on responsible gaming. And the sad truth is that we had a lot of our own gaming companies who actually came back to us and said, why are you talking about it? These are not our members, of course. These are parts of the ecosystem that exist.
Hold your thoughts here, because I think Bhavna has already appeared. Bhavna, we started 5 minutes late, so you will have to give me 5 minutes. I'll go 1 minute. Samit, many thanks, and this requires a more bigger deliberation. Puneet, your final 1 minute thoughts about where do we head from here?
Yeah, like Samir had mentioned, we are a part of TURF as well as the AIGF as well. We know that these federations are working very hard to get their charters in place, right from the way of working to the taxation part, and also in terms of improving the perception among they're regularly talking to the governments, putting in the representing papers and so on. But I would also like to point out, because it is not regulated, it gives the freedom to the international betting companies to operate easily over there, which is causing a major damage to the perception when it comes to gaming and gambling, and then these two words being used interchangeably. Because the reason is because we are already seeing so many, like Sarthak had mentioned, so many international betting companies openly advertising. I think we as TURF as well as AIGF has made many representations, not just to the government, but also to the different gateways, different marketing companies to stop taking assignments from them. But I think till the time it's not clearly regulated, till the time government realizes that the potential is huge and we need to regulate it, that is the time when we would be able to really grow the Indian industry first, and then attract the global investors and the investment which is required to grow this industry.
Thank you, Puneet. Thanks a lot. Shivanandanji, one minute. Your final. You gave 4 beautiful suggestions. Your final one suggestion. Yeah, you're mute.
My barometer is: will consumer continue to play? He will or she will continue to play. Right? Yeah. So that is your consumer demand is in place. Now, this demand gets catered in a regulated manner or in an unregulated manner is a large question. Who loses it? The government loses, and the businesses like us, right? Which is again indirectly a loss to the Indian country, right? So that's how I would put it. Now, in terms of risk of from a consumer perspective, anything which is an indulgence, which crosses the boundary of limit, whether it is movie. We have seen the biggest threat over the last 15 years since the onslaught of social media is consumer psyche itself. That is a very, very subtle, and that nobody realizes. If you compare that with any of these games, what are these games do? They play at two levels. One is at the mental level, which is the memory or a calculation, right? The second is strategy level. And when these two are, they inherently stimulate human beings and make them healthy, right?
Thank you.
That's how I would like to put it.
Thank you, Shivanandanji. Badri, your final suggestion?
Yeah, I'll just give 2-3 bullet points which I think we should look at. One, I think there are a lot of games that are coming up. There's some good games which are, I think, clearly games of skill, but there are more and more games which I think kind of blur the boundary between games of skill and games of chance. I think regulating that is going to be important, especially for some bodies, and usually that's the one, like the rotten apple kind of kills the remaining pieces in the basket. So that's one thing I think we should talk about. A second thing I think is that very clearly from a taxation point of view, I feel that, or even from a gaming point of view, I feel that there should be a lot more collaboration among the players and the operators. I sometimes feel that if there's a perception that one set of operators is suffering, other kind of holds back, okay? Or another operator is getting something, instead of supporting it and then saying that I'll also get some benefit out of it, we tend to kind of spend a lot of time kind of saying that why that person should not get the benefit. I think that's one area where we need to think through and how to improve from that perspective.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Ajit?
Yeah, those are my 2 points which I thought was important.
Ajit, your final suggestion?
Well, in a way, my suggestion is extension of what Shivanand said. Consumer will keep on playing and they won't stop. They will find their way how to play. Okay, if Indian sector is not regulated and it's not regulated properly, foreign players will always have an advantage of the gray area, and they are doing that. And I'm not saying that's good or bad, because at times those guys are my clients, so I'm not saying that's bad. What is onus on Indian government is regulation and education. If customers are educated, they play responsibly, they make money. Somebody loses money, somebody makes money, but that's part of life. But education and regulation, these are two important aspects.
Thank you, Ajit. Sarthak, final words to you.
Sure, I'll just make one suggestion, and that is basically central government coming out with a law, the central law empowering a self-regulatory organization at a pan-India level to deploy a mathematical test that kind of demarcates between game of skill and game of chance, because that's one thing that even the Indian courts haven't been able to solve for.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you, all of you. What an engaging panel discussion we had. We'll meet some other time, some other day. Bhavna, all yours.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Mishra. Thank you for moderating it so wonderfully. Thank you to all our eminent panelists for joining us today. Well, ladies and
for having us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now on the other side, we're going to be having a great session on brand building gamified, wherein the gaming tops the list of innovative, engaging and immersive ways in which companies are connecting with the consumers. We're going to be seeing some examples and incremental success. Joining us on the fireside chat is Tom Simpson, SVP APAC at Colony, Ithamar Benedi, co-founder and CEO Anzu, and the session chair of this fireside chat is going to be Noor Fatima Varsia, Group Editorial Director, BW Business World. Well, with this, I welcome Noor on the screen and both of our eminent panelists. First up, Tom and Ithamar. Thank you so much, Noor, for giving us your valuable time. With
Thank you, Bhavna.
The screen is yours.
Hi, Ithamar. Hi, Tom.
Hi, how you doing?
Very well, very well. I always enjoy seeing how much different people look for them images, especially in the COVID times. And I think Tom is reflecting that a little bit. Welcome to this. We have exactly 15 minutes. We still have 15 minutes, though we were running late. So I'm grateful to my team at the back end. But we have quite a bit to cover. So I would first like to, of course, thank our audiences. Welcome these two very wonderful panelists. So we are setting the tone for the role that brand building and gaming together can play for the larger marketing and business ecosystem. I have got two awesome people because they totally understand what goes inside both of their platforms, whether it is Ad Colony. Of course, Ad Colony has a larger play in ad tech, mobile ad experiences being a core part of it, including gaming. But Anzu, and I'm hoping I pronounced that right. Did I, Itamar, both of it?
Yes, that's correct.
Itamar and Anzu. Okay, perfect. Anzu provides advanced in-game advertising solution across platforms. They blend ads into video games, esports, live streams, what have you. Hence, I am not going to delay this any further. I'm directly going to get into our first question, which is the best fit. What I'm trying to understand over here is it's almost been 5 years since I've been writing about gamification in branding and advertising. We still are not seeing it as a brand building platform. That's yet to happen. I want to understand from you, from both of your experiences, all the brands that you have worked on, which are the sectors or which are the marketing objectives where gamification or being in game is one of your best solutions. Tom, do you want to pick up that? And then we go after this young gentleman.
Yeah, I can jump in and talk a little bit about the stats in India. So, I mean, you've got around 600 million online in India, and there's about 500 million consumers who play games, mostly on their mobile devices. So, I mean, it's 85% reach of the market. So I think that really, I mean, if you're a brand advertiser, that provides a big clue that actually, you know, the use of gaming is the same way that you might use TV or OTT or social media, in that you've got almost complete market reach. You can reach any audience via gaming. So we see the big advertisers, big FMCGs, handset manufacturers tend to be the companies that are using gaming, and they're delivering messages at scale against that huge audience, and, you know, trying to drive all sorts of objectives from brand awareness, brand love to purchase, whether in an offline world, and we do plenty of tracking looking at the brand results, so increases in brand awareness, footfall. We've actually driven people to stores and they've bought a product, or even, you know, driving results in e-commerce. They're trying to sell products online. So all types of objectives, but big advertisers are coming into gaming and spending at scale.
I already have my counter to him, but Itamar, do you want to add to what he's saying, or should I just pose my counter question to you?
Yeah, I mean, I'll add a few words. So, I mean, almost every brand in the world has an overlap with the gaming audience. Some of it sits in mobile, some of it sits in PC and console. So the opportunity to communicate with the target audience is there in gaming. Number two, from a contextual relevancy perspective, there are a lot of types of games, and every brand can find the right narrative and game graphics to fit that brand. So if it's a sport game, a shooter game, a casual game. So I would say that every brand in the world has an opportunity, a big opportunity with gaming, and those brands that find the right partners, like partnering with Tom and Ad Colony, those brands who maybe have gamers in their teams and get gaming more, those brands who are more innovative and are trying new things, these brands will be the ones who will benefit more. All the brands start from an equal opportunity, and those who realize faster the market and the opportunity will benefit from it. It reminds me 10 years ago when Facebook became an important part of the advertising mix of every brand. It was very clear that every brand has an opportunity there. Those who invest more will benefit from it first.
All right, perfect. I'm glad you said FB and I'm glad you said FMCG, and I'll tell you why. Both of you come from varied backgrounds. You know, I think it's MediaQuark and Ambient in the case of Tom. And of course, Itamar, now he's a founder. However, you have worked with Glispa, Sport.com. You know that one of the toughest nuts to crack in this ecosystem is the advertiser. All the briefs are as of yesterday. Every budget is already higher than what you deserve, and everything must give you an incremental return. Now that's their starting point. In context to that, in gaming, there is a time lag, there's a certain investment. Now, if you gave the example of Facebook, Facebook actually picked up with the advertisers because they got the numbers. The turnaround time was really fast. The starting point was anywhere even between $10 to get your ad on Facebook. Now, none of these really qualify for a large-scale gaming solution right now. FMCG, will they really consider a gaming platform when they could have done the same thing on a faster medium, which is digital, it could be OTT or any of the other ones, engaging a new set of audiences? So I want to now get down to the challenges. There are clearly challenges that gaming per se is facing. How are you seeing the needle move? You know, what are the green shoots, the good points that allow for brand loyalty to happen? Either of you can take it. If I do Tom, it'll be death by panel. It'll be 1-2, 1-2. I'll be the school teacher. So yeah,
Oh,
never go for it. Yes, we're not in class.
Itamar, are you going to take this one first? Come on, you should
No.
first.
Okay, of course. I mean, so two different maybe topics I can give a high level point of view, and then we can further discuss in next conversations. Number one, gaming by nature is a really strong media for return on investment, because there is very little fraud when you're integrated into the game engine directly, because there's high level of attention when you're playing a game and there is no second screen like when you watch TV, and because viewability is very strong in a 3D environment, and because there is those harder to reach audiences that are not, watching less TV, and it's harder and harder to find them. So high level gaming has all the metrics and all the ingredients to be a very important platform. Number one. Number two, the other side of it is around the differentiation between awareness and brand dollars versus performance and hard KPIs. And I think here there's also two ways to look at it. There is activation happening inside the game, and there's activation happening outside of the game. So inside of the game, for example, Tom and AdColony have a great platform to have both the awareness and then the hard KPIs and the performance KPIs. The other way of it is areas like gaming commerce that I believe in the next few years will become a very important topic. I believe the next Shopify will be inside a game, as gaming moves from just a game to a platform. Fortnite is a social media platform. You chat with your friends, you also do commerce inside. And the other way to look at it is activations outside of the game, where gaming is just the beginning of a funnel to activation happening in other platforms, and gaming having a strong impact on that. There's a lot of work we're doing in Anzu around attribution in user journey and connecting those environments. But I'll just give maybe one point to summarize here, as gaming will be treated as part of the marketing and strategy mix, and not as like an extension to existing platforms. That's where gaming will start to maximize its opportunity.
Brilliant. Within the marketing mix, big plan and the role of gaming in that. Tom, did you
Oh, sorry. So great. I mean, great points by Itamar. I'm just going to build on a couple of things that he touched on. Reasons that brands really, really need to invest in gaming. It's not something that they can sleep on. So I think the first thing is that idea that Itamar introduced of gaming as the platform. So, in the same way that the internet ate traditional media, and then, 10, 15 years ago, the social media ate the internet, I think what we will see is gaming eating social media and gaming becoming the platform. We'll all be hanging out in the metaverse, chilling with our friends, playing a game, but also other experiences, visiting art galleries, watching movies, buying things. Gaming and the metaverse by extension becomes the platform. And I think there's something there around generational irrelevance. And it's what a lot of brands are waking up to, especially in luxury. We're seeing this, is that this new generation who, gaming is their core media activity, for Gen Zs. That's what they do. They do it almost more than social media. And if you don't get involved in gaming, then you're risking that kind of generational irrelevance. And as gaming becomes the platform, you miss all of that. So, I mean, it's absolutely fundamental at the kind of the macro that brands get involved. I think some more tactical ideas, and Itamar was talking about the formats there. I think there are two lovely formats in gaming. I think the first one is value exchange advertising, so rewarded video. Consumers are increasingly annoyed at the volume of video ads that they're exposed to on YouTube, on Facebook. Value exchange rewarded video advertising is within a game, and it offers consumers a choice. They can either pay to get an item upgrade, or they can watch a video and get it for free. So it's choice, it's open, it's transparent, it's very 21st century, you know, because you have that consumer choice. So that's a much nicer experience. And what we see off that is much higher brand equity being created, because rather than irritating people by pushing ads in their face, you're giving them a choice. And that absolutely applies to the Anzu format as well, Anzu platform, blended in-game advertising. I mean, you're talking about ads that appear like out-of-home posters within games. You know, it works the same as out-of-home in that, you know, it drives incredible brand outcomes, but from a consumer perspective, it's, you know, it's much more respectful of their time and of their experience. So I think in gaming, there's some really good tactical reasons why you should be using it rather than Facebook or YouTube, as an example.
Perfect. You know, in fact, I did see some of the Anzu work with Pepsi and Vodafone. So I agree with you. I did want to, you know, get some use cases on incremental numbers that can come from gaming. Either of you can take it. Just one, I want only one of you to answer this. So just raise your hand who's going after it. But incremental ad sales. So I think, Tom, you're up. Incremental ad sales that can come if you've invested in gaming versus all the other digital platforms.
Incremental ad sales. I mean, what we see uplifts of somewhere around 10% when we run brand studies versus a standard benchmark for that brand. So it's definitely, you know, great brand building activity. We've seen campaigns where we're driving sales lifts of anywhere between 5 and 15% from gaming. So there's definitely that incremental outcome.
Brilliant. You know, unfortunately, this is going to be my last question because we are striped for time. I have to apologize, both of you, but you were quick in your answer. So I did cover a lot of ground. We will have a good story from this. Last question, however, Tom, it's alluding to what we discussed over email. Also, what you just said, of course, brands have to be on gaming so that they can tap on a new generation that's coming up. However, a lot of studies do show that there is older generation that is into gaming too. Yeah. Brands are still not buying into that concept. Now, what can be done to actually this mind shift that's needed? That gaming is not just for that teenager sitting in front of a system after he was back from school or college or wherever. What can we do to change that?
What can we do to change it? I mean, I think brands are, you know, beginning to mine that insight around what consumers are doing and where they're spending their time. And I think brands are beginning to switch on to what the data is telling them. But I mean, I'll keep this one short because I'm sure Itamar's got some good stuff to say as well. But for me, it's just fundamentally look at the data. It will tell you that your audience is in gaming. You know, high net worth individuals are more likely to have a mobile game on their device than the average person. Mums are one of the biggest audiences we reach via mobile gaming. So, you know, it's just look at the data. It's really, really easy.
Summer.
Yeah, I mean, first, you know, we got really good progress as an industry in the last few years. COVID was really important. Of people are locked at home. They play more video games. There is no out of home interaction. So gaming got to the main seat, and things continued in that direction, even as COVID is now getting a bit lighter. So that's number one. Number two, a lot of the advertising companies are starting to realize the opportunity in gaming. Most of the agencies and holding groups are building a gaming practice. Most of the advertising technologies are building solutions dedicated for gaming. So Tom and myself are preaching for advertising in games in the last 4 years, and it's getting better. What, as an industry, we still need to do, there is a lot to do. There is a lot of brands and agencies and publishers that still need this, you know, baby steps to get progress, that still need to put more attention on this. I believe, in one word, what we need is time, because as Tom said, the data is very positive. Every day there is something new happening in the gaming. A lot of brands are coming from fear. As their competitors are doing something, then they understand they need to do something themselves. So as time passes and we continue in these trends, it will be significantly better. I mean, from an Anzu point of view, the fact that WPP, the biggest advertising group in the world, invested in Anzu, in a gaming platform, it's their first ever gaming investment. And Sony, the owner of PlayStation, did their first ever investment in Anzu in advertising. Just one point of how the big players are picking this up.
Yes, also a point on how well Anzu is doing, isn't it, Tom? Let's just be happy for this boy. But I'm going to wrap this up with just a quick takeaway for our audience, which is ROI. Everybody, right in the beginning, it's established gaming will give you ROI. So, and it controls fraud. Now, that's probably a huge crime in its own, in the numbers that's happening in advertising. But fraud, apart from that, we have looked at how gaming will continue to be immersive and a good experience. Lots of points have actually come out. I was especially intrigued about the integration of commerce that can happen in gaming, because that's really future looking and future forward. Brand equity, when you do it right, you can build brand equity, enhance brand loyalty. The numbers indicate people across, as soon as we had mobile in our hands, actually, across age groups are gaming. You have to find the game that works for your audience. With that, I just want to thank both these people again. 10% up on an investment is not a small number to scoff at. So, don't dilly-dally. Just look at how you can look at gaming or gamification to reach out to your audiences. I know that the next panel is almost here. Bhavna, are you there so that we can thank these two gentlemen properly?
Absolutely, Noor. Very much. Yeah, thank you so much for that incredible discussion. I had a great time hearing Itamar and Tom talk about that incredible topic. Thank you once again, gentlemen, for joining us.
All the best. Thank you again, Tom and Itamar. All the best to you, Bhavna. Over to you, and over to
pleasure is mine. Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you so much. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, what a great discussion this turned out to be. And it is now time to move on to the same topic, but now in the panel form, which is on the brand building gamified, wherein again, we're looking at talking about some examples and incremental success, wherein the gaming tops the list of innovative, engaging, and immersive ways in which the companies are connecting with the consumers. So for this, we're joined by our eminent panelists. First up, Nishant Malsi-Sarya, the VP Product Strategy, Dentsu Data Sciences. We're joined by Amin Rozani, Group CEO of Quadrific Media, joining us. We've got Suraj Balakrishnan, Head of Marketing, Acer India. We've got Jagannathan Shelia, the Director Marketing India, Western Digital. Anish Kapoor, CEO in Infinix Mobile. And the session chair is going to be Soumya Sehgal, Editorial Lead, VW Marketing World. Well, with this, I heartily welcome all our eminent panelists on the stage and screen. Thank you so much for joining us. And with this, Soumya, the stage and screen is all yours to moderate it forth with your eminent panel. Over to you.
Thank you, Bhavna, and thanks to the gentlemen joining us for the session. Okay, so we are all aware that for the longest time, gaming has only been looked upon as a niche hobby. It is only in the recent years that it is beaming under the mainstream spotlight. With the rapid growth of gaming and esports industry, endemic and non-endemic brands are launching creative new marketing programs, not only to create brand affinity, but also to create alternate revenue streams in collaboration with the game developers. To delve deeper into how gamification has become a popular technique in the market today, let's quickly head to our panelists for today. Hello, everyone. Thank you for taking out time for this session.
Hello, Soumya. Hi.
Hi, Soumya.
Hi, Soumya. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having us today.
Hi, Soumya. Yeah, hello, everyone.
Hi. So let me ask Nishant to lay some foundation to our conversation and tell us how he assesses the relationship between gamification, brand engagement, and equity.
Thank you, Soumya, for having me, firstly. Just to put some points out there. So today, while we all agree, and I think in the last couple of discussions that I've been part of on this webinar today, realize that the correct number is that we have around 470 million people who are gamers. So typically, most advertisers, they don't even know that they are actually targeting gamers already, right? But unfortunately for India as a scenario, gamification, brand engagement, and equity are more linked to immersiveness, and that's actually going to be the future. But today, if you talk about today's scenario, it's looked at with a more tactical approach. However, there are a couple of things and couple of brilliant examples that lead today to believe that gaming is going to go really, really big. For example, in the metaverse of Roblox, we've recently come across Gucci that actually put out the Gucci Garden example there, and we realized that they are actually selling the same merchandise in the same format that they would otherwise do in Florence in the real world scenario, right? These are actually stepping stones and the ground that these brands are setting today for the future. And I know of a couple of people myself, and I've from all the reading that I've done, I've realized that Gen Z audiences are already aligned with actually being able to buy these skins for avatars. For example, I'm not sure how many of you all know this, but there's a company called Tafi, which is again huge in the avatar space, and they are only businesses to create these digital avatars and the skins for those, right? And there are a lot of companies alongside to do that. So while today, to last point that I'd like to say on this, while today one of the most important things that brands do today is tactical, but as we mature and as we speak to a lot of advertisers, we realize that they are now asking for specific curation of titles or specific immersiveness, more brand visibility, integrations, etc., that play a very, very important role. And my co-panelists, of course, who come from this domain should be able to add more light to this, I feel.
Thanks, Nishant. So taking cue from the Gucci example, LV, Mountain Dew, Starbucks are some of the other classic examples. So Mr. Kapoor, my next question is to you. How are marketeers actually utilizing gaming to, fulfill their marketing objectives, and in what ways are they actually partnering with the gaming platforms? Mr. Kapoor, can you hear me?
Sorry, Soumya, I didn't hear that. Sorry. Can you come again, please?
Yes. So just what Nishant told us, that Gucci is one classic example. Apart from that, Nestle, Starbucks are some of the other classic case studies. I would want to ask you that how marketers are actually utilizing, gaming to fulfill their marketing objectives, and in what ways are they actually partnering with these gaming platforms?
So I think Nishant has put the broad things on perspective, and hi Nishant, I think
hey.
a long time.
Yes.
So I think the numbers are pretty much there in terms of, we talked about some 470 million odd people who are already into gaming. And we already know close to 44% of the country's population is actually expected to play gaming by 2022. That's the data points which are coming out right now. And it is really becoming a really big industry for all of us. I think what we need to do as a marketer is really to stay relevant to the trend which is happening. And at least for us, we wanted to really tap into this specific community, because gaming is more like a community thing rather than one-stop thing, which a lot of people think. And it really gives us a platform wherein you can really go and talk to your real TG, a very targeted audience, which we look at typically, and reach out to them. So I think that's something which we are trying to do. And for us as a mobile maker or a smartphone maker, I think the steps which we've started to take is really create devices in that space only. And one of the things which we have done is probably work on R&D and really have a platform like or launch a technology like Darlink, which actually helps the gamer to take the game to the next level. And so we really think this gaming is not going to be limited to probably tier 1, tier 2 audiences, which I was listening to one of your other panelists in the other discussion. I think it's going to become much more massive. So all the devices which are being created right now, at least from our space, is we are trying to reach out to the tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, and trying to give them that platform, because that's what we believe in as a brand. Because the whole brand is for Infinix is ab rukna nahi. So if you are able to enable and give that platform to people to really come into gaming, which is also going into the professional space, I think we'll be able to do our job pretty much.
Very well said, sir. So talking of the belle of the ball here, which is the esports market, Mr. Balakrishnan, my next question is for you. If you could please describe some present-day contours of, the state of esports in India, both for mobile and PC platforms.
Yeah, thanks, Soumya. See, I when we started advertising, so when we launched our first gaming laptop, we are pretty heavily invested in gaming, because we have been the #1 PC brand across 4 years right now in gaming. So when we started, it's just us and few players who used to be invested in esports and advertising on gaming. But now you see FMCG brands, luxury brands like Gucci, which Nishant touched upon, they're all coming on board to advertise, on esports, on gaming platforms, it really shows the kind of involvement from big corporations and the kind of growth and attention which esports has got. So before, if you look at esports, I mean, your parents would have frowned upon you when you say that, I'm a gamer, right? But these days, the kind of prize money which brands are offering, the kind of opportunities you have on making gaming as a career, I think they're huge, right? Some of the prize monies are bigger than some Wimbledon, for example. So on international tournaments. So the state of esports, I think in India has a huge potential. If you look at some of the numbers, I mean, just look at the population of youth. I mean, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, almost 230, 240 million youth in India, and players like Infinix coming with mobile gaming phones, like especially devices based on gaming, right? So I think the whole ecosystem is coming together to ensure that we are catering to that audience, and from our point of view, from a PC brand point of view, more and more people coming to gaming, it's better, because PC is usually the second level of gaming, the step up from mobile phone gaming. So more people getting engaged in mobile gaming is good for us as well. But coming back to your question about esports, I think if you look at just the kind of investment which has come on to esports and their startup, venture capitalists have invested around $438 million on esports startups in India. So huge numbers, and players like Tiger and Kalari Capital and all are taking esports startups and esports companies very, very seriously, and they're investing in that, right? So I think the huge the mass of people coming on to gaming, I think the previous panelists also touched upon how the COVID kind of sped up the whole gaming and esports as a hobby. And slowly making it more of a profession when they see more and more tournaments coming in, more prize monies coming in. So it's a holistic growth which we are seeing. Before it was only few brands, but now there is a lot of brands coming together to really grow this ecosystem. I feel that esports is going to be a major sporting event. Forget about like hobby. It's going to be. And it's already happening in many cases. Some of the esports events are televised across many countries, right from on television to YouTube to Twitch. So the popularity, the kind of exposure the players are getting, and we work with a lot of influencers as well, and they are almost as big as celebrities in their own space, right? So I think the whole ecosystem is growing, and the future is really good for esports.
Thank you. So Mr. Rosani, in continuance to what Suraj just told us, why do you think brands are bullish about esports? That's question number one. And why do you think that brands, how do the brands have the opportunity to extract maximum value from the associations as compared to the traditional digital media or casual gaming?
Sure. I think my friends already covered why or what is the scope for esports and what kind of coverage the youth is going to have. To add to this, what we also feel that esports is kind of taking over content, especially in the youth and the generation before the youth, rather the kids. I think they're consuming gaming more than content, and games are usually keeping them more engaged. Giving them more control. So how Nishant gave an example of Gucci being placed in one of the brands, it gives a lot more attention to the brand when you are actually a gamer rather than you see an ad on a television. And I think the brands identify that. They realize that your traditional media is going to change into brand placements within the games. And hence, I feel it's a great spot to be for them.
Right, Mr. Jalia, my next question is for you. So, what is your understanding of the PC gamers in India? That's one. And you recently conducted a survey, pan-India survey around the same topic. Would you like to give us some insights or any elements of surprise that you gathered from that survey?
Sure. Thank you, Soumya. We did a very comprehensive survey trying to understand, right, what is the next generation PC gamer, right, want, okay? What is the persona, what are their challenges and what is it that they would want to see. Okay? This formed the crux of the study. Okay? So interesting data points, some of them would kind of align with what I heard in the previous conversation too. Right? Firstly, from a demographic perspective, gaming today, back to serious gaming, right? When I say serious gaming, I'm talking about PC-based gaming, right? So PC-based gaming is, right, just before COVID was 10% of the total, right, play. Okay? Nishant gave a figure of 450 million. You can roughly take around 40 to 50 million, right? However, okay, the pandemic has ensured that there is screen transition, which means that people have migrated from small screens to large screens, okay, because they're looking for a much larger immersive experience. Okay? Now, the people who are playing this, right, from a demographic perspective, okay, the Gen Z account for about 50%, and the other 50% is split between millennials, okay, and people who are between 35 and 40. Okay, so that's a big aha for us, right? And the other thing is, right, when it comes to casual gaming, normally you associate gaming per se, that to PC-based gaming per se, right, with more of, right, from a gender perspective, right, with male audiences, right? So big surprise we had was 20% of, right, the casual gamers, right, with PC gaming were from, right, were females, right? So, right, these are great insights, right? And right now, okay, the conversation that we have been having earlier is about, okay, why is esports growing fast? Okay, right? Why should advertisers or brands take, right, seriously? Okay, now, okay, the insight that we got is, right, the perception, okay, one, and two, the sense of, right, satisfaction that people get from playing competitive games, approach towards it is quite different from what it was earlier, right? So they look at this as a means of achievement. They look at this as a means of recognition within the peer network. They're also looking at this as a personality development, right? Be it cognitive thinking, okay, be it teamwork, okay, collaboration. Those are aspects which were not normally associated with gaming earlier, right? So these are great insights for us to actually really look into, okay, and try and figure out how to, right, place our brand there, because we are our brand, okay, right, WT Black is a very, very active ingredient for, right, any, right, immersive gaming experience that you would need on the PC side. Okay, same is the case on the mobile side. Okay, right, you have people initially starting off with, okay, immersive gaming, right, on mobile. Okay, they start playing simulator games. They start playing, right, adventure games, okay, first FPS, right, type action games. Then they see, hey, you know what, there's a limitation, and then they start migrating. Right? Okay? On both sides, to have the right gameplay, the core requirement was to have, right, the good a good game engine. Okay, so these are great insights for us to actually play and build our story.
Super. So Nishant, my next question is for you. It is well established that gaming, accounts for a big part of marketing techniques in marketing mix today. What kind of a share does gaming have in the marketing budget? If you could give us a ballpark figure, a ballpark estimate of that.
That's a very interesting question, but I'd like to attempt it in a little different fashion. For example, now we all know when it comes to digital advertising, most of our money that goes into advertising spends are on mobile, right? Now, typically, most of this mobile spending is in-app advertising, right? I'm sure most advertisers would agree. Now, let's look at a mix of what apps and what composition of apps do we have on our phone. I think broadly, if I were to categorize these two into two broad categories, one would be utility and the other one would be entertainment primarily, right? So if I were to even assume entertainment to be a 50% of your overall apps that you have on your phone, right? Considering the earlier statistics of around 470 million people already as gamers in India, right? It is safe to say that, consciously, unconsciously, a lot of budgets are already going to gamers, but and from but the more important question to address is what kind of investment are they making, right? So unfortunately, most of it still remains tactical, which I said earlier, but like only a few players, like the likes of tech players such as I think Acer, Infinix, mobile phone players, even Intel, who actually want a more immersive experience because they want to propagate their audiences into opting in for their products or services would, of course, invest higher.
Right. Mr. Kapoor, the same question for you. Given that you very recently collaborated with the Esports Premier League, what kind of a share does gaming have in your marketing mix or marketing budget?
So I think, Soumya, it's pretty clear. Gaming is going to be really big, and I think with the pandemic, what has happened, it has accelerated the whole gaming story. The numbers are very startling, and I'll not talk about what are the percentage of budgets, but I think it's more to do with how do you think gaming, because marketing is only a second part of the whole story. First is to whether you are able to create a product with the gaming in the center of things. If you're able to create something which is able to give that immersive experience everybody's talking about, and gamer is able to really enjoy what he's wanting to do with the device, then you're able to really talk to that audience. So I think that's something which we want to really work upon, and that's what we have started to work upon. We have been a budget dominated brand so far, but we have launched a few new devices in terms of Note series, which really focused on the gaming as a proposition. And that's where the tie-up with ESPL happened, because we thought we as a brand believe in giving, empowering the youth, or probably enabling the youth to give a platform wherein they can showcase their talent. And what we are seeing right now is this is actually becoming a new age profession. And I think Suraj touched upon how it is becoming a money spinning thing, or a professional gaming now, and people have moved away from the physical sports to e-gaming. So I think this is the change is happening, and we are very much in line with that thinking and creating that work on the technology front, putting some R&D efforts to make that gaming experience much more better. And obviously, once you create a product which is suitable for gaming, you end up spending money on it. So I think pretty much directly proportional to the kind of spends which we'll end up doing when we create products like that.
Very rightly said, sir. So, Mr. Balakrishnan and Mr. Cheria, my next question is for you. Taking cue from Mr. Kapoor, how do you connect gaming with your brand story? Some interesting insights that you would want to share with us.
So when we started or when we launched our first gaming product, I think the one big thing was that we need to connect to the community. And those days, I think probably 5 years back, it was not so prevalent that advertising or opportunities to advertise to gamers were that big. So we actually started our own esports tournament, and it still continues, and it's called Predator Gaming League. So the kind of activities we do are usually twofold. One is to build a long-term engagement with the community, and that's through our esports league. And then we have something called Planet 9, where the gamers can go and get trained and get coached by experts. So we have a platform for that as well. So it's a holistic community development engagement platform which we have. And then there is more of the tactical side, which is of selling our gaming products, and that goes through multiple channels like Flipkart, Amazon, etc. And then the tactical part of that happens. So for us, it's more like a year-round activity. It's not stop and go because of our investment and our product lines, which is catering to gamers. But if I look at my marketing budget over the years, I mean the proportion has only gone up and up and up. So the kind of budgeting when I do, when I look at just the gaming portfolio, ask my team like this is something like at least 2x of what you did last year. So I think the importance of this audience and the kind of return which it gives the brand back is huge, because one thing which I think a couple of panelists spoke about was that you should not be intrusive in your advertisement, right? Especially in a scenario like gaming. They are there to come and play and have enjoy that time, and intrusive advertisement usually backfires on the brand. So it's more about integration, and it's more of subtle advertising and more of long-term stay on the game, to say, so that we are able to connect to this audience. And many of these audience, they have their own niche and they have their own cult and all of that. So they talk a different language. They prefer it slightly different. They don't typically behave like your normal audience. So if you go with that approach, it doesn't usually work. So that's why we have built this twofold strategy of one, communicating, engaging, and in building that whole platform, and then the tactical side of it. But yes, the investment has been going up and up on gaming.
Right, Mr. Chelia, your thoughts on gaming and your brand story.
Sure. Right. So right, for us, there are two important aspects. Like one is, how do you give the gamer the best gameplay experience, right? So that stems from the product. Okay? The other aspect is, how do you engage with him, right, in a manner that he is building very strong affinity towards your brand. Okay? Let me talk about the first part, right, which is building a great gameplay. Now, okay, you got to give him more of everything, okay? Which means that for him to have a great gameplay, he needs to have more of content. He needs to have great compute power. Okay? He will also need to have a right game engine that will help him get the right experience. Now, if you look at any device, right? So be it a PC or a mobile, right? For a moment, let's focus on PC. Right? The place where the challenge comes when it comes to having a great gameplay is this ability to actually derive the right amount of data for his PC to give him an experience which has no stuttering, no lagging, okay? And also he's able to quickly move from one game level to another, right? So when I move from one game level to another means that, okay, that makes a difference between win or loss, okay? So we have a product portfolio, right, through our WD Black SSDs, okay, which provide that level of experience to a consumer if he's trying to build his own gaming unit. Okay, so that's one very important aspect. The other important aspect is for him to manage his gaming library. Okay? So in India, right, 2 out of 5 gamers actually delete their games because they don't have a proper library to manage it. Okay? So you need to have a different type of storage device which will allow him to do this. So we have a portable storage portfolio that's been designed based on insights from the game use case. Now, that's on the product front. Lastly, right, on the marketing front, like Suraj said, we have our own esports, right, esports tournament called WD Black Cup. Okay? Right, we have a very, very strong Insta community. We use, right, influencer engagement in a very, very strong way to build and knit our story. The other important aspect that we have done is to tie up with gaming title vendors, right? So we have a close partnership with Activision globally, and we have actually introduced limited edition for products, okay, along with them with a gaming title called Call of Duty, right? So all these things have actually helped us build a strong affinity towards the gaming community in India.
Right. That was okay, could you please mute yourself? Yeah, much better. There was some audio lag. Okay, so we have the next panelist for the session already in, so I'm just going to wrap this session in next 5 minutes. 30 seconds for each of you to answer. What are the future trends that you're anticipating, for the community in the next 2-3 years? Mr. Ruzani, I would begin with you.
So I think a future trend, what we can expect is, of course, evolution in the technology. And now when I say technology, not only the product, not only the games, not only VR, but also in terms of how we do marketing. It's going to get a lot more mathematical. Brands are going to make sure that they get the best ROI, their entire funnel, their product, their branding, everything is intact, so that when you do a brand endorsement or when you do influencer marketing, you get the best ROI out of it. So I feel that's where the industry is heading towards.
Right, Nishant, your thoughts?
I'd like to actually take a step from where Mr. Ruzani's stopped, right? So one very, very important piece is immersiveness, right? Because that's something that's gonna aid to the cross-funnel objectives that brands have, right? From branding to performance. And second is the future of gaming is going to be in the VR space. Like, for example, a recent Facebook quarterly revenue meeting, and one stat that I'd like to give you is that out of the 1 hour call, the metaverse was mentioned 20 times, and that's going to be future of gaming, right? So that's one very, very important thing, to give brands that exposure of, engaging with their audiences, which otherwise is very seldom seen today. So yeah.
Right. Suraj, your thoughts?
Well, since this is Olympic month, let's predict that esports will reach as an Olympics game soon. So I think all the metrics are good. I mean, the involvement from everyone is all the community, the government, the corporations, everyone. It's only going up, and it's going more and more mainstream as a sports. So more and more athletes, athletes coming into this fold is only gonna hold good for this community, and maybe we never know, might be future Olympics games. So let's leave it at that.
All optimism there. Very nice. Mr. Kapoor, your final thoughts.
Yeah, so I think taking a cue from what the gentlemen have said, I think Olympics of e-gaming, yes, definitely we're going to see more of it. And if the pandemic continues to hit us like this, I think the pace will probably go much more faster than what we have seen so far. So I think very, very interesting times, because I think we'll see more and more concentrated products coming from people like us, wherein the focus would be on the immersiveness, overall experience of gaming, and how really people would like to use that device. So all those things would definitely take a bigger leap from here on. That's the belief, because you're really seeing a very, very direct TG sitting there who's there to be lapped on upon by giving the right kind of products and experience. So I think great times for all of us going forward.
Right. Mr. Chelia.
Yeah, 2 points very quickly. One, I firmly believe that 5G will revolutionize esports. Okay? The big joke right now is in the bandwidth. Okay? So once that is in place, it will revolutionize esports. Esports will become a mainstream profession for youngsters to take up, and we'll have a very, very strong and vibrant game development ecosystem in India. Right? So that's one. The other part is, as a marketer, to me, it's going to be a brilliant play, because when you do gamified advertising, gamified engagement, right? So the retention levels of your messaging is very, very high, right? So Edgar and Dale study says 90% is retained when you actually act and do, right? And these are not new things, right? Like, these are things which we already have done in the offline space, right? So anything that you do in a mall, you do a gamified thing, and now you're doing it in the digital space, right? This is great news for marketers to ensure that their brand stories communicate very effectively in a gaming manner. Yeah, thank you.
Right. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us today and taking out time for this session. My key takeaways quickly, a holistic growth in the industry and increased ROI, increased brand affinity, increased immersive experiences are some of, and of course, increase in the investments in the sector are some of the broad takeaways from this session. I hope the audiences will have their takeaways as well. Thank you so much. Passing the bait into Bhavna now.
Thank you so much, Soumya.
Thank you so much for having us.
Yeah, thank you, Soumya. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for joining us, Soumya, for moderating. Ladies and gentlemen, what a great session. Now time to divulge into the next session, which is on the topic of esports, the energy-filled future. Well, the recent rise of the decades-old industry, how online leagues are turning into big business opportunities, and the factors paving the way to esports in India, and much more. Let's discuss that in this panel discussion. Well, we're joined by our eminent panelists. First up, John Davidson, CEO, DLC, Nimish Raut, esports consultant. We've got Lokesh Suri, the Director, Esports Federation of India, VP, Asian Esports Federation. We've got Siddharth Kedia, the CEO, Nodwin Gaming. Anurag Khurana, CEO and co-founder, NewGen Gaming, and the session chair of this panel discussion is going to be Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World. Well, with this, I welcome all our eminent panelists on the screen. And Ruhail, the stage and screen is all yours to take it forth with your eminent panel. Over to you.
Thank you, Bhavna. Am I audible?
Yes.
Am I audible? Okay, great. Thank you for this introduction, and thank you, my co-panelists, for joining us and taking time. We're talking about gaming, and we are like 13 minutes late, and we have to finish on time. So make it like gaming here as well. On that note, I want to start with my first question straight away. John, coming to you first. So much of buzz around esports, I mean, for the last 1 year, more than that, it has dominated the headlines. But there's also another aspect to it, which people say it's just a pandemic thing and people are indoors. So I mean, first of all, what do you attribute this growth to? Is it organic? Is it here to stay? Has the time arrived? Or has the pandemic forced it to be around?
Yes, thank you so much for asking the question. I think what the pandemic did is it showed the world what was already happening. And it just made it much more obvious to people who had no idea what youth all across the world have been doing. Now, what I see as the reason in the US, the last 3, 4, 5 years for the great growth is that we're seeing traditional sports participation and viewership decline. We're seeing traditional TV participation and viewership decline. And all the agencies and the brands that are involved with these activities say, what are the kids doing? And how can I engage them? Well, guess what? They're all playing video games. Well, video games, which is a much bigger industry than esports. Esports is just the competitive aspect, as we know. But non-competitive games are very difficult to integrate in, to sponsor in a regular cadence. Now, brands and agencies see esports and they see traditional sponsorable assets like you see in traditional sports, teams, leagues, jerseys, venues, content that they can integrate into. And they say, oh, this is my opportunity to get in with the youth. Now, this group is also a lot more skeptical, I would say, as far as accepting brands than traditional audiences. But that is what I personally attribute the recent rise. The pandemic has just greatly accelerated it, and it's going to be exciting to see what happens once we're all able to get together live once again.
Lokesh, coming to you, how much do you agree with what John said?
I think what John has said is perfectly to the point, and I think he has largely covered everything in regards to esports. But I'll just take a minute to kind of step back. And since we are talking about esports, I think from an India perspective, it's very important to clear a certain set of doubts. And obviously, I was listening to previous panelists also. So in India, typically, if you're playing a video game, that is also considered esports. If you're playing Rummy, Teen Patti, Poker, Fantasy, RMG, that is also considered esports. But that's not correct, right? And very honestly speaking, this is one problem which we are facing in India. And obviously, I understand there are certain set of, definitions of the way our Indian laws, write about it. So for our audience, I really want to make it very clear that if you're playing Teen Patti, Rummy, Fantasy, Poker, doing gambling, betting, or playing casual video games, that is not esports. Even for that matter, so if you are, involved into some kind of RMG kind of activities, that is also not esports. So now the question typically arises, what is esports? So there are only 5 genres of video games which fall under this category. Starting from sports, wherein you have examples like FIFA, Pro Evolution Soccer, then you got MOBA for games like Dota, League of Legends, then you got racing titles, wherein we have, titles like Need for Speed or Asphalt. Then you got fighting titles, Tekken, Street Fighter. And lastly, we got first-person shooter, wherein we have games like Counter-Strike or Call of Duty or things like that. So that is very important for our audience and everybody who's talking about esports and getting confused. So guys, don't get confused. So this is a straightaway definition and straightaway classification of esports.
True.
So so typically, yeah, please.
Yeah. No. I'll come to it. I just want to finish my quick. I just want to get into the factors. If you can quickly tell me the factors that you think have propel this growth that we're witnessing right now.
So typically from an India perspective, definitely, I think the full credit goes to the smartphone penetration and the internet. Now, one very good thing as far as internet in India is concerned, that as India, we have got the cheapest internet across the world. So this plus, stacked with smartphone penetration has something definitely led to increase in the esports involvement. And that is the reason when you specifically talk about esports in India is not new. So 10, 15 years back, also a lot of things were happening. But because of mobile plus internet, and that is the reason you see that, a lot of communities have the involvement of the people and the numbers have grown tremendously, many folds.
Right. Siddharth, to you, you've been there and one of the foremost players in this domain. Is this growth that we are witnessing, is it like an exception, or is it, it is deserving, like it was waiting for this period to come and it just came around? How do you see this?
My view is the growth that you see, which has happened in the last 1 year, although the whole pandemic, the lockdown, that has played a catalyst in this growth, but this growth was coming. We were growing as an industry. So if you look at the last 5 years, the industry is growing at a CAGR of more than 100% year on year, right? Now, what has happened is that because the numbers now start become respectable, the numbers now start looking bigger than what they were before, is why it has come into notice in the first place. Pandemic also, what it did was a lot of apprehensions that were there of consuming content online, of playing games, whether it was, penetration of plastic, which is credit cards, debit cards, whether it was just having OTT platforms on your devices, whether it was just availability of good internet, which everyone was forced to have, whether because they were working from home or because they were studying from home. I think some of those impediments that were there that were stopping the democratization of esports, those impediments went away because of the pandemic. However, esports has been growing very, very steadily over the last few years. And hence, has pandemic caused the rise in esports, and is this sustainable is not even the question. The pandemic has just removed some of those barriers which needed the sustainability of this growth, and that's about it.
Right. Very well put. I think I agree with what you said. To you, Anurag, your thoughts, and then Nimish.
So I completely agree with whatever Siddharth has said. Yeah, this was gonna happen. Pandemic has just been a catalyst for this. I remember the time 15 years back, as Lokesh said, esports has been in the scene in India 15 years back. It was not called esports back then. It was called competitive gaming, but where we had 50 people just watching that, going to 500,000 right now. So that's my thing. I completely agree with whatever Sid has said.
Nimish, you have a different perspective. I mean, you have an outsider view as well. How much do you agree with what the panelists have said before you?
I think I've been very vocal about this fact, right? I don't think there has been a massive growth in esports in terms of the number of participations or the number of competitive teams or the overall ecosystem growing when it comes to the money coming into as a sport, right? There has been a lot of talk around gaming and real money gaming and funding happening to certain entities and certain companies within the space. But because I've been on the publisher side, I've been on the broadcaster side, and I've also used to run a professional team till May this year. We are very far away from it being an esports ecosystem, right? I'm not talking about global. I'm talking purely India right now. While the world's gone in one direction, I think our direction is either not defined yet, or it's completely the other way around, right? So, but that's my point of view. Yeah, the numbers.
We're still at the start of it, right?
Yeah, I think more than being at the start of it, I would say the numbers are not even lucrative enough to even consider them to be a sustainable sport right now. We have 150,000, as per the report, we have 150,000 professional esports players.
Right.
That's nothing. When you talk about an ecosystem of 150,000 players who want to make a career in esports, that's nothing.
Great.
So we are very far away from it right now.
Right. So I have some more questions. I want to request my panelists to keep their answers to 2 minutes so that I can pack in more questions. John, we are moving to this, vaccination, fully vaccinated, phase, and every country is doing that. That means, which also means that live events will also open up, So how would this equation between esports, sports, do you think that will get affected in some way once the live industry opens up?
Yeah, I think I'm pretty tied into both the remote and the live production through a company I work with, Production Resource Group, which is the company that's been producing the live musical performances inside the game Fortnite and Rocket League. So it's been really cool to see on our XR stage how those things are coming to life. I think broadly, music, esports, all of these events have seen the value of data coming from remote events. And so before this, you saw a lot of people just having very exclusive experiences in the venue. I think what we're going to see is we're going to see a hybridization of this, because the reach that you have and the data you can receive through digital is far beyond what we did with live pre-pandemic. So I think you're going to see, first of all, one thing COVID has showed us is we have a desire to get together in person. So I've said throughout this, people are going to get together like you wouldn't believe, because I mean, look at the pandemic. In the US, people are not respecting the restrictions. I can't speak to the Indian experience there, but people are absolutely going to get back together. But we're going to see digital exclusive remote experiences that are going to broaden the audience beyond the four walls of a stadium. And with what my fellow panelists have said here, the awareness of gaming, the awareness of esports through COVID is going to get a lot more people involved, people who have not been involved in the past.
I want to bring in Siddharth here. Siddharth, are we moving towards the hybridization phase? Is that going to happen next?
When you say hybridization phase, just help me understand the question a little better.
So my point was that with this, what John also pointed out, that, with live industry opening up, we'll see a more of a synergy between an esports and a event, possibility is even, practical.
See, so you have to understand how esports happens in India vis-a-vis how it happens in the West. So if you look at the American markets, if you look at the European markets, the live element, the actual physicality of the finale of the tournament is paramount in Europe and US. But that is not the case in India. In India, we have always built esports on the digital viewership. And the live component has always been very, very small. At best, it's a marketing exercise that we do, whereby we get some of those naysayers into the arena and just show them what esports is about, instead of just looking at the numbers that they can look at the digital platform. So in India, I am never very worried about how much longer will it be before live events can happen. Sure, live events add their own character. There is a certain energy. But I wouldn't be too worried about whether the live will happen or not, how much time will it take for live to happen or not, because we've built the ecosystem very, very differently in India.
Okay. Lokesh?
I think by definition, because esports is a digital sport, right? So, it was always online. And obviously, the LAN component was in the terms of the physical event. So I think the things with, COVID opening up or not opening up would have any, any impact on this particular process. We would obviously, once COVID opens up, then typically, you would see more set of events happening. But again, this will just be a cherry on the cake. Things are already happening. They will keep on happening the online way too.
I think Anurag probably would agree with me on this. I think the biggest problem for this not going offline is going to be competitive integrity. The more this sits online, the more it feeds into the idea of hackers. Are people actually playing themselves? Monitoring competitive integrity becomes that much more difficult. So moving forward, any biggest sporting event in the world of esports always needs to have a LAN component, because that's where you can control, that's where you can make sure that it's competitive. It's not, there is no cheating happening. There is absolutely no question mark on competitive integrity. In fact, even with LAN events, that is still an issue that's been sorted out globally as well. So if we continue with this model of trying to turn India into this online space, we are calling for trouble, because soon or the other we're going to suddenly start having teams being disqualified for not being competitive, not following competitive integrity then.
Right. Lokesh, I mean, we lost your audio. You were saying something. You want to add to it?
No, basically what am I audible now? Well, am I audible now?
Yes. Please go ahead.
Okay. So I think I agree to Nimish that, that's a very valid point which he has highlighted, that integrity is also a key concern. But having said so, I think if we divide this part into two, one are the pro championships or the super events or the super tournaments happening. For that, yes, absolutely, there should be some kind of a LAN component, maybe the finales could be done on a LAN environment. But largely when you look at, the major set of the other set of the people or the other set of the community, which is more towards, semi or semi-pro or amateur kind of a thing. So that is something which will carry on, flourishing through the online route.
All right. Anurag, to you, I want to come up with my next question, which is about, so end of the day, we measure the success of any, tournament or gaming league, or a domain, with the kind of money it attracts, especially from sponsors. So we talk about, esports has a bigger canvas for marketeers than a live event. But in your view, has that translated into bigger sponsorship revenues as well so far?
Comparing with other sports, no. But whatever I've seen in last 1 year, you got more sponsors, and actually non-endemic sponsors are coming into the play, which is a good sign, but we have a long way to work on that side. But Nimish, you are right on the point. On that last question, you read my mind. So yeah, so we still need non-endemic sponsors to be also part of the esports ecosystem to make it more sustainable. Where Namish's point is very valid, that since we don't have that many players, we don't have offline events, that all is stopping them to coming. Then other problem I generally have, with which Nimish also knows, that it's a hard sell for non-endemic people, because they don't understand this part. Right.
John, I'll come to you later. I just want to get the Indian perspective. And then, because I think our industries are very different when it comes to attracting sponsorship revenue. Siddharth, to you, how has the sponsorship landscape been as we talk about the rise of esports consumption and more people coming to it? Has it reflected in more sponsorships?
So, there are two parts to the sponsorship landscape that you're talking about. And the best person to ask this question is my friend Nimish in this call. But still, there are the two components of sponsorship. One is the number of sponsors that are increasingly becoming interested in esports. And two is the quantum of money that these sponsors are investing behind esports. So the number of sponsors that are interested in esports has been going up year on year. However, the quantum of money that they are investing is still very, very small, because esports is still very experimental for them. And you have to understand that from a sponsor's point of view, or when a sponsor is working with an agency, from their point of view, their metric of measurement is still the same. They are still talking of reach. They are still talking of engagement. Esports has not reached a platform whereby it can cater to the reach and engagement that traditional esports or some of the larger entertainment programs provide. So till the time the sponsors don't change their metric to the youth affinity, the engagement, the loyalty with the gaming community, with the youth community that we are talking about, esports will struggle to get big quantums of sponsorship, because the reach will not be in the foreseeable future unless a game breaks away like PUBG Mobile had done before it got banned. Unless a game breaks away, the reach is not going to be comparable, and hence the money spent on esports is always going to be far less than what it is spent on traditional sports, even though more and more sponsors are interested in the game.
I want to, I would really want to add on to this, and this is a very interesting topic. Now everybody says esports is growing and everything, but this is the hard reality. And I would be very critical here in the terms that the problem lies that, so people are looking at esports as an activation tool. That's a problem, right? So esports has to be in the center, and then you build your activations around it. It has to be looked upon as a sport. I'm just giving an example, right? Take for example, Paytms or whatever, brands, they take the, title sponsorship of, let's say, IPL, right? Beyond that, there's nothing there which, BCCI does or anybody else does. Now, what Paytm or, Dream 11 and all these companies would do is they will build activations around that. So as of today, typically, marketing agencies and, the brands also think that, okay, so we are launching something new. Let's do they will obviously call it as a gaming event, but definitely that's not a gaming event. That's an esports event. And that is where the problem is. And then hence you get into all these, ROIs calculation, what is the reach, how many viewers, how much is the participation. So that is one big mindset change, which is required as far as the industry or the sponsors are concerned.
Right. Nimish, and then finally to John.
Well, I kind of agree with what Siddharth said, right? Like there has been a huge number, there has been a growth in terms of the kind of brands that want to kind of get into this space, right? But if we take 1 or 2 steps behind, right, the larger issue here is not whether esports is good enough compared to other sports, or whether it's with every industry, right? You're always trying to fight for the same amount of money. As a marketer today, esports has just become another way for me to market my product, right? So while initially there was only cricket, then cricket became cricket football, then it became music, then it became comedy. Today there's another genre being added to a marketer's kitty, saying that, hey, here is a way for me to diversify my brand and diversify my funds, right? So I guess complaining about the space within the marketing space is unfair, because as a marketer, I have the right to check out what options I have in the market to go and market my brand. But as an industry, I think one of the things that needs to be done is a very clear, matrix and a very clear valuation of what we're talking about, right? The unfortunate part is that there are so many different types of numbers being thrown at brands today that any normal brand would just be scared of putting in big monies right now. One report talks about having 300 million odd gamers. The other report talks about only 150,000 gamers. Somebody talks about this being the biggest thing, and prize pools of being 6 crores and so many players playing on day in, day out. There is absolutely no uniformity when it comes to the message being given out. The reason cricket does really, really well in this country is because everyone knows that the matrix for cricket is very well defined. Of course, the broadcasters have done a fabulous job over the last few years to make sure that the media agencies and everyone involved with the ecosystem understand what they're trying to sell and what they're getting in return. That's the bigger question in esports right now. Today, a normal person who does not come from this background gets completely confused. You throw stuff like watched hours, audience per minute. You talk about overall views, and these mean nothing to the brands. They look at it and they're like, okay, what do I do with all of this? How do I evaluate this? And I think that's where I would say someone like a John can give us more clarity, because the US market and the European market kind of becomes like the pinnacle of defining all of this for everyone else, and then the people kind of follow it, right?
Right. All eyes on you, John. Also, how is that? Where is India in your, when we compare the two markets, where do we stand? And also that sponsorship question that, how is it attracting more sponsors?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And I love this discussion with the panelists, because, there's a lot of people who just want to celebrate esports and they don't want to get into the details that it's not perfect. Right. So I think all of my fellow panelists here are right on with poking some of the holes and kind of put a magnifying glass on the challenges that we can develop solutions for. So number one, the question about, money coming into this space, we're seeing more of it come into this space because that's kind of brand's only option. Halfway through the pandemic, people were holding on to their funds, and then they said, well, I have to spend marketing dollars anyway. This is lasting longer than I thought. And so you saw money flowing into the space. I think the number one thing that we can do to get more money, firm sponsors flowing into space, is professionalizing our industry to get ROI, return on investment, back to partners. Right now, what partners and sponsors are investing in is potential. What is terrifying globally is that we see that partnership revenue, sponsorship revenue is the number one source of revenue in esports, many brands are not receiving an ROI on that. A lot of it is because many people working in the esports space just are very young and do not have a lot of professional business experience. At the Esports Trade Association, this is what we do. We bring together the endemic industry alongside complementary experts from outside and enable them to learn from each other and share knowledge. What I'll say next is I think would be very valuable is more detail with the audience of esports. We talk about esports very different than traditional sports, right? You don't say, would you like to reach the sports audience? It's 7 billion people globally. No, we say cricket is specifically this, right? American football is this size audience and it looks like these demographics. What we need to do is say, hey, PUBG Mobile is this size in this country, and this is the demographic. Overwatch is this size, these demographics. When we can be more transparent about our space, we don't have to be dishonest about it or lack transparency. It's still very compelling. But then brands can know how to target accurately. This is the last thing I'll say, and then I'll give it back to you. But right now, the only thing you can judge a sponsorship on, from the US perspective at least, is the size of the following of the league or the team. If you have a global brand presence, you would sponsor League of Legends just because they are the biggest league globally. However, that may not be your target market, and you could be putting a bunch of money towards people who aren't going to buy your product. What if it turned out that it was PUBG Mobile, or it was Smash, or it was Rocket League who was the right audience for you, but you just didn't have the information to make that proper decision? I think those things are greatly going to help brands and agencies receive ROI. And once they see that they can get a return, we're going to really see money flow into this space.
Right. Let me gamify it a bit. We have 5 minutes. I'll get 1 minute for all of you. The final question, first of all, to Siddharth, starting with you. What are the big bottlenecks, facing the esports ecosystem in India, in your view?
See, okay, so bunch of them. First, if you look at any sport in the world, the proliferation of that sport or the sport becoming bigger happens on the back of distributor disruption or distributor support. So you look at EPL, you look at IPL, you look at MLB, you look at the biggest leagues in the world. That has happened because there was a broadcaster there who was supporting that, who was behind it, who was disrupting the scene. So I think broadcaster support is going to be extremely critical for proliferation of esports in the country. Two, the bigger deal is esports is always built on the back of a game. A game has to become big enough for more and more players. Like Nimish was saying, is 150,000 professional players enough? Well, if you look at the same report, that same report is saying that the number of professional players will be a few million in the next 5 years. But the question is, esports right now is being generalized as a genre. There are multiple games in that genre. So what does that multiple million translate into one game is going to be the critical piece. Because while for esports, what is important is the top 200 people in that game, but the depth is going to define how many people are going to be watching it, how many people are interested in it, and hence the entire revenue ecosystem is going to come from there. Three, like Lokesh was pointing out, a lot of companies, a lot of categories that are, whether it's skill-based gaming, whether it's RMG gaming, they are just coloring the world of esports by calling themselves esports. And you don't want, someone in the government doing a blanket ban on esports because they think gambling is esports and everything is esports. So there is that regulatory risk that esports carry because some of the people think that to manage their own business better, to hedge their own risk better, they just want to color everything by calling it esports. And fourth, of course, the ecosystem, as we have tried to build it over the last 6 years, and some of my panelists have contributed to that, it has to become a viable career option for the youth to come in. So while we all know that youth is increasingly looking at esports, this is the entertainment option for the future, but then it's our responsibility to create this as a viable career opportunity to more and more people who are interested in the esports ecosystem. And that doesn't have to be esports players. It could be casters. It could be people on the technical side. So much of that. So, those are some of the factors that contribute to the growth. And then one can, like Nimish was saying, if the sponsor thinks of esports as a certain way, we can't fight it. That's their reality. We just have to cater into that reality and give them what they are looking for to start with.
Right. Quickly, Nimish, quick response.
Sorry, on the same question?
Yes.
Could you repeat that? I completely forgot.
So the bottlenecks, the bigger challenges for the esports ecosystem in your view?
Yeah, I think what Siddharth said, pretty much most of it. The largest one I would say would be, how long can we be a one-trick pony, right? I'm going to say we are very clearly, a BGMI country as of right now. I know a lot of PC lovers and PC gamers would hate me for saying this, but that's the reality. I'm going to say without BGMI today, we will not even be having this panel, because that's how small we would get immediately, right? Unless and until we don't depend on one particular title very, very heavily, I think we would be fine. But if that's the case, if that continues for the next few years, then I think it's going to be a very lopsided ecosystem.
Right, Lokesh, quickly.
So 2 points. So one is that our government needs to recognize esports as a sport. So it's already been included into Asian Games 2022 as a medal sport. And the second thing is, as far as the industry is concerned, so 2 things. One, in the terms of the sponsors, I think sponsors should build up a long-term strategy, not just doing one event or one activity and then just backing it off. And second is even from an investor side of it. The problem today in India is that investors also don't know, what esports is. So they end up, spending some money or investing into some wrong deals. But I think investors should also be there, understand what esport is, and be there for a long haul. That's it.
Right.
Was I audible?
Challenges on your side. No, it was fine. I mean, it's a little bit of connection issues, but overall, yes, point is sent across. Anurag.
So from my perspective, since we are working on grassroots level quite a bit, there are 2 things which will help us. That, as Lokesh said, we need recognition from government for esports. That will make our life easier, because right now parents and teachers are saying that we are playing games. It's not, they're not looking at esports as any other sport. That is one. And secondly, of course, as Siddharth mentioned, we need regulation, some kind of regulation, because I know a couple of states who have, under the garb of online gaming, even I can do esports even in that. So that is my 2 cents.
Final, John, from the west side, what are the biggest challenges the industry is facing?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the biggest challenge is monetization, specifically for teams. Publishers are making a ton of money, and it's because they can make money inside and outside of esports. So they can afford to use esports as a marketing loss leader and make all of their money in the non-competitive space. You have the teams in this ecosystem that doesn't make money right now. They are not profitable. It receives investment, but they are burning through cash. And so I would call on publishers to say, recognize that you cannot have leagues without teams. And if there is a rev share model, I don't think it's anything that is existing in traditional sports right now. I think it has to be something new that is developed. We don't have the media rights deals that traditional sports has because we're not on programmatic television. Streaming requires a whole new solution. So I think it's monetization. The last thing I'll add is, from the West, the way we see Indian esports is very positive for the future. And there's 2 major reasons. It's a mobile first society with the largest Gen Z population in the world. And so I think as 5G continues to roll out, I think as the competitive infrastructure grows and professionalizes, these publishers, these leagues are all going mobile with esports, and India is sitting right there to capture that. And also being more in the early growth phase, has the opportunity to not repeat some of the mistakes that maybe Europe and the US has made and can grow faster into what's working well.
Absolutely, very well said. And John, Nimish, Lokesh, Siddharth, and Anurag, thank you so much for joining us on this panel today. What a great discussion. I leave it at that, and we're over time. Thank you, everyone, and over to you, Bhavna.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your valuable time. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's all happening at our wonderful event. We request you to keep hashtagging with our hashtag. And now it is time for our special address on reskilling for gaming, wherein we're looking at talking about what training a new generation of professional means at a time when design, engagement, immersion are center stage to any sector and or company. We're now joined by a renowned speaker, Jan Garin, country head, Ecole Intue Lab, who's joining us. Thank you so much, Jan, for giving us your valuable time.
Hi, Bhavna. Very excited to be here with you.
Likewise, the excitement is well shared with us as well. Over to you. We'd love to now hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen.
Sure. I'll stick around till the time your screen.
Yeah, just
give an acknowledgement.
Okay.
So meanwhile, I'll request everyone to keep hashtagging #BW Gaming Summit as one word with all your learning and hearing at the summit today. We're right now joined by Jan.
I'm sorry, I'm having troubles too.
Would you like me to guide you, Jan, on the same?
I'm trying something.
It is working. We just, yeah.
Okay. All right, it's there, yeah?
Yeah, we can see, though a part of your screen has, I believe, the white section, which could be possibly the note.
Oh, yeah. That's not the problem.
Apologies to all the viewers. We're just trying to get this sorted so that we can have an effortless session with Jan. Meanwhile, I'd request you to keep sharing the live feed on your social media. Let's get this on. It is the launch and the inaugural event of this wonderful summit.
Bhavna, maybe you can help me. I'm trying to share my second screen here, but there is no such option.
So Jan, I'm sure you could see the share screen at the bottom.
Yeah.
Able to select your presentation after sharing the screen?
Yeah, no, that's the problem.
Would you like us to help you if you could just mail the team? Meanwhile, maybe you can start the session. Would you like that way, or we can just try it again once?
Yeah, I'll try again. Yeah. Otherwise, I'll get rid of.
So possibly just once again, we'll try, Jan, because we'd love to have your presentation on the screen.
Yeah. Okay, what I'll do is I won't go full screen. I think it will work that way.
So I could see your presentation, Jan. Maybe what we can do is we can just reshare it the similar way and let the white spots still remain. I think that's the best way forward. How do you feel that? How do you feel on that?
Yeah, okay, let's do that.
Right? At least, we'll have something on the screen.
Right.
But nevertheless, even if you speak, I mean, it works well, but yeah, for sure.
Okay, I'll try that. All right.
Yeah, okay, now it's perfect.
Yeah, like that. It's not very beautiful, but I think it will do.
You can just do the, start presentation or the presentation mode if possible. I think it's looking perfect now.
You think that? Is it?
After you do the presentation mode, okay, then it shows. I think the earlier part was better without the presentation mode.
Okay, so we'll do like that. It's okay.
Perfect, thank you.
All right. So hello, everyone. Very happy to be with you. I've been asked to talk about this particular topic of reskilling for gaming. So, and there was a little note behind what training a new generation of professionals means at a time when design, engagement, immersion are center stage to any sector and company. It took me a while to understand exactly what was the meaning of that, and I did my research and tried to correlate it to what we are doing here at École Intuit Lab. We are a school of design, game art and game design, so I try to understand how our curriculum can answer this kind of question. So first of all, we would like to know what is the future of gaming, because this is how you are going to decide what to learn, what kind of skills you will need if you can predict what will be the future of gaming. Will it be streaming, for example? Nowadays, there are more and more games that you download and play immediately. It's not like my time where we used to go to the supermarket, to the gaming store and buy a cartridge or a CD or whatever and start playing. Nowadays, you have a lot of games that are available. You choose, you try, you don't like it, you play another one. So it might be the future of gaming. Will it be a VR? VR is a technology that we see more and more in gaming. It's definitely fascinating, gives a lot of opportunities in terms of creative. Lot of new ideas are coming with this new technology, so it might be the future of gaming also. Will it be mobile gaming? You can see nowadays, and especially in India, that there is a real boom of gaming on mobile compared to PC and console, the traditional medium for gaming. So that also could be the future of gaming, right? Will it be this kind of game, which is called augmented reality? So basically, you are playing in a real environment and you have additional features coming on your screen and it lets you play in the real world. You all know Pokemon Go, that was a good example of AR. Will it be new controllers? You have crazy controllers coming on the market now. The traditional controller also might disappear. You all play directly on the screen, for example, which is pretty new. You can say it did not exist really in the past in traditional consoles. But more than that, you now have games that you control with your eyes, with your voice, maybe very soon with your brain. You've seen this kind of sensor that you put on your head and start controlling things. So it might be also the future of gaming. And actually, the answer to that is we don't know. We don't know at all what will be the future of gaming. And that's what is going to make it challenging for whoever wants to start into gaming. Why we don't know that? For various reasons. One of them is the trend. The trends are really changing. It used to be for white young people for decades. Suddenly, girls started to play, any ethnicity started to play, young people, old people, rich, poor, basically everybody started to play video game. So it's very difficult to predict what will be the future audience of gaming. Another trend is, if you compare Dragon Quest at the beginning and the version that you have now, there is an incredible improvement in the graphics quality. So we were thinking, okay, now it will be better and better, and the future of gaming will be better quality graphics, right? But I think in 2011, Minecraft came and suddenly the graphics were not that important. We realized it was very, very simple graphics, and people realized that you can have a lot of excitement without incredible graphic. Also, so there was an animation here, so I'm going to animate it myself. We were thinking that the devices to play games would be more and more complex and powerful. But same thing, suddenly the mobile game came into the picture, and they are less powerful than this big gaming PC or console. But obviously you have them with you all day long, day and night, everywhere. So that's something that people did not really predict neither. The other reason is that gamers by nature, they are unpredictable. We don't know what they are going to do, what they are going to like, where they are going to be. And that makes it very, very difficult to imagine what will be the future of gaming. And finally, the gaming get bored extremely easily. You cannot repeat twice the same thing with gamers. And if yourself are gamer, you must know that you want new blood every day, right? On top of that, I'll show you what was using a graphic software some years ago at the beginning. So this is a 3D studio. To use that, you needed to buy a very complex pack of different software. And you need to buy a big book and spend weeks and weeks, even months, to learn every step of making an object with this software. And to have this kind of render, you know, it was not so incredible. I mean, at that time it was, but making that was really, really a long and tedious process, and you had to a lot to learn. Nowadays, kids can make their own game. I have 2 kids at home, and I can tell you that they love using this kind of software like Scratch. You don't really need to know how to script or to program to make your own game, because you have this visual programming that is available to all, which is quite powerful actually. And with a bit of common sense and logic, you can easily assemble these blocks and make your own game. And if you want to go a bit further, you can easily use a software like Unreal or Unity. And what you are going to see here is actually made in like 20 minutes. You create your scene, place your object, write a bit of code, or you can just copy paste from existing code, and very quickly you press play and you can make this kind of thing, you know, something that is playable, but really in half an hour. So learning software is not really as the center of your future career in gaming. So the question is, then what? What should you do, you know, if you want to have a successful career in gaming in the future? What should you learn? The answer is, it really depends on you. What do you want to do? Do you want to learn how to use this particular equipment to do and redo again what has been created by other people? and do that for the rest of your life? Or, like you see on the right, do you want to create new experience and make people's life more enjoyable day after day and always discover new territories? At Ecole-Intuit Lab, we believe in this second profile. This is really how we designed our course. We want our students to be creative, to explore new things, and to make games that are not a repetition of what has been done in the past. So for that, I have several tips for you. One is you should be extremely curious of what is happening, like in terms of technology, for example. Explore. For example, you have all these intriguing device. It's great to have a good technology, but what can they bring on the table so your ideas will be even more exciting? In the contrary, you don't want to be the victim of the technology. So it's not because a technology is here that you have to jump in it and make something out of it. Should be exactly the opposite. We also think that you should learn to solve problems intelligently. And any design and any game is really that, solving problems. And once a problem is solved, going to the next problem. And this is how you make a complex game, but which is particularly exciting and interesting. You should also learn to think out of the box. Don't go for the obvious. As I said, don't repeat what has already been done. This is not what is going to lead you to success. Because as I say, gamers get bored very easily. And if you think, okay, Angry Birds was a big success, so I'm going to make another Angry Birds, you can be sure that it will never be a success. What you have to do is to explore new genders, new way of showing a game, you know, create new experience like you see in this game. It looks different from the classic game that you have on the market. If you start exploring this kind of game, you will have more chances to attract people's attention and have more chances to be seen in these big oceans of games that are available nowadays. One important and interesting point in gaming is, for example, the serious games. Serious games is a different way of seeing what game can be used for. So in this case, for example...
But never mind, let's go through it again. Ultimate Sales Manager is a management game. You represent a sales manager, male or female, and your team is made up of 4 salespeople. Your mission, to save a dealership that's in trouble and underperforming compared to others. You have 1 month to sort it out and get back to the top of the table. To succeed, you'll need to fix sales targets for your sales team, supervise everything that can happen in the showroom, greet a new client, cars to be cleaned, brochures to be displayed, voicemails to be dealt with, disgruntled staff. Speak with your team members, organize meetings, take management decisions. All of that with complete autonomy, but a real danger of provoking a game over. But don't worry, help is at hand. The league table is updated at the end of each virtual week, along with tips for the following week. At the end of each game, your team provides feedback on your management style. You can reload each virtual week, correct your mistakes, and try to improve your performance. Ultimate Sales Manager is more than an hour's playtime, 6 intermediate missions, a lot of unexpected events, and complete freedom to manage your dealership as if you're really there. So what are you waiting for? Take up the challenge. You too can become the ultimate sales manager.
So that's another very interesting way of seeing gaming. For example, here it is created by Renault, the French brand of cars. And this is designed for their sales manager to simulate what is to be a sales manager and to do as best as possible with, which is fantastic with gaming, the possibility to fail. And it's okay to fail in a game, but you don't want to fail in the real world. So there is a big avenue for this kind of a business too, which is pretty new. Another interesting example is the gamification. How, like here, I'm going to show you in a restaurant, to order a pizza, you can have fun playing a game. So here you have two customers. They have a TV screen on their table, and they are going to play and make their own pizza. And you see how all the elements of gaming are used in this interface, which is very different from the traditional way of looking at a menu, reading item by item and placing your order. So that's very interesting also. What we teach also at École Intuit Lab is our students to understand their audience. Many chances that your audience won't be like you. As I said, the people playing games are more and more eclectic. Now you have all people, you have people from all around the world, you know, talking any language, from any gender, from any social background. So it's very, very important that you place yourself in their shoes before making a game. Another important point is to understand the market. Making a game is quite expensive. It's a big investment. It can also obviously generate very big revenue, but you don't want to go wrong on that. Otherwise, it can be very, very painful. So understanding how the market works is extremely important. And finally, it's important to understand your team, especially if you want to work in a big studio like a AAA or a 4A studio. You are going to work with very large team. Very often, the rest of the team won't even be in your country. A company like Ubisoft or partner, they work with other studios in France, in Canada, in Ukraine, in Japan, everywhere around the world. And together, they make the game that you know. So we teach our students how to deal with this large team of people and how they can find their space, how they can be more efficient. So understand pre-production and production, for example, is extremely important in that aspect. I'll quickly show you what our program is made of. So it's a 4-year program. We teach all the fundamentals of arts for the first year. The second year, we take them through the concept of game art and game design. Very progressively, we are going to the third year, which is the professional training, where they learn the techniques that are used today in a professional studio. They have 2 internships, a short one and a long one, and the final years is an incubator where students make group of 5 students and simulate the creation of a startup and launch their own game. Few examples of the kind of topics of subjects that are taught in the second year. So you see there is a good deal of game design, which is everything about writing games, writing stories, writing the rules, understanding the mechanics of the games, but also concept art, which is transforming ideas into visuals, and all the production that is the 2D, 3D computer graphics and all the subdivision that it generates. The third year is the professional training. So here they are going to learn what is really necessary in a studio to be a professional. Many advanced topics here. And as I said, production and pre-production is really part of the program. And the last year is the incubator, where the students are really making their final game. They also have the possibility to go in UK. We are partner with Abertay University in Scotland, and they can spend their 4th year there and get a degree here. We teach various software that are used in the professional world. 3D software and ZBrush is ready to model and sculpt digitally an object in 3D. Substance is to apply materials and maps on an object. So like this object, for example, has some glass material, some plastic, metal. You can see that on the mountain there is this snow or earth material. All of that is done with a Substance. And Unity and Unreal, they are game engines. They are used to test in real time your assets. I'll take you through several possible careers that you can have once your training is over. One is concept artist. So once the game designer is done with writing with words, all the aspects of the game, the descriptions of the character, of the environment, of the mission also of the user, what can be done, what cannot be done, how they are going to get rewards. Then the concept artist is going to transform that into something visual. Okay, so it's a good example. You understand exactly how the environment looks like, how the character looks like, what is the ambience, the kind of light, etc. 2D graphic artists, they are going to paint same what the concept artist has done, or they are going to prepare assets for a 2D game. Games like Candy Crush, for example, are made typically in 2D, or the first Mario Bros. If you like retro games, you have a lot of game in 2D, and Mario Bros, Donkey Kong, etc. Then you have the 3D graphic artists. So 3D games nowadays, this is the big majority of what you find on the market. So the 3D graphic artist is going really to transform the concept into something that can be used for a game and controlled. You have the rigging artist. So, for a puppeteer, for example, they are using strings and sticks to control the puppet. The rigging artists do that exactly. They put some digital string and stick on the characters, or also on vehicles, for example, or animals, whatever can be animated. So it will make the animation possible by the animators later. The animator, I'm going to play that, so you will see an animation. They are going to move and put any object of the game into movement. So, like in this example, the character seems to be walking naturally. Then we have the UI and UX artists. So nowadays, the interface, for example, is extremely important in a game. Unlike what it was in the past, nowadays gamers don't want to spend time learning how to play a game. They want to download, launch the game, and start playing immediately. So this is done possible because of the UX artist who will make everything obvious and intuitive, while the UI artist is going to design the interface to make it, like in this case, very attractive and keep some unity with the rest of the game. You have the VFX artists who are going to add a lot of sparkles, flames, explosion, dust. It will help to give a realism to the game. The technical artist is really the person between the artist and the engineer. Unlike for movie, you need to limit the quality of your game because it will be real time. So the computer needs to be able to calculate your image instantly. That's the big difference with cinema, where you can spend weeks if you need to render one single image. So the technical artist is really going to optimize the assets so it will be playable smoothly. And finally, you have all the roles of the leader. After a while, with some experience, you might want to become a lead artist. That means to give instruction in what you are good at. So for example, if you are a very good animator, you might want to have your team of animators and give the main instruction and let them do the repetitive tasks, for example. Art manager, they give also instructions and take decisions on everything that is related to the visual. And finally, the art director is really the persons who are going to take the global decision about the game, really how the game should look like. And it leads to our creative director, sorry. The creative director takes all the decision. This is their game. So the big names that you know in gaming, they are generally creative directors. I'll show you some example of what our students do. So the first year, they do everything by hand. So Clay is part of the program to really understand what is 3D before going digital. They do it on Clay. They do some concept art, so experimenting of how, for example, a character can look like, or an object also. In this case, from a traditional scooter, these students managed to make something that will be particular for a game, for example. Then from the concept, they are going to move it to simple 3D. So this is called low polygon 3D. That means it's a 3D object, but made with very, very few surfaces like that, few triangles here. And I'll give you an example of a more elaborated project starting from the concept. So here a brief was given. Okay, you have to make a wizard library for a fantasy project, for example. So the students here started drawing and finding ideas, then make assets in 3D and placing texture, developing all the assets for the library, and then assembling everything, adding lights to make a playable environment where the user can circulate, and you see the level of detail can be very high. I'll give you another example of concept art, for example, made by one of our students. So this is a digital war, and you see how far the students can go in terms of realism, but not only, also in terms of ambience, in this case, for example. And finally, I'll show you the demo of our third-year students, so you can have an idea of what they do in their training. All right, so as you see, it's not a question only of being good technically, it's really, and more importantly, getting good ideas and being able to stage your ideas into something that is dramatic, that tells a story, that creates emotion. That's all for me. Thank you very much for listening. And please don't hesitate to contact us if you are interested into a career in gaming. We'll help you to understand better how you should start.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Jan. What an incredible session that was. Thank you once again for joining us today.
My pleasure.
So, ladies and gentlemen, now it is time to move on to our next incredible topic coming up on the other side, which is creating the workforce for a sunshine sector. Well, we're looking at gaming seeing a rapid growth, but it still needs the right skill sets, minds, and strategists to make the most of the sector's potential. Well, to talk this and much more, we're joined by our eminent panelists. First up, Abhishek Agarwal, co-founder and CEO, Trinity; Rohit Jagasia, founder and CEO, Revenant Esports; Piyush Kumar, founder and CEO, Router; Pranav Panpalia, founder, Opera FX; Parinita Rajgharia, founder, Zero Latency India; and the session chair of this panel discussion is going to be Danish Sinha, founder, GameStacy. Well, Tarun Gupta, founder, Ultimate Battle, is unable to join us due to personal exigency. With that, I'd now request Danish, who's the moderator and the session chair for this one, to take it forth. Since we started, Danish, with a 5 minutes delay, I'm going to be adding that. And
okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. This is Danish this side. So, Abhishek, first question for you. How gaming is powering employment generation in India? Abhishek, you're on mute, by the way.
Hello, guys.
Hi.
Thanks a lot. I'm sure everybody of you are having a wonderful day. If I talk about generating employment in the gaming industry, see, again, we just need to look after what are the career options in gaming and esports.
Okay.
So, like majorly people understand that there are like very limited career options in gaming and esports, that you can be a content creator and you can be an esports athlete. But what I believe, right, there are a lot of career options. So in fact, at Trinity only, we have identified like somewhat around 7 to 8 career options, like being a social media manager, being a talent manager, being a creative support guy. Or if we talk about tournaments, there are like a lot of career options in that area too. For example, league ops or production manager or AR specialist. To be frank, nowadays the productions in gaming industry is going to a next level. If you see locally or globally, so employment generation is happening. For example, if I talk about my own personal capacity, like when we started Trinity Gaming, we were like 2 to 3 people who were running this particular organization. Today we are at we have like 35 people managing almost 600 content creators from the country. So employment generation is actually there in the gaming industry, and it is growing every day. Like it is growing multiple folds nowadays. Yeah.
Okay. But you gave more of a business sense to like the other, like the streaming platforms and other platforms. Parinita, do you want to add about the development cycles, how the industry has been growing in that side in India, especially? Parinita,
Yes.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Danish, for that. Hello, everyone. So, yes, so for understanding the employment opportunities, I would like to start with like a very basic economics question, which says like supply is created wherever there is a demand. And with the way gaming industry is seeing the demand, the growth is multifold, like Abhishek just said. So of course, it is automatically creating the supply. So if you see that, there is the increase in mobile penetration, which has caused for the gaming to go, like mobile is one of the most penetrated, equipments right now, and it goes to the lowest level of the strata, and gaming is being picked up by everyone. So now it's being viewed as a segment per se, where people are now considering it as a serious, career option. So be it as an influencer, be it as, it could be direct or it could be indirect. Now, direct is when you talk about when there's a developer, when there's a programmer, you know, things like that. So that is one of the fields where people take a direct career option. Whereas when there is indirect, so if the segment itself is growing multifold, it automatically creates you know, the financial sector, the marketing, everyone to you know, kind of pull in their energies towards making gaming more bigger. And, you know, then you need people to manage it. So again, so that is when it pulls in people in ancillary roles. So it's all about the segment in itself swelling up, which causes the whole, you know, the ball to become bigger. And within it, it creates opportunities by itself. So, and with the mindset of the people changing from, you know, looking at gaming only for kids to only men, it's involving everyone. It's involving men, women, kids, older generation, even people above 60 play now. So that really, it is considered, it is becoming a part of the economy now, okay, as the demographic is changing. So it is itself creating what is required, more career opportunities. So I think, you know, the industry itself is building what is required for it.
Got it. Thank you so much. So Pranav, this question is for you. Like, how do you see gaming influencers rising in India, and what do you see how big they can become? Will they be the next PewDiePie or not? Or do you think there is one right now in India who can be such an influencer?
I mean, definitely. Why not? I mean, bigger than PewDiePie, we have some channels, even though they are corporates, but they have the audience. Of course, our organization sort of represents some of the biggest talents right now, and they're growing at insane growth of, let's say, 1 million subscribers a month, right? So we are looking at the next PewDiePie, or someone probably even innovating in their content and bringing in much higher value than PewDiePie. So I think we're going to, in India itself, there are some standards which are going to be set for the world to sort of look at.
Got it. So, okay. So the next question is for Piyush. Piyush, Dota, CS, and all these games are going big globally, and you can make a lot of money out of like championships and streaming. So India is still not in the right position where we can say all like to maximum number of people who are streaming or playing games to go in such an area. So what do you expect within the next 10 years? Will we see a rise in this esports in a way which is highly economically feasible and will also make them rich or wealthy in some sorts as gamers, game streamers, or content creators, or even champions, as a matter of fact?
See, I think from my perspective, while there are a lot of support systems in which careers are getting made at development level, at production level, there are two key careers which are going to come out at a scale. And when we talk about scale, there are two careers that I see it. One is the career of being a streamer. It's something that we are witnessing ourselves, particularly over the last 1 year, where through our creator program, we have seen like more than almost 40,000 people who have signed up as creators. They're growing their base. This is coming from across the country. It requires a certain nuance of people having a certain entertaining skills, besides the fact that they should play the game well. More importantly, what we have seen is that they're getting supported a lot by their parents. The other day, I got literally a WhatsApp message from a mother whose 12-year-old kid is doing pretty well on YouTube. She said, you know, can you sign up with us, etc. So streaming is going to be a big one. The parallel I see is it's going to be very similar to the way TikTok grew in India in the 2 years between 2018 to 2020, wherein they created the 1 million content creators in the short form video content. The next wave is going to be gaming influencers. Now, within gaming influencers, because they spend a lot of time live streaming, the kind of brand engagement, the kind of endorsements they'll pick up will be far, far bigger than people who are creating 30 or 60-second video. Nothing against them, but the live streaming or the live opportunity gives them much more play time to engage with different brands and to make a lot of money. So that's on the streaming side. The other capability which people are developing, which is on the competitive side, on the esports side, we see a lot of people now signing up as esports athlete. That will develop like a typical sports career. So it won't be like it won't grow very fast. But with the few teams that are getting created, they'll onboard few players, they'll start to compete in competitions. I see that as growing over maybe next 4 to 5 years. But streaming within next 2 years, you'll see at least 500,000 people, 500,000 to 1 million people who are literally serious about this career, and they would be supported by the people around them.
Okay. So definitely, I think people will stop sending kids to do engineering and becoming doctors, and like you can choose a little more flexible fun streams.
It's already happening. We just need to see it. I mean, the next big thing I want to see is gaming schools, something that happens in Korea, right?
Okay.
We will see all those coming up where kids.
When
will
you
be
say
enrolled
gaming
in-
schools, do you mean development schools or teaching you
No.
how to stream?
Development schools are something that is anyways there. I mean, people are learning developing games from different
Okay.
sources. I'm not commenting on that. I'm talking about people who would literally take gaming as a career, either as a streamer or a esports athlete, and they will actually be in an environment where they'll practice playing a game for 8-10 hours, being groomed how to become a streamer or an esports athlete. Fitness will come into play. I mean, you read multiple articles about that in Korea, right? It's amazing how it is happening. And I know a couple of companies in India who are now thinking about it. So I think in another 2-3 years, we'll start to see kids getting enrolled into gaming schools, maybe as early as they are 10 or 11.
Okay, got it. Thank you so much. Rohit, a specific question for you. You also manage a few pro teams or manage a few pro athletes of India and do streaming. So when will India win the Dota championship or big championship? When do we expect, like, is there like within the next 5 years? Because we have a huge population and we have big time gamers all across the space. From this, like, let's say if gaming started in 1980s or 70s, we are not that far away also. Like we have seen China winning competition, we have seen South Korea winning competition. When is Rohit's team going to be the next championship in Dota or CS?
So honestly, we don't have a team in Dota. We've only been focusing on mobile esports. But you know, when you compare the whole thing, like the whole esports ecosystem in India, it's at ground zero right now. And you know, in the West and you know, in probably China, I think it's evolved much further. However, I don't think
just a counter question. Why is it not evolving, and what can we do to make it evolve also, according to you?
I mean, I think it's evolving right now, 2020, and I think the lockdown was one of the major, one of the major reasons why esports grew so quickly, you know, and there were a rise of a lot of investments. I think there are 700 investments that have happened in esports companies in the past 1 year.
Yeah.
With that being said, I think it's growing really fast. In fact, the esports market in India is growing at 190% compared to the other countries. I don't think there is a massive skill gap between the players who are from the West and players from India and Asia. I think we'll get there, but however, I think mobile esports in India is going to take like a bigger leap than PC esports.
Why do you say that?
I mean, probably because the mobile data plans in India have gotten really cheap. India has become the second largest smartphone market in the world. And I mean, with like the whole disposable income that people have in India, I think for them to afford a budget Android phone is much easier than going and, picking up like a fully blown up PC to play Dota. So, I mean, I have my bets on mobile esports mainly. So yeah, that is what.
Got it.
Yeah.
So Pranav, this is a question for you. What do you think? Which are the sectors which will benefit if the gaming industry grows? We are talking about other sectors in the economy, according to you.
Yeah. So I feel there is no limit to what sectors can benefit out of gaming, right? Because it's purely entertainment at the end of the day, right? And I feel no boundary in terms of age, gender, as an audience that will not consume gaming, and we've already seen that happen over the last 1 year. So I feel every genre of an industry will at some point start collaborations with the gaming sector. We've already seen luxury brands like Gucci partner with Roblox. We're seeing music, Travis Scott and stuff like that happening with Fortnite. So I feel there is a lot of overlaps that are going to happen, and majorly all sectors are going to be banking on the aggressive gaming audience there is right now and going to be.
Got it. Thank you so much. So Parinita, this is a much sensitive question for me also, as I am creating games for women. So my question is, there is a rise of female audience or women audience across the globe and especially in India.
Right.
So but the streaming audience is slightly imbalanced in a certain way. Like there are less women streamers and less women gamers still in the country.
Right.
What do you think is our localized problem which is preventing women gamers to be like as big as Carrie Minati or someone else? Like, or I could also ask another question to you. Why are women developers less and less in gaming? Because it is an extremely creative field. It's a beautiful white collar job, I would say, like the best white collar job out there to make art, do programming. The most fun you can have is programming a game rather than doing anything else. So what is it missing? Because it's the right kind of job for anyone to want to participate in, according to you.
Okay. So see, I would not say that there is any inherent problem in our ecosystem where, you know, that or the mindset that women are not into gaming. Across the globe, we've seen the shift happening slowly.
Yes.
And given now that gaming in India is the way it's swelling up, okay, the shift in India is also very natural and is already happening. For me, myself, being a woman and I'm taking entrepreneurship in gaming, it is, I did receive quizzical glances when I started this, right? So it is just a matter of time. But did that deter me? No, it did not. So it's just about people accepting it. For instance, even in the gaming arena that I have, there are 40 to 45% of the you know, players are females. So I don't think it is any you know, anything to do with why women are not playing or why women are not becoming developers. It's just a matter of time when they will. For instance, like, you know, when you say cricket, you see less number of women in cricket, right? You could argue that men have more strength, which is what cricket needs, etc., etc. But in a gaming ecosystem, nothing like that, right? You don't need strength. There's no physical thing that keeps a woman back and puts the men forward, right? It's just a matter of time. Moreover, if you see women even in India are now, they might not be a Carrie Minati right now, but he will see someone standing next to him. It's a matter of maybe 3-4 years down the line. So because they are coming up in every field, they're coming up as players, they're coming up as entrepreneurs, leaders, they are coming up as workforce, they're taking developing, streaming, gaming as very serious business. So it is just a matter of time. There is no, I don't see anything that is different globally and in India where women are being pulled back or have some, you know, like a barrier to entry. There is nothing like that. It's just a matter of time. Like as people open up, for instance, it was just a few years ago that gaming was considered only for kids, but now even adults are playing it. So maybe it was pushed by COVID or whatever. But once the push has come, it's now everyone's business. So that's how now women will start coming into it. There already are. So I don't see any reason where this shift will not take place and this whole inclusion of women, and this was a male-dominated industry is what I would say, but it is largely becoming inclusive. Like you say, visibility brings change. And that is what is happening. As more and more women are coming ahead in this industry, they're becoming entrepreneurs, they're taking it as a serious business. They are also pulling up women in the segment. Like, you know, you pull up, like I have game masters who are women. It clearly doesn't matter, right? So that's how it is happening. So that change will just, it's a matter of time, and that is coming and it will come. It's not, I would say it's a matter of 2 years more maybe, and you will see two people like really, you know, fighting each other in an esports environment where there'll be one person who's a man and who's a woman. I don't see that not happening.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. So Piyush, what are the challenges and different barriers someone would face when they want to join streaming? Like it can be from anywhere between, let's say, an example of a 17-year-old kid coming to Piyush. Hi Piyush, help me. I want to become a streamer. I love playing games. I play 8 hours a day. Now I want to make money. My parents are eating my head. What should I do? What would be your answer?
No, I think it's completely irrespective of age. I think the primary skill is you need to know how to play the game well.
Definitely.
That's one main requirement, and therefore, just like any other career, you need to have put in a certain number of hours to have played, learned, have a very differentiated way of playing, something which is not very normal. That's a starting point. Secondly, to be a streamer, a couple of things which are very important. One, you need to be extremely confident, while you're speaking, or even if you can, and much better if you have a cam, you can show yourself, you can sort of connect with your viewers much better.
Piyush,
So
that's
that's
a counter question. You must have seen some difference. People showing their cam versus not showing their cam. What is the difference in your stats?
So the difference is that people typically, when they're in a competitive environment, they don't show themselves in the face camera. They prefer to focus on their game. But people, when they're streaming, when they're entertaining their audience, they typically tend to show it. Also, it depends on what is their gaming setup. Do they have a decent camera? Are they streaming from their PC? Wherever, it depends. Like if they're typically streaming from mobile, they tend to have it off, switched off. But for anyone to pick it up as a career, I think that's very important. It provides a very relational, a thing between the viewer and the person who's streaming. Secondly, having a very confident voice, having calling out your followers at the regular interval, entertaining their requests, etc., and doing a proper commentary through your game really helps. Largely, and then the last point is how entertaining you become. You need to have your own flair. You need to have something which is very unique about you, either through the way you speak, your language, your community, etc., that you're building. But take it like any other entertainment career, just that you need to have a very strong skill of being, playing a game pretty well. That's how it starts.
Okay. So Abhishek, tell me three types of streamers which will be more successful in the next coming 5 years or 10 years. According to you, let's say hyper casual game is on the rise these days. So what kind of streamers are on the rise? What kind of categories are on the rise according to you?
See, to be frank, in last couple of years, we have seen a lot of diversity coming into the streaming category, right? If we talk about specifically games, right? So on the first hand, we have Carry whose gameplay is not so good, but his entertainment, his pull, he's really attractive to his crowd, right?
Definitely.
So he's actually doing wonderful things. So this category that has a mixture of both entertainment and gaming, wherein gaming is, to be precise, not so appreciable, is actually a good category. Then we have Scout or Jonathan, who are actually marking their presence with their game skills, right, while they are streaming. So people actually learn a lot while watching their streams. And then we can talk about a hyper casual category that you just rightly said right now. So on Facebook, we have seen many content creators who are just playing Ludo or Solitaire, who are actually attracting a good amount of viewers. In fact, we have seen Samay Raina playing chess on YouTube. He actually attracts extremely good amount of viewers, and it is actually a wonderful thing to be happening. And the best part about hyper casual games is that anybody can play and anybody can stream. You don't require a kind of a skill set like you require it for Dota or PUBG or like BGMI or Free Fire. Ludo is something, or chess is something, or solitaire is something that me and you, we can play and stream while we are at our workplace, right? So that category is also actually a good category.
Yeah. So Trinity Games, what are the major categories you have seen?
So we have seen obviously majorly in the mobile sector, because we are the mobile first nation. So we have majority people, we have majority talent who are playing BGMI, Free Fire, or these are the major games. Categories. All the core games. But in the last 6 months, we have actually seen many talents coming up to us who are actually playing Ludo or hyper casual games, right? So again, it is an evolving industry, so it keeps on evolving every day. Every day is a new day.
Okay, thank you so much. Rohit, you mostly are into core games. I'm just looking at your website: Clash Royale, League of Legends, Call of Duty, and Clash of Clans, of course, like the classic. So let's say, which of these categories have you seen the most revenue potential, and which will be the next major category according to you? For example, let's say PUBG might grow a lot, but except PUBG, what are the other games which will grow, and what are the games which will die in the next 5 years? Just from your perspective. Rohit, you're on mute, by the way.
Yeah, so currently we are into Clash of Clans, we are into BGMI, previously known as PUBG, and Call of Duty Mobile. And we've created a few IPs here and there for Free Fire. I think Free Fire is on a rise. BGMI obviously has gotten a lot of attention only with their whole Android launch, and they've still not even got an whole iOS version of the game. So I think the returns on BGMI are going to be the best compared to all the other games. Call of Duty, I think is a great game. It is for enthusiasts, but however, I think the whole community that plays Call of Duty, it's like it is a niche. I mean, it's not a massy game, as a matter of fact. So I think in terms of returns, I think the two best games that I'd put my money or I'd bet on is BGMI or Free Fire. But obviously, there is Valorant Mobile that's in the works. There's League of Legends Wild Rift that's in the works. So I mean, I think MOBA would be. I don't know how India would take MOBA. After League of Legends Wild Rift coming in, it could also be a massive boom. But yeah, I think for now, I think India is India the market that prefers FPS games more than other games. But I strongly believe that even Wild Rift and even Valorant Mobile will do really well because of the fact that Riot did really well with Valorant also.
Yeah.
So that's what I believe.
Okay, Pranav, like the next question is just based on the last feedback. So FPS is big in India. What about Minecraft? What about like the other amazing categories of game which we have globally doing very well? What do you think? Will we have a rise or shift in, let's say, strategy or arcade or even like role-playing games in India as like regular streaming?
Correct. So I think Minecraft shockingly did really well right now. I feel majority of our talents are doing Minecraft and have sort of broken Indian records in terms of live concurrent viewership.
But I generally see most of the videos are PUBG or most of them are first FPS games in streaming.
Yeah, I mean there are, but like that's the shift that is happening. There are a diverse set of talents that are playing Minecraft. GTA somehow has gone really big as well, right?
Okay. Yeah,
And
definitely.
there are multiple. I think Roblox can probably enter India and do well because it's an open world game. So I think it's just people need to experiment and content creators need to bring in unique sort of values with games and make it a success. Like it is a mobile first country, but nobody had thought that Minecraft and GTA would do as many big numbers as it is doing right now. But there needs to be someone who comes in and brings in unique sort of proposition in terms of content creation on YouTube, and any game can be famous.
Got it. So I forgot the name of the game, but there was a game which got 500 million just in a month. It's recently on mobile and all the other multi-platform. It's like a core game. It looks like, yeah, Crash Bandicoot actually did very well. So what about a hyper casual game like Crash Bandicoot?
I feel Crash Bandicoot did so many big numbers because it was ideally a big marketing strategy, and there was a very big budget assigned to it. But definitely, I feel Crash Bandicoot is one game which is also playable on a console like PlayStation 5, right? And it's all across multiplayer games. So, like Abhishek correctly mentioned, Samay Raina and all of these guys are doing really well with hyper casual games, and Crash Bandicoot could be one of them.
Okay, thank you. I don't know, Piyush, have you heard the game called Genshin Impact?
Not really. Really.
Then I'll skip the question. So Genshin Impact is a game which is very successful right now, and I have seen like it rising numbers in the like Eastern market and even in like Japan, South Korea, and it also made around $1 billion in just like 2 months or 3 months. It is one of the best core selling games. Do you think, like, it's an open question because I think Piyush is also, do you think Genshin Impact will do well in India? Rohit, Abhishek, Pranav, Piyush, any one of you?
I mean, I've seen people playing Genshin, especially, from the whole Call of Duty mobile community. I think people are playing Genshin. But again, the major problem I see with Genshin, it's to download the game, it's really large. It's really high on data consumption. I think the device that you need is a little, I mean, you need like a proper iPhone, iPad to play the game, at its best. So, I mean, I think it's going to be like COD. It's going to be for the niche. It's never going to be a massy game.
Got it. So Genshin Impact, I feel, was inspired from Nintendo's successful title
Zelda. Legend of
exactly.
Zelda. Yeah.
Legend of Zelda, the mechanics, and it went very viral. Yeah. So if it's only on iPhone, then I definitely agree. It won't be like a mainstream game for sure.
It is on Android as well, but I mean the specifications that you need to play the phone is a little too heavy.
Okay.
But strangely, I think it's doing really good in numbers. It's number 3 on the App Store.
Top gross.
Yeah.
So Parinita and Piyush, common question.
Yeah.
So Parinita, where do you see VR games in the future? And Piyush, when will the two merge and we'll have like a VR streaming as a mainstream thing, not just like a sideline thing? Parinita, you can start, please.
Yeah. So see, VR, I feel, is completely revolutionary, and the way it's growing, though I would say yes, due to the current pandemic and to the cost, it has taken a step back. But the way it's growing and the way it will grow with the upcoming VR studios as the new concept, where people don't burn a big hole in their pocket. It's just going. It's the next thing. It's how gaming will go to the next level is through VR, is what I feel. Okay.
I do remember a game where like the Star Wars kind of fantasy where you have to break things like this, and it was very popular in like streaming at least.
So see, all that is there. What do you think? Any gamer, like the demographics of the gamers is changing, but what do they want? Each one of them wants the best experience at the most affordable cost, right? And what they will actually, I think VR right now, the tethered headsets where the social experience gets is not there. It has kind of pulled VR a little back. But with the next level of growth will come from VR gaming studios, which kind of gives you the complete atmosphere for the most immersive gaming experience that one can have.
Parinita, one more question. There was a slight, like it was like a Bitcoin rise of VR and it slowly faded down and it just relaxed right now. So any comments?
Yes, I will tell you why. So see, basically, like I told you, like people don't want to spend a lot, and the VR headsets were quite expensive. And the thing that it lacked was it made you very sedentary. Like you could just stand in one place, and when the wire used to pull you with that screen, it was very annoying for the gamers, right? One is that. Second, the other thing is that the cost is too high for you to just play alone with one headset. It becomes a very solitary experience. It doesn't involve anyone else.
So do you think cost might also be an issue in India?
Yes, it could be. It could be, because all of these large companies, if you see Sony, HTC, they're now working on headsets which could, the same quality could be there with a lower price point. So that's
I think Oculus actually made a very easy to use headphones. Headset.
Yes. So a lot of them have come in. Even HP is coming in. So that is why, to overcome this, I think the solution would be rather VR gaming studios where people, the setup is more like an industrial level, where more number of players can go together. Like if you've heard the concept of free roam VR, that is the next thing which is coming in VR, wherein
are you talking about VR chat rooms, which were very popular?
No. This is free roam VR, wherein everything is mobile, and multiple players, say from 1 to 6 to 8 players can play together at the same time in the same game. It's like it's a concept which, like by time machine, you're transported to a different world. You play the game for whatever 30 minutes, 60 minutes, and then you're back into your own world. So that's how the experience is, and it's like you're really shooting inside the game. So, and that gives you a very immersive experience, as well as everything is mobile, untethered. So it will just bring back the VR enthusiasts and the gamers back to the VR gaming. They need that kind of a platform, and it doesn't burn a hole in your pocket, because you just pay for the game time that you've played for. You don't have to kind of pay for the headsets and the hardware and the software, nothing. Secondly, I think, such places will become like an app store for other developers. For instance, if you've heard that, recently Zero Latency, which is the largest, free roam VR company in the world, has tied up with Ubisoft, which is again the biggest developer, for the VR version of Far Cry. You've all heard of Far Cry, and that's been the VR version has been made, which can be only played at Zero Latency Studios. So that's how then they've also tied up with a company called Darkslope, wherein they've built games for youngsters, some 6 to 8 years, who can come and play there. And so you don't want to buy a VR headset for 8-year-old, right? But they want to experience it. So how do you do that? So, that is how really it will translate. Also, you could incorporate learning. You could incorporate, say, gamified assessments in VR form, which will help children to learn. So basically, it will all lead, ultimately, learning, gaming, and VR will all converge together, because, this online gaming right now is going because of a lot of mobile penetration, because of COVID. But what next? That is where VR will come in, because it gives you a very immersive, social, and active experience. So that's where I see VR taking gaming again.
Thank you so much. So after this, there will be one more question and we'll conclude it. So Piyush, what are your views on VR as a streaming platform for, let's say, a global audience? Because I think Parinita clearly mentioned us in India, it would be slightly difficult.
See, yeah, I think I think
sorry,
she
I would
basically,
I would interrupt you here, Danish.
Okay.
So I didn't mean it's difficult. I just said that it's time and it's evolving.
Yeah. So it might take some time, let's say 5 years, and then we'll have a Carrie Minati on just in VR.
No, not 5 years. I think that's a little too far. I think the next 2 years is where you'll see VR coming in everywhere in gaming too.
Especially
That's
in
my
India.
view. Yes, absolutely. It's already there. Like if a free roam VR is already there in India, then it's a matter of time that the other in other cities it will come. It's already there in Bombay, India.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay, Piyush, your views?
no, I think from my point of view, I kind of agree to what Parinita said. But see, I have two main points to make here. One, I think VR as a technology needs to first succeed for content in general. I don't think we have really scaled that well. There are a few yawners like space content, a few other content where it works well. But even with my Oculus, whenever I go and try and look for some interesting content, they are far and few. And I think that is the first thing. That first, it's a gradual step. So I think first the content needs to be done. Like people like Netflix, etc., needs to invest a lot so that the learning curve is brought down. People start to use VR devices more often. I don't see people will pick up VR right away for gaming. So that's one.
Yeah.
Secondly, even from a gaming perspective, I also don't see, at least from my end of whatever little I've seen, that people would come up and play a new game VR, or they'll buy a VR set for a new game. So what needs to happen is to bring down that learning curve. Again, successful games which are very popular on mobile and are also popular on PC perhaps would need to adopt VR as a medium, so that people who are playing these games on other devices can graduate to VR and start to experience it, and then it becomes a sort of a norm or a trend. But yeah, it's way too early. I mean, we are still adjusting to mobile in India, at least. We are still figuring out which are the right price handsets, etc. And companies are coming up with right accessories. Let's get that in first. Let's get few more mobiles in first before we actually graduate to VR.
Got it. Good. Yeah, interesting answer. So last question to all of you. So what is the one game, like you can only choose one game, which you think anybody right now watching it should start streaming on? Like you can just choose any one game you want. So I'll start with Pranav.
That one should, I didn't get.
So just tell me one game you as a streamer, if you were starting today, would be starting with, from your experience of revenue and everything else. Like, I want to become a professional game streamer. Piyush, I'm coming to you. I want contracts. I want branding, which is my one game.
So I think, yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Yeah. So I mean, if I have to go from a economic standpoint, I would go for BGMI or Minecraft. But from something that I would have fun playing with, I would go for Warzone. So yeah.
Got it. Yeah. Thank you. So mine is Warzone. Yeah. Piyush?
I would suggest Valorant. I think Valorant is coming up pretty well. It's an
I think there should be some consistency between all the streamers here. Like,
no, I'm coming to that. So I think I'll choose between BGMI and Valorant. I think both are different games. If one could actually learn it on PC pretty well, then Valorant for sure. Otherwise, BGMI, I think in the new avatar is really, really good, and it is likely to succeed quite a lot in India, given how PUBG did well over 2 years that they were growing in India.
Got it. Abhishek?
With respect to the economic standpoint and asking for a contract from Piyush, I would like to play BGMI.
Okay.
And my personal choice and
okay, you can't say
I like-
BGMI. You have to choose some other game. Everybody's choosing
Okay.
BGMI now.
And if I talk about my personal interest, I like playing fighting games a lot, like Injustice and Tekken on PlayStation. So I like these games, although koi viewership nahi hai in games ka, but
Okay.
these games are something that I personally like a lot. Like I can play these games like 24/7.
Can I come in and make one point, Danish?
Yeah, sure. We just have like 30 seconds left, but sure.
Okay, I'll quickly tell you. I'm really looking for some people who can play any of the cricket games really well and make it popular.
Yeah.
The problem in India is that, I mean, cricket is a religion here, and there are few games, but there's nobody who can make it big.
Okay.
And if somebody can crack it, I think it's a huge market. They'll be the star of the market.
They're asking for cricket in VR a lot, by the way. Just
Yeah.
to tell you, because I handle the VR.
Okay,
side
okay. I
of
have to
it.
stop all of you. Just one game Parinita has to choose now, and one game Rohit has to
Well,
choose.
I don't play games at all. The only games that I would actually do not want to play is because I see my husband and my 6-year-old son playing the whole day is PUBG, Minecraft, and Macarena.
Okay.
So I would just say I don't want to.
Okay, that's your okay, fine. And Rohit, what about you?
Personally, I like to play Red Dead Redemption right now on the Xbox. I also like to play Forza. So I mean, I just play those casually. But I mean, if I really want to get into streaming, then it'll probably be FIFA or BGMI. Even though I'm not a fan of FIFA, probably Battlegrounds.
Got it. I would be Dota. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Piyush, Abhishek, Rohit, Parinita, Pranav. And yes, thank you, Bhavna, and over to you now.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Moderating it so wonderfully. Thank you on that. Thank you to all our panelists for joining us.
Thank you.
So, well, ladies and gentlemen, after that incredible discussion, it is now time to delve into our next topic, which is coming up on your screen, which is the pearls and perils of fantasy sports. A promising subsector in its right, fantasy gaming is overcoming challenges to become a steady contributor to the rise in the sector. Well, we're now joined by our eminent panelists. First up, Amit Purohit, founder, Fantasy Akhada, Sunil Yadav, CEO, Players Sport. We've got Ankit Anand, business head of Fantasy Dangal. We've got Suhail Chandok, co-founder, Kabaddi Adda. We've got Madhur Singhal, managing partner and CEO, Praxis Global Alliance. We've got Siddharth Pisharoti, the regional vice president, India and Southeast Asia and APJ carrier, Akamai Technologies. And the session chair of this panel discussion is going to be Ramesh Kailasam, CEO and President, India Tech Org. Thank you so much to all our eminent panelists for joining us. And with this, I'd now request Ramesh to take forth with his panel. Thank you for being our session chair. And I pass on the live baton to you now. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Bhavna. Good evening to all of you. It's a great session that we are going to discuss and debate today on. And interestingly, it is titled The Pearls and Perils of Fantasy Sports. And if you look at it, we do have both those components actually being part of what's being debated in the market today. So today we intend to cover actually the varying aspects of online fantasy sports, which has actually emerged as one of the most significant subsector of the online gaming world today. I mean, the kind of valuations that you're seeing, you have companies ranging between more than $3 to $4 to $5 billion in valuation. So that's a kind of proof point that online fantasy sports is big and rivals all the big names in the startup ecosystem, which I represent as well, coincidentally. So today's session, if we look at it, we are going to actually discuss the pluses and the minuses. And of course, I would look forward to the panelists to be as open-ended as possible and speak out from your hearts. To give some context, actually, if you look at it, online fantasy sports actually sets itself aside from all other kinds of online gaming for the simple reason that this is one type of online gaming which is actually dependent on real life sports and players actually playing it out. So if real life sports doesn't happen, online fantasy sports doesn't exist. It's as simple and straightforward as that. Unlike the other online gaming where you and I could be playing a game of carom or chess or rummy and so on and so forth. So what is essential, therefore, which I think it is important for all the viewers and listeners here today to understand is no fantasy sports can happen if real life sporting events do not happen. It is dependent on a real life event actually taking place. Online fantasy sports has actually traveled quite a bit of regulatory journey in India, because strangely, for some reason, unless you are challenged in a court, you are not legit, because there are no regulations which exist formally in any written form for this sector, even so for online gaming, but more so for online fantasy sports. So therefore, understanding the importance, I mean, you do have certain court rulings which are there. I mean, I recollect at least 3 court rulings in state levels, and of course, a couple of rulings at the central level, including the Supreme Court, including one that came in today, which clearly demarcate online fantasy sports played in certain formats as game of skill, and takes them away from the ambit of online gambling and betting if certain formats are complied to, which was the one that was subjected by the courts and was proven that these were games of skill. So skill predominance and skill dependent is what drives this. Interestingly, I mean, we had also, as indiatech.org, a body representing Indian startups and innovators in the ecosystem, plus of course the investors in this ecosystem, we had released a white paper in September of 2020 where we had actually covered all the aspects of online fantasy sports and come out with recommendations on what ideally the sector should look at and how should it behave and so on, which was actually discussed in detail in the Niti Aayog, which came out subsequently with the 8 guiding principles and the guidelines for potentially regulating the online fantasy sports sector, so that this is not looked at in a different fashion. So the online gaming market in India is projected to be around 155 billion and by 2023, and from 76 billion which existed in 2020. Often people come back to me and say online fantasy sports must have grown because people were in their homes. But I intend to actually, I mean, this is something we as an industry need to constantly coach people to tell them that, look, if real life games don't happen, we don't exist. And therefore, that's the key crux of it. Self-regulation, regulation are something that we are looking for. I would request the panelists to also add in a bit of your views on that. But through this session, with the set of esteemed panelists that we have today, we will try to decode and break down the contributions that this subsector of online gaming sector has been making to the Indian sporting ecosystem and what lies ahead. Because livelihoods is emerging from this sector in a great way. You have online platforms, which are statistical platforms. You have sports content aggregators coming up. Sports merchandising is picking up. E-commerce is coming up through fantasy sports because you have fans trying to buy their merchandise and so on. Online sports streaming is another area which is developing. Digital payments, travel, sports experience, online coaching, sports kind of knowledge management, and cloud services. All of them are thriving because of online fantasy sports. And therefore, it's pretty critical that this sector grows and thrives. And also, there is enabling regulations in this regard. So let me quickly turn over to our guests. The first question is pointed to Madhur Singhal, who is the managing partner and CEO of Pixis Global Alliance. So Madhur, to kick off this session, starting with you, I would first begin and ask you, I mean, we are hearing a lot of staggering numbers on online fantasy sports industry, and it's been growing phenomenally. Despite the fact that we had lockdown, we still saw post the sports market kicking in, the surge continues on. So what has led to this sudden surge and uptake in the online fantasy sports in the last 3-4 years, and which is becoming one of the most preferred formats of online fantasy sports in the gaming space? So over to you, Madhur, and what do numbers look like and how are they expected to grow? I mean, give us an industry perspective.
No, thank you, Ramesh, for the opportunity. I think you're absolutely right. I think that this market has obviously grown quite rapidly over the last 4 or 5 years. 2016, we had 2 million online fantasy sports users in India, and today that number is easily over 100 million. In fact, the number aggregated across all platforms would probably even be 130 million, which is quite substantial. It is It is a fourth of smartphone internet users in the country, and it's it's become quite important as a smartphone internet use case. In fact, some of our recent surveys suggest that online gaming is now the number 5 use case in India after messaging, news reading, watching videos, entertainment videos, and so on. So pretty substantial now. The other thing that that you will see is that it's not so surprising though, because if you look at the BARC data, the sports followership in the country is massive, right? There are 770 million Indian viewers of sports, right? Of course, largely driven by cricket, but 770 million is a staggering number. Of that 770 million, if 1/6 of them or 1/5 of them are also now demonstrating passion around sports through participation in online fantasy gaming, then that is very good for the ecosystem. It's very healthy for the ecosystem. One of the things that Ramesh and you have been on a few meetings and forums before, I think one of the points that I made at that time also was that India is a very entertainment deficient country. There are if you look at multiplexes, movies, of course, very significant. Daily soap operas, significant. But we don't really have gaming arcades, gaming zones. We don't really have good cinema theaters beyond tier 3 cities. And so, sports fans and in general, people are seeking entertainment avenues that could be engaging to them, right? And with everybody now having good smartphone devices, and that thing is only increasing over time. Digital payments becoming easy, which now allows users to use real money to participate in games online. And in general, users seeking a more fulfilling life and a more engaging sports participation experience. And especially most of the fantasy sports is, even though it's fantasy sports, you rightly said it actually goes along with real sports, right? And so it is actually a means to engage with the real sport, even though it's actually not being played on the mobile phone. So I think a combination of these affordability, devices, internet connectivity, and just a fundamental lack of supply of entertainment avenues is something that has created a very fertile ground for this market to be. Now, if you look at just run rates, and again, the market is growing fast, it's very risky to put a number to it anytime. But, according to our latest estimates, this is very close to $1 billion of revenue now in terms of gameplay. Growing very rapidly. Historically, online gaming has itself been growing at a 34% CAGR. So $1 billion of gaming revenue becoming $2.5 billion in the next 2 years. And could easily touch $4 to $5 billion in the next 4 to 5 years. I'll not be surprised. I'll be very surprised if that does not happen. Now, within that, online fantasy sports is a substantial 40% or so. And most of the growth is actually coming from online fantasy sports. So, of the $5 billion, in 5 years, you should expect at least half of that, if not more, to be coming from online fantasy sports. So a $2.5 to $3 billion outcome in terms of market size is not unthinkable, right? It could very well happen. One last thing before I think in terms of there are 400 million Indians who are already playing online games, by the way. So if you juxtapose the 125 to 130 million online fantasy sports number, 30% of the people are already engaging in sports, right? And as the smartphone penetration grows, as the gaming penetration grows, globally gaming penetration is actually much higher. You would see many more fantasy sports gamers, and of course, as the regulatory legitimacy tightens and becomes stronger and more pronounced, you will see more and more markets sort of developing here. So I don't know if there's anything else, Ramesh, you want me to talk about, but I feel pretty optimistic about where things are from an online fantasy sports perspective.
Well, thanks, Madhur. I think these are pretty not only encouraging numbers but overwhelming numbers. If one were to see on the impact of online fantasy sports. And more importantly, as you said, people, this is one thing that more often gets discussed, that in all other games, and no kind of offense to any other online game, but you're not fixated on that small device, but you use the device to create, and then you are fixated on the game. You might be physically watching it, you might be watching it in a television, you might be following it on your screen somewhere, but it does lead to intensification of fan engagement to a particular sport. And
Correct.
In a way, I think, and this is one more thing I just wanted to add on, are you also seeing therefore a contributory kind of effect from fans and enthusiasts actually following the sports closely, resulting in more viewership, more sponsorships, and so on?
So I think overall, from a sponsorship and viewership perspective, see, online fantasy sports is typically being monetized outside advertising. Typically, India has seen gaming monetization through in-app purchases or through advertising, but in India, the monetization is actually through users paying money to participate in contests and so on. So the monetization has been more direct. I do believe that most of the online fantasy sports gaming companies and fans would actually start engaging beyond just paying to play in some of these contests. There could be monetization that will be sought, to engage fans further and engage fans beyond the gameplay, the core gameplay, right? When the particular match is on. So yes, you will see more monetization in terms of ads, merchandise, even phygital fan engagement events and so on. But we've not seen that till now, but I would not be surprised if that happens.
Thanks, Madhu. Moving on to Amit. Amit is the founder of Fantasy Akada. So Amit, we just discussed how this space has been contributing to the economy and booming and the entire sporting ecosystem, so to speak. Speaking of investments about this sector that it has attracted in recent times, Amit, is the investor outlook towards this particular space, including, gaming as such, but specifically since we are discussing online fantasy sports, is it still positive? Because we are seeing large mushrooming of a lot of formats coming in. And unlike other online games, which may or may not be skill-based, online fantasy sports are dependent on real-life sporting events and your knowledge of the game and the knowledge of the players and the way you choose your teams and so on, or your players and so on. How do you see this from an investor outlook standpoint? Has it been positive, or has it been booming, or is there a kind of a tapering down? What's your sense here?
Thank you so much, Ramesh, for having me. To give you a sense on the investment outlook, like you mentioned a couple of times in terms of fantasy sports being dependent on real sports, and then there being uncertainty around COVID, etc., leading to real life events not happening as we perceive it. Actually speaking, I would like to dissect the investment piece into 3 to 4 aspects. The first one would be primarily on the market size, and do investors see that there is a lot of potential in this right now or not? If I were to talk about that angle, in fact, I don't need to talk about that angle because Madhur really crafted it really well. What Star Sports tells you about in terms of their IPL viewership, and what the OFS KPMG report that came in recently around how many online fantasy players exist, there is still a lot of headroom. Everyone who's watching sport has the potential to eventually play fantasy sport as well. So if you were to look at that headroom, I think there is immense headroom. And as an investor, while in our conversations they might try to pull us down by saying that there is not much meat left, etc., but I still feel that everyone understands that there is a lot of headroom available as far as sports fans engaging with fantasy sports is concerned. So that is point number one. also in this whole growing market, another aspect is that because people have started playing fantasy sport, they've started following sport more, which is very intuitive also. So say for example, if you were not following kabaddi before, but if suppose in the, as in when PKL comes or when PKL happened last time around, if they started playing fantasy sport for a quick turnaround of money, they started following kabaddi also more, right? So eventually what happens is the same user starts putting in more money as well. So there are two aspects to the market size growing. One is the headroom between the fantasy sports fans and the sports fans that currently exists, and secondly, the existing fantasy sports fans becoming more active on the existing platforms that they play on, because they've started following sports like basketball. Like, you won't believe that people have started following European cricket, they've started following basketball, baseball, etc. So from a market sizing point of view, I think there is all good. There's good news, and that it isn't that kind of a worry. From a dependency on real events not happening, again, barring April last year, when there was a complete shutdown, when there was nothing happening at all across the world, and I think Sunil, who also runs a platform by the name of PlayerSpot, would agree that traction does come in. As soon as May hit us, May 2020, people would assume that we were still in a lockdown space, globally, but that's not the case. Most people who run fantasy sports have started loving this country called Belarus, because they were the first country which started Belarus Football League when the global unlock started, right? So much before the most loved Premier League started in England. So what I was trying to say here is that while of course there's no match to an India cricket event, or there's no match to an IPL event, but there is a lot of traction. Like, people assume that in the month of May this year, it would have been a complete shutdown when IPL got postponed. And people who run fantasy sports can vouch for this fact that was not the case. In fact, the seasonality from this business has started tapering a little bit more than it was a couple of years ago. And if you ask my friends at Dream 11, they would agree that the seasonality has gone down significantly of late, right? So I would feel that right now, dependency on again real life events, I don't see is becoming that big a challenge as far as investments are concerned, because if everything has to stop eventually, then a lot of things will stop, right? So it's not important only for a fantasy sports perspective. So I don't see that also as a challenge. The two challenges that I actually see from an investment point of view, one is the regulatory uncertainty, because if an investor wants to come in now, he would want to come in either at two places. Either he would go up top with someone who's as big as some of the market leaders are, and the valuation that they command already, but he might find it too expensive to participate there. So he would either come at the bottom of the pill, where he expects that a player would one fine day become big, right? So there I feel that sometimes investors do feel that what if this whole thing was to go south in terms of the regulations, because while Niti Aayog and in fact you guys and Niti Aayog have done a fabulous job of the paper that came out and the draft that came out, there was a state that got banned during that whole period when things were happening, right? So there is natural tendency for an investor to feel like that. Although from a fantasy sports founder point of view, I still feel that it's become much in a space of gray. It's more you are more towards the white than towards the black, is what I perceive it, at least. So that way also, that is one uncertainty and that challenge we do face. Some of our conversations don't go the way we planned because of this uncertainty. And lastly, to close the point on investments, I feel the other challenge, which again someone like Sunil would agree to, is that because the sheer size of some of the players is so huge, there is this uncertainty amongst people to believe that this might not work for some of the other players. Very few mature, I'm not saying that the others are immature, but I'm saying when people understand the industry well, so people who understand the gaming sector well really understand that this is not a one person takes all kind of a situation, because there are things which are so much beyond anyone's control that people end up playing on multiple platforms. It's not a mutually exclusive business, right? It's not like if I bought something from Amazon, I will not buy it from Flipkart. It's not like that. In fact, if I made a team, I might as well put it on multiple platforms, so that yahan nahi jeetunga to kahin aur to jeet hi jaunga, right? So the whole point is that eventually it is not a mutually exclusive business, and some investors and most of the investors do understand it. In fact, like I said, sometimes it's used against some of the players who are coming up right now, that up to there is a market leader, then the second player has also become big, etc., etc. But when you look at the numbers in terms of the growth that we are witnessing, it's not it's a challenge that is posed, but I feel that most of the fantasy players who are doing a good job of handling their customers well end up passing that piece as well. So if I were to broadly summarize in terms of the 4 pillars of investment challenges that we face, I personally feel that 3 of them are not as big. In fact, they are they are hurdles which any industry would face, and a founder has to cross them appropriately with business metrics and numbers. What I genuinely believe is a challenge is the regulatory uncertainty, and I feel that with the good work that you have done, and then how Niti Aayog came about things, I personally feel that it is also going down. But I don't see events like IPL, if it postpones by a few months. I don't see. I think there are enough and more fans of European cricket in India now than anywhere else, and I feel that I don't think that's a big problem as far as investments are concerned.
Thanks, Amit. And to add on to it, I think one of the things that positive effects that online fantasy sports has actually contributed to is bring the sports enthusiast interest beyond India into
Correct.
other games, into other disciplines, into
Correct.
other countries and formats and so on, which is actually true evolution in a sports enthusiast life. I mean, not being fixated on one sport alone.
Correct.
And that's the positive impact that we see. And of course, this is something we keep telling investors who are investing in the online fantasy space in India, that if you are concerned and if you have concerns around regulatory uncertainty, be assured now there are enough industry associations speaking and fighting for you. It is getting into an organized space as far as advocacy is concerned, and you can count me in this journey
Correct.
as well.
In fact, you very rightly pointed out, because if I were to talk about the women's cricket as well, I personally believe that fantasy sports is a big contributor to women's cricket viewership. It is happening only because of fantasy sports. Otherwise, the kind of traction that it was getting otherwise was not as much. At least that's what I can tell. But yeah, the point absolutely valid.
Thanks, Amit. Moving on to Ankit. Ankit is the business head of Fantasy Dangal. Ankit, given the tough competition that this sector is facing, and the fact that there are a number of players now mushrooming in this space, what factors are extremely crucial to enhance customer acquisition and also retain customers? Because I mean, there are people, obviously, as mentioned by Amit, people do get into multiple platforms, but I mean, there's a huge kind of scope for growth in the customer acquisition space. So are skill-based games more preferred as a choice of format than other games which may have limited or no skill? And considering that this does involve a bit of skill, I mean, you need to know the game, you need to know the players, you need to know the turf, you need to know their performances before putting your neck in as a sports enthusiast engaging and dabbling in fantasy sports.
Great. Hi. Thank you for having me. And so I would like to answer this in 2 parts. That firstly, that customer acquisition, as Amit also rightly pointed out, that the scope is massive, and earlier around 100 million, or I think 130 million players are there. And just now Dream 11 posted that 11 crores players are registered on their platform. It's a huge task to so the task, I think, to acquire user is an easy task as compared to retain, because there are multiple platforms. Multiple platforms have their own advantages and disadvantages, and the user end of the day, it matters that where UI and the UX matters. What is the quality of the tech in the app? What kind of app interface we provide to the user, because they have enormous opportunities. If you take over, on an average, if I'm personally talking to some users, that they have 18 to 21 apps as of now downloaded on their mobile, and they are regularly playing on. One day, if they have lost on some other application, then they switch it to some other application, and the uninstall rate is massive in this industry. So, example, if a user has lost 100 rupees, he immediately switches back to some other website, and he just uninstalls the application. So the acquisition part is quite easy, but the retention part is the trickier part. So where Dangal Games comes into the play, so I'll just go back further that Dangal Games has a portfolio of poker as well, which was started in 4 years back. And we know the customer specific journey because we are into real money gaming from past 4.5 years. Then gradually we launched Rummy as well, which is just doing very well. The Rummy industry is doing very well considering the skill-based gaming. Apart from that, then we launched Fantasy. So we understand the consumer psyche, that what is the exact journey from sign up to withdrawal, then deposit and etc. How they use, what is the exact journey user drops off, what kind of, so there are different users. Some users would be very happy with the technological space, but some users would be totally interested in bonuses or offers. You have to burn actual money to get them or retain on the platform as compared to Dream 11. So unlike Dream 11, we don't have that platform to pull off a 25 crore mega in IPL. So that is a very big kick for a user who is in tier 2 or tier 3 town. And if 10 years back it's like a lottery only. You get a 44 rupees entry ticket, and one day you plan to have I can win 50 lakh rupees from a 44 rupees entry fees. So this kind of pull off is very important in the industry, but certain players can pull it off who have loads of money to burn and etc. But the emerging players and the new players have to get the UI, UX. And I personally feel that somehow the debate is that the user base is so massive that you cannot actually communicate with the user, unlike niche games like poker or Rummy. But actually it makes a lot of sense that when you personally interact with the user and get that psyche and build that relation with the user to retain him. Personally, it takes a hell lot of time, but I feel personally that a personal knack, and that the user who is residing in tier 2, tier 3 towns, he also feel very welcome when a person calls him and understands his psyche, that why he's not playing, what is the reason that he's not playing on some other website, what is the feature he doesn't like on this website, etc., etc. So that's why now Dangal Games has also launched Dangal Games, which is live, I think 2 days back. It's a multi-gaming platform like MPL and Winzo, and where you will be having casual games, card games. So from onboarding a user, he can play casual games, even a card game, and then fantasy sports. So the combination of e-game, esports, casual games, card, etc., can easily acquire a user, and then to make him retain. End of the day, there are many strategies. That firstly, UI, UX. So our technology is in-house. You have to get that tech immediately sorted, because if the app is smooth, and earlier you were talking about the digital payment space, the digital payment, the smooth UI and the application, that matters a lot for a user's journey. And end of the day, they prefer that, if the software, if the technology is right, they prefer to play as compared to the other websites. Now, the second part, which comes along, which is the skilled preference over non-skilled gaming. I still feel that so that slang that if in you can win real money by cutting fruits. No one would have imagined this, that Fruit Chop is a game that where you can win real money. So end of the day, I think that this kicks into the users of tier 2, tier 3 towns that, I'm sitting idle. If I can play a carom, if I'm already playing Ludo carom, and if I can play it online and win, I think that it clearly shows the preference over skilled gaming as compared to non-skilled games. Non-skilled games is still the Octo Teen Patti still happens, but the kind of the traction we are seeing in every type of game which involves even a carom, even a pool, chess, etc. So
so Ankit, I'll just come back to you on this. We have, I think Siddharth, we will pose a question at this stage to Siddharth. This is basically, Siddharth represents, he's the regional vice president for India and Southeast Asia at Akamai. So, you've been hearing all the panelists and the various formats which are front-end in nature. And Ankit did mention about customer acquisitions and all of that stuff. This also brings to a fact that there is need for a customer experience, which is critical for all of these platforms to perform and excel. And that seamless feeling, but backed by, for example, Akamai is an important backend player for the online gaming sector, whether it is in terms of faster download delivery experiences, because I might, as a customer, may get turned off depending on how the experience is. Media acceleration, analytics, How are you seeing the growth of this particular space from a gaming standpoint that benefits in the back end as far as user experience is concerned? And what are the best practices that this industry should look at, especially around safety, security, and seamless experience, plus, of course, the fact that customer is safe?
Sure, Ramesh, and thank you for the opportunity, and thanks for having me here. At Akamai, we play a very key role in the whole digital ecosystem. And for those of you who don't know us, we secure and deliver these digital experiences for the world's largest companies, keeping apps and experiences as close as possible to the end users and keeping the threats away. We are the world's most extensive gaming know-how, having the experience of working with the largest. Sorry, can you hear me? Okay. Sorry, was there a question?
Yeah, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Okay. So I was saying we have extensive experience in in the gaming industry, working with the largest gaming companies across the world, and not just the largest gaming companies, but also with the gaming upstarts and game publishers globally. And as an ardent fantasy game player myself, I can tell you that the two things that that bother me as a gamer is, or as a person playing fantasy games, is the one, the experience in those 30 minutes when I have to make changes to my team before the game actually starts, and two, I worry about my personal data and financial information or the credit card information that I've put on the app. So those are the two things for me personally that I worry about, and that is exactly where Akamai comes in and actually helps working with gaming companies to help to protect against. And the way we see it is that the gaming industry, especially in India and globally, has changed dramatically after the pandemic. Right? It has now become the top form of entertainment. Somebody was saying, in the panel, one of our co-panelists was saying that it is among the top 5-6 things that somebody does on a smartphone. I would say it's probably number one in a lot of demographies, right? And just look at the number of gaming companies. In 2010, we had 25 gaming companies. Today we have over 300, or maybe the number is changing by the day. And we've already heard about the industry estimates and where the industry is going to reach in terms of revenue, and the number is staggering. It's a lot of people out there who are interested in the segment. And some of the reasons were covered, but I will stress on two key things that really have caused this increase from our vantage point. One is the mobile internet penetration, right? The internet penetration is so deep here that the app-based gaming have really gained in India, right? And in fact, in terms of just pure game downloads, if you look at 2020 numbers, India I think tops the charts there. And hence, a lot of new investment is coming into gaming, and particularly around fantasy and real money gaming, because again, we spoke about why it's so easy and intuitive for people to adopt. And the second important thing is that we are seeing a great adoption of tier 2, tier 3 cities coming into the picture, right? It's just no longer an urban phenomenon, right? It's the tier 2, 3, 4 cities, and in some senses, the lack of entertainment options there that people are adopting into gaming. And also, the other good thing for the industry here for us in India is that we're also seeing traction from outside of India, like in the SAARC and South Asian countries, right? And those markets are picking up, in a big way. So, just coming to the second part of what you were saying in terms of the safety and security and the seamless experience part, right? And the point that I highlighted as an end user, the threat landscape is changing, right? I mean, we are seeing that cyber threats are growing, and the challenge for the businesses today is to understand that cybersecurity is a reality. It's here and now, and it has to be a critical part of your business continuity plan. It cannot be an afterthought. And with the pandemic proving to be a catalyst, obviously there are a lot more new people coming on to the platforms and a lot more people adopting gaming. But at the same time, what's happening is this has led for product teams, their product life cycles have actually shrunk because they need to get the product out quickly to the market. And because of this, they're obviously deprioritizing security as a focus area. And the bad guys are watching this, right? So this is something that these malicious actors have been able to exploit. And that is kind of leading to the rise in the number of security attacks in the gaming vertical. And we've seen massive amount of traffic and spikes. As I mentioned, traffic is growing significantly, more new people coming on the platform. But what is happening in parallel is that the attacks are also increasing. And just some statistics that we see from our vantage point, just on the gaming vertical, on our platform, we saw web attacks targeting the entire gaming vertical were up by about 340% year over year, 2020 as compared to 2019. And that's just the web application level attacks. And if you look at credential stuffing, which is trying to, trying to steal someone's credentials, and then bot-based attacks, those were also up by 225% year over year. And these are two big kind of attacks that are continuing to grow. Of course, the third aspect of it is the DDoS attacks, which although year over year did not grow much, the attack sizes are still massive and they disrupt communications and the gameplay. And why this is important is that a very essential tenet of any game is trust, right? The gaming companies need to protect the sanctity of the gaming environment and ensure that there is fair play. And gaming apps, particularly fantasy, based game where there's some real money involved, are like mini banks, right? Think about it. We store some personal information data. We also store, credit card data. There's a lot of unscrupulous elements out there who are trying to access, this data, and that makes it the number one threat in my eyes. And
right, so
that's where,
yeah. So I think the audience has got the perspective on the security. I'll have to cut you down because we are running short on time. Over to Suhail. Suhail, basically, given you have been, both in the offline and online gaming world, and we have seen you all on television and so on. What do you think is the one thing that essentially makes online fantasy sports attractive for sports enthusiasts? And do you believe that it has now heightened interest in all other forms beyond cricket that we are all traditionally fixated on into the likes of kabaddi and basketball and hockey and so on?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Ramesh, and thanks everyone else for your thoughts as well. I'm just going to go back to what Amit had said earlier, right, in terms of the PKL coming around. And I think that's where we at Kabaddi Adda, we've tried to change the landscape a little bit. When you look at the Kabaddi landscape, when you take a back step, there's actually 450 million viewers of the Pro Kabaddi League, right? Compared to your 750 million of the IPL. So you're looking at what is today arguably, and in logic wise, the second biggest sport in the country in terms of viewership. So there's a real shift in paradigm in what's happening, right? I think what we have to understand is Kabaddi has become cool again. While you have you turn up at a stadium, you see your grandparents turn up because they played the game. You see kids turning up because Kabaddi is cool again. And then you've got this middle generation of the parents, which are now the Kabab Mein Haddis, because they know that Kabaddi is now, back in the frontal sort of eye of everyone. So it's become part of culture today. But for me, what we've therefore done is move from being a digital company to being a phygital company, right? We've launched our own asset, which is a K7 that's ongoing at the moment in Haryana. So Amit, to answer your question earlier about whether, PKL is the only tournament people are after. Right now, to give you an example of the numbers, we've got our K7 Kabaddi, which is sort of the NCAA to the NBA. We're trying to create that for PKL here. And we've already hit 700,000 slots sold out on Dream 11 in the first 6 days, which is just the group phase of players I don't even know of. And I've been involved with the Pro Kabaddi League with, from day -1. These are academy boys from across the country. And we've signed up exclusively with FanCode for this. So suddenly, I think the power of digital comes in, right? We're looking at 23 million viewers, unique viewers, 160 million plus views overall from just this phase of the tournament. And you start to see the power of Naya Bharat, right? And I think that's the big thing that we talk about. We have to understand that with data getting cheaper, there's also disposable income in the hands of a lot of people in tier 2, tier 3 cities that is going to go towards fantasy gaming, right? And I think as a lot of us on this platform understand, that driver of more viewership actually is now coming from fantasy. And it's sort of a catch-22, it's sort of a chicken and egg story where live sport, yes, drives fantasy, but fantasy also is driving more viewership of that live sport, right? And I think that's something that's very important to see. And there is going to be this rise of other sports. I mean, we're starting with Haryana, which is sort of the heartthrob and the hotbed of Kabaddi in the country. We're looking to move to Maharashtra, Telangana, Tamil Nadu as well. But I think there's such massive interest in non-cricket sport as well. I remember talking to Harsh at Dream 11 in 2019. And at that time, they were saying 10% of their revenues was coming from Kabaddi. right? And I mean, these are staggering numbers. Who would have thought? And I would have never thought I'd be a kabaddi commentator or presenter, 6 or 8 years ago. But here I am today with a kabaddi startup. So suddenly we're realizing that when you start to drive data through sport, and we're trying to make armchair experts of kabaddi viewers, right? Just how we know when we see Rohit Sharma make a decision, or Rohit or Virat Kohli, we're like, guys, you should have bowled Bumrah in the 19th over. We're trying to do that with data for kabaddi. And by doing so, we're enabling smarter viewers in terms of what they're watching on kabaddi, but also therefore smarter players of fantasy. And I think that's why for me in this room, I'm the anomaly where I don't own a gaming platform. But what we also will start to see is actually sports creating their own fantasy platforms. We're not far away from launching our own fantasy platform, perhaps, if we're not in partnership with one of the big players. We are right now with Dream 11. But if not, there's enough of an appetite to suggest that with just one sport that's big enough, you've got the market itself. So I don't want to take too much of your time, but that's for me in a nutshell how big the potential really is.
Thanks, Sohail. I think we are running short on time, so over to Sunil quickly. Sunil, this is something everybody has spoken about, but what is your view? I mean, how is the uptake for the global sporting events for the Indian sports enthusiasts now, considering that we have always been fixated on India, what's India's performance and so on? Of course, there were people who were pretty much kicked up with what a Brazil does, or what a Germany does, or what any other country does in football and so on. But what's your take on how is the fan shift happening for global sporting events? Sorry, you are on mute. And keep your answers crisp as well.
So we are actually running on short on time, so I will keep it short and quick. So firstly, just wanted to highlight, we are talking about IPL in a sense that due to IPL, there has been plethora of other cricketing nations who have started their own franchisee-based competition. And as Amit rightly said, and even pointed by Ankit, most of the sports that are being played across and is basically the franchisee sports that is taken into consideration, be it the BBL of Australia or the CPL of West Indies or the Pakistan Premier League of Pakistan. So what we have seen is the significance which Amit was actually trying to say, that people in a way have started moving from just like a normal cricket-based, nation-based cricketing event. They have started watching other event also, like during the time of pandemic when Belarus was happening actually. And during the Belarus Premier League, we saw people shifting their focus completely from cricket directly to football. And this is the trend that we are seeing. Even if there is no sports happening in the real world scenario, we are still having somewhat or the other sports that is coming up in some part of the nation, in some part of the globe. So due to this factor, there is no dearth of sports matches which we cannot cover. At least at this given point of time, we have been running this platform Player Sports since 6 years now. We have seen we have to make a choice. We have to make a choice which sport we want to cover to what extent. Like Suhail pointed out that 10% of what share that the Kabaddi is having. And to be honest, during the period of Pro Kabaddi League, it shoots as high as 20% of the total contribution that we usually see. So it is just the period, and it is actually a switch between a normal India versus Pakistan match. If there's a series, that series might not give you so much of revenue, but in terms of a series like a CPL, which is a very long period, an IPL or a Big Bash League, those are giving us a higher return, a higher value of return. So summing it out, fantasy cricket, even if there is a COVID, if there is restrictions in real world sports happening, people need entertainment in some sort or the other way. This entertainment, like we have seen in the Premier League, behind the closed door, IPL behind the closed door will happen. It is bound to happen because most of the revenue that is being taken by the advertisers, be the Hotstar or the Stars of the world, are basically the advertisement. So if they have to work, and even the nation franchisee has to work, they will conduct these matches, and we will always be having certain some of the other matches which we can see, and we will be always having matches to cover on the platform. So overall,
Yeah.
It is always a win-win situation for OS online fantasy sport. and we hope that this probably will be increasing gradually.
Thanks. And I think it gives a kind of indicator from what you have said, that all fantasy players need to have a wide array and portfolio, because if one part of the world shuts, the other part of the world plays, and you need to make it available for your sports enthusiasts and fans. Great session. I would draw it to a close, but looks like all of you love Belarus, considering what happened post-lockdown last year. So my takeaway is Belarus. I would like to thank all the speakers for such useful insights, and hope that the audience found this discussion equally interesting. In conclusion, what I would say is online fantasy sports sector, and in fact the gaming sector, has been growing immensely. That's what we get to hear. The investor confidence is still pretty high. Despite multiple court rulings, online fantasy sports still continues to be questioned in some parts of the country. But I think what's important is the fact that there is a need for proper regulatory clarity. There should also be self-regulation. It's a combination that works for this kind of sector. The government can't be micromanaging, but at the same time, we need to have responsible gaming happening in the online fantasy sports space. The sector has a huge visible market potential and is contributing, more importantly, to the real world marketing and the sporting ecosystem. So this re-emphasizes the fact that the industry continues to, and I would not choose the word entertainment, and neither will I say all of you use the term entertainment, because you have finance ministry guys watching and they would say, oh, entertainment, 28%, put them in that category. So I prefer to say you're offering services and prefer to sit in the 18% category. It was a wonderful discussion. Thank you for all of you here, and we bring this session to a conclusion.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you once again. Thank you so much, Ramesh, for moderating it so wonderfully. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, it is now time to move on to our next topic, which is cloud gaming, taking gaming to the next billion. Well, cloud gaming is expected to make the real gaming experience accessible to a mass audience that still relies on lower-end technology for its entertainment, thereby unlocking the true potential of gaming. Well, we're joined now by Mohan Ram, Head of Go-to-Market APAC Digital Ocean, joining us. Thank you so much, Mohan, for giving us your valuable time. With this, I request you to join us by switching on your camera. Hello, Rohan, how are you doing?
Hey, Bhavna, thank you for having me.
Pleasure. So the stage and screen is all yours. We're excited to hear from you. Over to you.
I'm looking to just share my screen. Could you please enable that?
I'll just get the team to do the same.
Perfect.
We have Mr. Ram's screen share enabled. Can you try that now, Mohan? Is it still, are you still facing any issue?
Yes.
Okay, just allow us a moment. Maybe it takes some time by the time they initialize the process. Yeah, I think it's going now.
Correct.
So, ladies and gentlemen, while we have Mohan, I'd request you to please keep hashtagging. Over to you. Take care.
All right. Thank you, Bhavna. Hi, everyone. Good evening. I know it's been a very exciting day. I was listening to the previous panel, a lot of great insights about the gaming industry itself. Very quickly, my introduction. I am Mohan Ram. I take care of the go-to-market team and strategy in the Asia-Pacific region for DigitalOcean. We're a cloud infrastructure company headquartered out of New York and serving startups and SMBs around the world. So the topic for today that I have is cloud gaming and taking gaming to the next billion. A quick look at the agenda. We'll be talking about what cloud gaming is, and really we'll spend some time understanding the unprecedented growth in the cloud gaming industry itself and the vertical, and how cloud can really be an enabler in realizing the true potential of the gaming industry. So with that, there is really a revolution happening in the gaming industry, right? I think some of the previous panel members were speaking about the numbers that they are seeing, and really very similar to what video streaming and audio streaming did to the film, the music, and the TV industry. In some way, really disrupted that industry because of the streaming option that we have. We are seeing a very similar disruption happening in the gaming industry. Earlier, when we thought about the gaming industry, it was very niche. It was serious gamers who had highly sophisticated consoles and equipment, and companies that were serving this very niche market. Of course, what we saw last year with the pandemic, all of us being locked down at home with very limited outdoor options and alternatives. So a lot of people, even enthusiasts, rush to experience what gaming really looks like, right? I think we all saw last year as in some way a game changer to what happens in the gaming industry. And what's also enabling this is a lot of other changes that are happening, of course, with internet penetration and mobile usage really going up, and with other companies really enabling the services. Today, we're really seeing a major shift in how games are created, they are served and consumed, right? With that, let's take a step back and understand what is cloud gaming, right? Cloud gaming is an online type of gaming that runs video games on remote servers and streams them directly to a user device. This is really different from traditional gaming where games used to run locally on a user's video game console, personal computer, or mobile device. Today, people just need to have a really good internet connection and a mobile device or their PC, and they're able to stream games that are running on remote virtual machines, right? It's also called gaming on demand or gaming as a service. And that's really the power of the cloud that's really enabling pretty much everything as a service today. DigitalOcean as an infrastructure as a service and a platform as a service provider, again, really enables a lot of cloud gaming options for companies and the industry itself. So let's take a look at what are some of the technology trends that are really impacting cloud gaming, right? One is cloud services. Of course, cloud service providers today are making it really easy, simple to deploy games, create games, and go to market very quickly, right? And with cloud service providers also providing edge computing options, the processing power is really getting closer to the user, which means latency is no longer an option, and it's really providing high-end experiences and high-resolution experiences for gaming. Outside of that, server availability, of course, we are talking about servers being available 24/7 up to 4 nines availability. So that really means that they're always on and able to cater to users around the world at any point of time. Yeah, sorry, there was a little bit of a lag. I'm just going to go back. Yeah, some of the other trends that are enabling cloud gaming is, of course, 5G services. Today's 4G networks don't offer the sub 10 millisecond latency that is almost like a prerequisite for gaming, right? So with the advent of 5G and a lot of multinational companies supporting 5G services, it really enables cloud gaming because it offers that 1 millisecond sort of latency. Of course, as internet speeds and network latency reduces, cloud gaming is going to get all the more bigger and really a paradigm shift in how games are created and consumed. So really, let's take a look at how cloud can enable gaming companies. One, of course, is the time to market, right? Today, not just big game providers like Microsoft and Tencent, but it's also really smaller startups. In the previous panel, we saw a whole bunch of startups that probably did not exist a couple of years back, right? Today, anybody, even a small startups can really create games and serve millions of users around the world. So what cloud really enables is the time to market. It's really shortened the time to market. We have on-demand infrastructure and turnkey solutions, which really enable you to deploy newer games at the click of a button, deploy hundreds and thousands of servers in the backend to support the increasing traffic as you see once you've launched your game. Next, of course, is scalability, what I was talking about. Once you launch, depending on the traction that you see, you're able to dynamically scale up and scale down. So you don't have to allocate fixed capacity. You can really be agile in a way that you respond to the market and respond to the needs of your end users. The third one is reduce costs. Of course, cloud, as it's becoming more and more mainstream, today all startups are born in the cloud. Gone are the days when people would purchase hardware and spend a lot of time managing infrastructure. It's really become very cost effective for startups to get on the cloud and pretty much write software and games that in some way impact the world, right? Today we have pay-per-use pricing structure that a lot of cloud providers provide. That's really brought down the operational costs. And finally, growth. Again, with the pandemic, what we saw was really, in some way, the boundaries are broken. Today, you could be a small startup sitting out of, let's say, Indonesia and serving gamers around the world, or even India, right? I think we're seeing a lot of really interesting gaming companies come out of India. Speaking to the graph on the right, I think sky is really the limit for cloud gaming. We're seeing billions of users consuming gaming services and solutions in a variety of different ways. With that, I know what we spoke about till now has been fairly conceptual. I want to take a concrete example and speak to one of the gaming companies that we've been able to help at DigitalOcean. So PlayKids is a startup that was founded in 2013. They started with an app called PlayKids app, which was more educational app for kids that sort of replaces books and cartoons and activities for small children. What they did more recently was launch a mobile game that was specifically targeted for children. One of the gaming games that they introduced was called PKXD. This is a real-time multiplayer social game. Again, it's constantly rated as one of the top 3 mobile games on the App Store and Google Play Store in Brazil. This company is based out of Brazil, and they also cater to thousands of users in the US and Europe, right? And they very constantly trade trending spots with other popular games like Minecraft and Roblox and Fortnite and Free Fire, right? So this was a small company that has a very small team managing their infrastructure and building out this game, but they were able to see the traffic really increase to them, tens of millions of users trying to play simultaneously on their platform. So when they came to us, PlayKids, they were trying to solve some key problems. One was just the concurrency they were seeing with users increasing, the traffic that was increasing to their games. What they wanted to build was friction and interruption-free experience so that their users are not impacted while they perform sort of like management functions in the backend. They also wanted a cost-efficient infrastructure. They were on another cloud provider that was proving to be very expensive and not transparent enough in terms of their spending. And being a small startup, this was really something that they were trying to solve. And of course, they wanted to automate things as much as possible so that depending on the demand and the traffic that they were seeing, they should be able to scale up and down. So when PlayKids came to DigitalOcean, we were able to kind of work with them to understand their architecture, what are they trying to build, and really help them create their tech stack that was very optimized for scaling. What they chose was, once they understood their CPU requirements and memory requirements, created containers. So they containerized their infrastructure, and they used what are called CPU optimized droplets. Now, for those of you who are not familiar, droplets are virtual machines on DigitalOcean, and our CPU optimized droplets have dedicated vCPUs, which means you have dedicated processing power for, especially for gaming workloads, right? So they containerize their infrastructure. Again, they used some of our other products like cloud firewalls, managed databases, and load balancers, of course, to balance out the traffic that they were seeing. They also very cleverly leveraged some of the other technologies that are available. For example, Agonis helps you to deploy high-end dedicated games on Kubernetes platform. And then they use Rancher, which is an open source platform that helps you to manage Kubernetes clusters. And then Flux CD, which is a continuous deployment platform that helps you to keep the these Kubernetes clusters in sync with the source code or the configuration files, right? So this at a very high level was their architecture. They were able to containerize it, and really build a very agile tech stack that was able to scale according to their usage or their traffic, right? And this was some of the results that they were seeing. The graph on the left, if you see, that was the spike in traffic that they were seeing from launch day to about a month, right? So a huge spike that they were seeing, and because they had a containerized tech stack and architecture that supported scaling up very easily, they were able to manage the kind of concurrent players going up and down, as you see on the graph on the right, right? So that was how we helped PlayKids. Of course, if there are gaming startups, one thing I'm sure that's on top of all your minds is how do you choose a cloud provider that can support you in your growth journey, right? So a couple of things that you need to keep in mind. One is performance. Is your cloud provider being able to provide the performance that is required? So again, there are dedicated CPU virtual machines that enable you to provide that dedicated performance, and also are they able to really help you scale to millions of concurrent users without you having to really build a big team that is dedicated to managing infrastructure. Of course, your cloud provider also needs to be transparent so that there are no hidden costs, especially because gaming workloads can become extremely bandwidth intensive. The costs can really add up, right? Again, at DigitalOcean, because we support thousands or hundreds of gaming startups with their workloads, we really understand how to best support these workloads. And we, as a big proponent of the open source movement that's happening, you'll find a lot of open source tooling on our marketplace as well, right? On the right, you see Corey Quinn, a very well-known cloud thought leader, speaking about how on DigitalOcean you can pretty much expect what you will pay for before you provision it. I spoke about bandwidth being a really critical component. With DigitalOcean, we offer free inbound, which means outside of the bandwidth that is provided already as part of your virtual machine plans, anything above that, for overages, you will only be paying as low as 1 cent per GB, right? So especially because it's bandwidth intensive workloads, gaming, the savings could really add up if you're a startup and that's really scaling, right? And again, the other thing you need to keep in mind while choosing a cloud provider is simplicity and transparency. How simple is it to manage, to deploy, and to scale? With that, this is a quote from one of our customers speaking about how DigitalOcean's pricing and simplicity really made it possible for them, even financially viable for them to sustain and grow in this space. We also support a whole lot of other customers in the gaming space, especially companies like gaming companies like SuperLucky, who also use our Kubernetes offering. And in this code, they speak to really our user-friendly dashboards, our clear pricing structure, as well as excellent documentation. If you're a gaming company and trying to really get started on your cloud strategy and what is your cloud journey, check out do.co/gaming. You'll find other gaming companies and how they're building their tech stack on DigitalOcean. And of course, if you're interested in getting in touch with us, go to do.co/gaming summit to get started on DigitalOcean and get in touch with our team to understand how best we can support you in your journey. With that, I wanted to wish all of you the very best, and I want to now hand it back to the MC.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mohan, for that incredible talk. We really enjoyed it, and definitely a lot of insights coming from there. We'd really like to thank you for joining us on our inaugural edition. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for our final session of the day, which is on the storage boost to gaming. Well, the importance of storage solutions in the gaming sector and the future of high-speed data storage in cloud, mobile, console, and PC gaming segments is of utmost importance. Well, joining us on for this session is Sameer Bhatia, Director of Asia Pacific Consumer Business Group and Country Manager for India and SAARC Seagate Technology. Thank you so much, Mr. Bhatia, for joining us today live at our inaugural edition. It's great having you and a pleasure. With this, the stage and screen is all yours. Over to you.
Thanks, Bhavna. Am I audible? Just checking.
Yes, you are, Mr. Bhatia.
Okay, thanks, Bhavna. Thank you for having me here. First of all, very happy to be here during Buzz Business World Gaming Summit. As I said, very excited. I wish next year we have this event face-to-face, Bhavna, and I present with everyone present together in one room. But yes, we all know school from home, work from home, play from home has become a new normal for all of us, right? So let me start with the gaming market dynamics and industry growth in India today. Over the past few decades, the gaming industry in India has transformed exponentially and is now valued at $930 million, almost touching $1 billion industry, with more room to grow. 60% of India's gamers are under 25. And we know this age group makes more than half of India's population. So a key factor that contributed towards the growth of gaming is the need of social engagement, especially as individuals are spending most of their time indoors. Additionally, PC building has become a popular hobby during the pandemic. In the new normal, gaming emerged as a preferred mode of entertainment, especially for millennials. The opportunities we all know for interactivity and social engagement are the key drivers for video game adoption today. There is a growing total addressable market for console gaming as well, and a huge potential for rapid growth in the times to come. I'll share a personal story. I got my son a new PS5 this year, a few months back. I kept telling my son to go out and play sports rather than spending too much time on the screen at home. But you can guess how that went, right? As you can see, gaming is the new sports for this generation. But there are many concerns highlighted globally by the health experts on the screen time of the kids these days due to school from home and now play from home. And as we rightly say, any technology can be a boon or a curse depending on how we use it, right? So the question we ask and discuss every day is what's transforming the modern gaming today? And the answer, the invention of 3D graphics, facial recognition, voice recognition, gesture controls, high definition displays, AI, augmented reality, VI, virtual reality, portable gaming through IoT and cloud have transformed the gaming industry as we see today, and the list is endless. I can go on and on. So now let me talk about Seagate's gaming product portfolio and how we are contributing to the needs of these power-hungry and performance-hungry gamers. Our new gaming storage drives are purpose-built for blazing fast speeds, sustained endurance, capacity, and durability to deliver a superior gaming experience that modern gamers seek today. Seagate's FireCuda gaming brand is the solution unleash the speed of PCIe Gen 4 and M.3 NVMe SSD that are out-of-the-box compatible, empowering a compact performance boost to any PC build. Think more cache, more input-output, and less latency. Gamers are spoiled today with various options that best suit their needs, from entry-level PCIe Gen 4 performance like Seagate's FireCuda. So let me tell you, FireCuda is our gaming brand that we offer, and the products are offered under the brand called FireCuda. So Seagate's FireCuda 520 that offers 45% more speed than previous generations, to high-speed PCIe Gen 3 NVMe like FireCuda 510, or gaming SATA SSDs, such as FireCuda 120 for upgraders and secondary storage seekers. So after speaking about FireCuda 510 and 520, let me mention or rather announce our latest FireCuda 530 to be released in India in next few months. It's our testimony on how far gaming SSDs can go, with blistering transfer speeds of up to 7300 Mbps, as well as lightning fast video rendering and exporting. FireCuda 530 dominates the SSD lineup, and an absolute performance of up to 2x faster than PCIe Gen 3 NVMe SSDs, and 12x faster than SATA SSDs. Yes, you heard it right. It's 12x faster than SATA SSDs. Gamers can look forward to such SSDs that is designed to perform under heavy use and go the distance, built with E18 controller and the latest 3D TLC NAND for the most advanced. Seagate's new FireCuda 530 with heatsink meets Sony specs on performance and dimension requirements for PS5,
with no additional parts needed. The FireCuda 530 with a built-in heatsink is the qualified drop-in expansion solution for the console. Our FireCuda 530 with heatsink has a minimalistic design, anodized aluminum body, and micro pore texture to improve heat transfer and support lower SSD temperatures, making it efficient for heat management and also maintaining drive performance for longer periods of time. Happy to share, currently we are the only compatible PCIe NVMe solution with heatsink in the market that has been qualified to fit the PS5. Moving to console storage, what do we have there? While new gen consoles have upped their storage capacity, the usable storage is just slightly over 600 GB, while titles now can run well over 100 GB. I was talking about my son. So my son and his friends play a few game titles. The console gaming seems enough, but he plays more and begins building a portfolio of games, and a lot more storage space is needed. That's why game drives for consoles are still sought after. Seagate partners with global console leaders and collaborates on licensed and limited edition game drives seasonally. A few of them, for example, Seagate's Marvel Avengers drive for PS4 and game drive for Xbox Halo, Master Chief Edition, which appeals to gamers and gaming fans alike. So these global partnerships storage drives are powerfully designed for capacity and performance, collaboratively engineered for quick performance and seamless plug and play setup. Another great example I can give you is Seagate Expansion Card in partnership with Xbox for their latest console Series X and Series SS. This unique partnership brings to market the only storage expansion card for Xbox new generation consoles that plays at a new peak levels at the console's internal SSD. You know, now anyone can game anywhere with pocket-friendly portability while storing a massive collection of games with hard drives. The success of Seagate's FireCuda and console gaming solutions are positive indicators towards the increasing popularity of SSD offerings in India. We are very positive that this trend is likely to continue as we bring the best technology to cater to the heightened demand for gaming solutions in India. From PC to console users, Seagate takes care of gaming journey for all. So I think in the giving time, 5 to 7 minutes, this was my brief address on gaming market dynamics and what Seagate has to offer to cater to this segment with latest product innovations and our global partnerships with our ecosystem players. So let me know if there are any offline questions, Bhavna, or queries on gaming portfolio or any other Seagate products that people might be interested in. And me and my team will be more than happy to have a conversation and address the same. I'm based out of Mumbai. My team is based out of Delhi, Chennai, Bangalore, Hyderabad. So, I mean, we are just a phone call away and our numbers can be shared with the audience. So thanks a lot once again for having me here. Bhavna, over to you after my brief address. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Samir. What a great address, and definitely kudos to you and your team at Seagate Technologies. I'm sure there's a lot of success, which will keep coming to you and your team because of the vision and passion you share towards your field. So a big, big thank you. And I'd urge all our viewers to stay connected with you because that's what all a summit is all about, networking with one another. And even though it's virtual, but we can make the most out of that. So thank you so much, Mr. Bhatia, for joining us today.
Thanks, Bhavna. Thank you. My pleasure. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, what a great end it is to this wonderful summit. But we have, for the official closing, I would now request Noor Fatima Warsia, the Group Editorial Director, BW Business World, to now join me on the stage and screen. Well, Noor, what a spectacular day this has turned out to be. Love to hear some closing remarks from you.
You were amazing. I should first thank you and, applause to you on behalf of my entire team because you did really well. It is our first gaming summit. It is going to be an inaugural event from here on. A special mention for Ms. Ojasvi Nath, who is our lead for the gaming vertical. I don't think there are many people who can claim an entire issue that was all about gaming, a 50-speaker forum. I think she closed it in about 2 weeks, and now she's getting up for already her next initiative, which is BW Gaming World People of the Year. Let's look at that lovely creative again. I like it every time I see it. Some people in my team want us to change colors. I still think it's amazing. But there you have it. This thing is coming up on August 20. Everybody do mark your calendars. If you have any questions, Ojasvi is your go-to person. If you didn't hear about Ojasvi in the course of this forum, during the day, because of our magazine and ads, really honestly, you just have to pick up anything on gaming happening in business world, you'll find out. Just to kind of sum up, what we have understood in the course of the day from every speaker is the intense potential and the intersection. Gaming by itself probably would have had been limited in scope and application and what it could have done. But what it has necessarily done in the course of the last year specifically, pandemic did give it a push. It did become a recognized medal game or a recognized medal sport, which allows the Indian government to look at it very carefully. Cloud gaming will actually close the distance with the last mile, giving accessibility to all, really truly making it mass. But it is the impact of gaming on the other sectors. It's a golden intersection, the golden synergy, because of which this one field we will be talking a lot about at the various BW Business World events. I have to thank every speaker who took out the time to be here today. Most importantly, I have to thank the delegates. I saw a lot of live chat, live questions on YouTube, on LinkedIn, on Facebook. We are very grateful not only for your interest, but also your engagement. Thank you very much. I am personally hopeful I get to see you on August 20 as well. But in the meanwhile, I will let Bhavna to do the proper goodbyes to everybody, including our partner today. Thank you, Zubi. It's all up to you now. So thank you so much again, everybody. Bhavna, over to you again.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Noor. Always fantabulous sharing the screen with you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as Noor rightly said, that be prepared for our exciting forthcoming initiative, which is the BW Gaming World People of the Year 2021, which is hosted in association with BW Business World. This initiative is going to be held, as rightly said, on August 2021, Friday, which is from 6 p.m. onwards. I hope by now you all have blocked your diary for this already. Well, it's truly been a great day of learning and great insights. Once again, I'd like to thank all our speakers today for joining us on the knowledge shared, and thank you to all the audience for tuning in. And it is because of you that this inaugural edition of the BW Gaming Summit has become such a huge success. Well, every successful event is a result of a mammoth task which the team has undertaken. So I'd like to applaud now the BW Business World team on this wonderful achievement. Well, it's definitely both a professional and a personal honor for me to stay associated and host the BW Business World events. Well, towards the end, I'd like to just extend a safety note in times of pandemic. Please mask up and regularly sanitize. Well, for now, this is me, Bhavna Bhatia, on behalf of BW Business World, signing off for the day. Let's have a great day ahead, and we'll see you back on August 2021, which is the Friday, 6 p.m. onwards for the BW Gaming World People of the Year Awards. Thank you for tuning in.